And patrons, please note that the first race, all horses passed for the TCO2 testing, so all clear for race number 1.
Welcome to a glorious Hollywoodbets Greyville for the 128th running of the R5 million Hollywoodbets Durban July. The big day is upon us. I'm joined in the studio by Rahil Radhakrishna. Downstairs we've got Alistair and Dees in the parade ring. We'll connect with them very shortly. But Rahil, the big day's here.
Yeah, it certainly is, Graham, and looking forward to it. There's been a massive build-up, lot of hype getting into Hollywoodbets Durban July there, and crowd is starting to winter. The atmosphere is getting better, and looking forward to it. It is a competitive 12-race program, but it looks to be a great card.
We promised that Dees and Alistair were in the parade ring, so morning, guys. Can you believe the day's up and away?
Good morning, Rahil. Good morning, South Africa. Yes. Welcome from Hollywoodbets Greyville. You know, on the 1st of July, 2023, we walked off this great race course, looking forward to the 6th of July, 2024. And here we are. Ticket sales are up, vibe is up, and we've ridden the wave into Durban. Dees, lovely to have, so many friendly, happy, and expectant faces here in Durban.
Yeah, it's the biggest race day on the continent, the biggest pools, the biggest turnover, and to you, the valued racing fan, your biggest opportunity to win big with everything that's on offer with the carryovers. So looking forward to being in your company. And today I work in memory of a good friend of ours in racing, a team member of Hollywoodbets, and that's Kyle Johnson.
Yeah, it's amazing how we were at the Hollywoodbets pre-party on Thursday night, and you and I and a lot of other people chatted to Kyle. I've known him for a long time. I mean, I was talking to Justin for Mark, who was very, very close to Kyle, and Justin doesn't show a lot of emotion, but when it comes to Kyle, horribly sad news about Kyle overnight. But you know what? He'll make sure that today there'll be a smile on people's faces. That's just the nature of the man.
Yeah, he wants it to be a success. He'll want us to enjoy the game like he loved the game. And forever remembered, Kyle. And we're looking forward to being in your company. We'll bring you all the action from the parade ring, interviews, tips, alles coming from the parade ring. Alistair, looking forward to being in your company and the entire team.
As always a pleasure. Let's find out a little bit more from Graham Hawkins.
Thank you, Alistair. Thank you, Dees. Yes, we woke up to the tragic news, Rahil, of Kyle Johnson's passing last night, sudden passing last night. He's a great friend of all of ours and a regular to the Racing Masters and very much involved in the racing community. I last had the pleasure of seeing him at the draw and the final field announcement. But here we are today, Saturday the 6th of July. The first race is due off at 11:45. It's a Tab Gold FM 80 handicap over 1,400 metres. A reminder that the first two races are on the poly track. Then we revert to the turf, and then the very final race later on this evening, much later on, the 12th race is also on the poly track. Let's just perhaps quickly skip through the betting menu. We've got 3 jackpots today. Race 1 is the first leg of jackpot 1. Race 5 is the first leg of jackpot 2, and race 9 is the first leg of jackpot 3. We've also got 2 buy pots, and we've got the place accumulator, and of course the massive pick 6 carryover. But Dees is downstairs. Let's join him.
We like to try and get some confidence in the first race. If we can bank some money for the exotics, it'll help with the budget. And I know that the camp of Rix and Crawford, Michelle and Ashwin Reynolds, who's on course with Renee. Welcome from Cape Town, Renee and Ashwin. Kometidang, Ashwin. But it's Michelle Rix. Michelle, you've given us confidence in the past on this big race day last year in Point. This year, how's Pilot Flame?
She's doing phenomenally well at home, and with the work that she's been put in and what I've seen, I've chatted to Craig, and I think we're feeling pretty confident to open the day on a high note.
There's a hottie in the race, a 2-year-old who's got a reputation, but you here to race and you here to win.
That's it, our filly's a year older. She's won on the surface, she's gone around the turn, so as I said, feeling pretty confident.
Balance of your runners?
Listen, they're strong competitive fields today, but they're horses that you probably can't leave out, and I think they could feature in the back end of the quartets.
When you look back on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day, this is one of your fondest and biggest memories, isn't it?
A memory that I'll cherish forever.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Alistair Cohen.
Thanks, Dees. Thanks so much, Michelle. So I'm here with a man who's just broken into racing, taking a chance. It's his first run on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day. It's Quinton Koekemoed, who's got Flamboyant Flyer in race number 2. But Quinton, I want to ask you, how long have you wanted to get involved in racing, considering you're new to the game?
Well, it's been a while. My daughter's in show jumping, so we love horses, we love the sport. And then I actually decided to do something different. So only started in February this year. But yeah, loved horses all our lives.
How does it feel to have a runner on Africa's greatest race day?
It's awesome. I'm so nervous, I must be honest.
And I see that you bought a few at the KZN Yearling sale 2 days ago. Is that going to be the plan, just buy a few, increase your population as time goes on?
That is definitely the plan, yeah. In July I bought 4. this auction we bought another 4. So we want to build on it.
Well, I hope to see your colours on the number 1 box. A lot going forward. Welcome to racing. Have a blast.
Thank you very much.
Absolute pleasure to meet Quinton Cookenwood. He's got number 2 Flamboyant Fly, had trained by Craig Mayhew. Dees is putting in the steps on the parade ring already. Let's go to him.
Well, the Scotsman camp, especially the ladies, they look absolutely fabulous. They've risen to the occasion, ride the wave, and the man that's steering the Scotsmanship is none other than Glenn. Glenn, you've had plenty of success on this day, and maybe you can start 2024 with a bang.
Yeah, look, I think this is a very decent filly. We put her in the Group 2. She drew right on the outside. I said, well, what's the point of that? A dual nominator. She cracked a draw. And I'm really confident. I know as a 2-year-old against the older fillies, it's quite tough. But another month, she'll be 3s, and she's still getting the full allowance. As you can see her there, she looks amazing. We're very, very confident of a big run.
We briefly chatted about the rating the handicappers give it her, and we'll see today if she runs to that.
Yeah, well, look, we're planning on running on the Group 1 mile on Champions Day, and so she'll have to pull something out to get into that field.
Balance of your runners on the day. There's big money to play for our valued racing fans out there. Where can you guide us?
I think Richard Free stuck with our filly in the Group 2 in race 5. I think she's got to be a huge runner because he obviously had a lot of options there. And she was quite impressive because she pulled quite hard and kicked again. And then we got this thing that she didn't run a bad race in the Group 1. She got beat 2.5 lengths. She found herself in front and over racing. We brought her here and showed her the bend, and she settled beautifully around the bend. She'll be running on, but it's a very open race. Obviously, we've got our champion in the Garden Province. We've got 2 top fillies there. It's going to be quite nice because we got one that goes up there and one that comes from off them. So hopefully we can get lucky, either hang on or catch the front runners. So yeah, we're very excited about that. And then we've got 2 in Lady Heist, stick on the Colts the last time out, and she's exceptionally well. The stable companion needed to run badly, and I think he's going to be quite competitive for the quartets.
You are never short of confidence. Give me a mark out of 10 in the first.
Look, I'm putting my head down. I think she can't get beat.
You heard it, Alistair. She will be hard to beat.
So I'm joined now by Diego de Gaveo, who doesn't have a ride on race 1, but he does have his first Hollywoodbets Durban July ride on Shoemaker. Diego, I know how much this day has meant to you. You've phoned me for years. Do you think I'll get in? Do you think I'll get a run? I've got a ride. Now finally it's the time. You know how to win Grade 1 races at Hollywoodbets Greyville. How do you feel going into your first big ride on the big race?
Yeah, I'm really excited. For the last few years, I've had hard luck stories, horses becoming reserves, horses getting eliminated. But nevertheless, today we're here, we've got our ticket, we've got our chance. I think I've got a good draw, want to make use of it. And just for me, my goal is to run in the top 6. I'll be ecstatic.
Well, you look the part. Who's your best ride today?
My best ride, I think, on form would probably be in the last race, the 12th race, Amber Rock for the Aussie Yard. But nevertheless, I've got 5 other rides, and I'm going out there trying.
Thank you, Diego. Nice hit.
Thank you.
Let's go to Dees.
Well, it's starting off a busy day because you've got 3 runners here, Garrett. Thanks for your time. I know you're busy with the connections. And just comments on your 3 runners?
Geez, they're doing well back home. Beyond's Queen's had a good week, and I think she represents value. And Ronnie of Johansi, she'll give her honest best. And I hope that Casoton improves on the poly. She didn't appreciate it first time out, but she's doing well, and we're hoping to kick off the day well.
The main event, the day has arrived, and yourself and your dad, with all the talk shows, etc., that we've had around the province, there's only been positive comments for your big horse, Flagman.
Yeah, he's had a good preparation, Dees, and he'll run his best race.
The balance of your runners, which could be your next best?
I think Shafolia is a big run in the 11th, mustn't be excluded. I think she's a filly with more to come still. She's got more to offer.
All the best for the rest of the afternoon.
Cheers. Thanks, Dees.
Thanks, Dees. Thanks, Gareth. Well, let's have a look at some of the runners in the parade ring. Number 4, Nettleton's in shot and walking past me right now. She looks absolutely different class. She's smashing. Her hind quarters out. She's got a nice shine to the coat. She's a well-sized filly, so you'd probably suspect Hollywoodbets Greyville might be a little bit tight if you can maybe complain and nitpick about her, but she is very well presented. She absolutely catches the eye. That's one thing that we're probably going to say a lot today, because every horse, all 140 odd horses that have come here to Hollywoodbets Greyville today, are going to be in 100% shape, ready to go. But I think Nettleton probably looks best for me in the ring. Kisoton, lovely big filly. She's been well presented, as has number 9, Pilot Flame. She's grown a lot since the last time I saw her in the flesh. But let's get upstairs to Graham.
Thank you, Alistair. Thank you, Dees. Number 12, Vision to Achieve on screen. Kabela Matanyani, of course, he's last year's victorious jockey in the Hollywoodbets Durban July. He defends his crown today on Winchester Mansion, the very same horse. But here he rides in the opener, number 12, Vision to Achieve for the Paul Gadsby stable. Rahil, we've had a look at this first race. We had a long look at number 5, Lock and Key, the 2-year-old, as she walked around the parade ring earlier. We've heard from Glenn Cotson. He thinks she's going to prove very difficult to beat. But I sense from Gareth that the pick of his 3 was number 6, Ronnie of John Z.
Funny that you say that, Graham, because I actually thought that he seemed more confident on the 8 horse, Vion's Queen. You mentioned that she could represent a bit of value, but we were speaking off air, and we both do like number 6, Ronnie of Janzi, and we think that she's going to be a massive player. Sereno Moodley and Gareth Van Zyl, this combination will be seen to the fore in the big event with Flagman, and that 3-year-old son of Flying the Flag will be looking to get maiden grade 1 status under his belt. But it's going to be interesting to see how number 5, Lock and Key, does go down to the start, because she is quite a big filly, and first time around the turn on a tighter track. It's going to be interesting to see how she does go, but I'm keen to see how she moves down to the start. It is, when you look past her, it doesn't seem to be a race where you can sort of narrow selections down, because it does seem to be a race where there's lots of horses in with chances.
A reminder again that race 1 is the first leg of Jackpot 1. That pool is climbing up towards 500,000 Rand. We're expecting the first jackpot pool to reach 750,000 Rand on Tab Gold. And this, of course, is the Tab Gold Fillies and Mares handicap over 1,400 metres. Your firm favourite is number 5, Lock and Key. But to catch up with the very latest bets, here's Dees.
Yes, Graham, I heard you mention it's Jackpot 1, and Jackpot 1 could be a nice way to start off the day. Well, personally, I think in race number 1, you have to play it a bit wide. I have all the respect for Glenn Cotson and his comments for the favourite, but Gareth Van Zyl has 3 lively contenders here. Michelle Ricks, you heard it from her, they sound quite bullish. Personally, I think of the 2 from the Gareth Van Zyl stable, Rani of Jansi could be the horse from the yard. But the banker in Jackpot 1 is leg 2, the Grey King.
Tab Gold FM 80 handicap, 1,400 metres, about to come out onto the track. First race is on the poly. Here's a look at number 2, Flamboyant Flyer, Trent Mayu. Number 3, Tamil Tigress, Manga Kamalo. The 4 horse Nettleton is Gavin Marino. 7, Bosne Muzieni. 1 is Mauritania, Kelvin Abeb. 5, Lock and Key, Richard Faree, current favourite, 2 Rand 10. Number 8 with the blue cap is Vion's Queen, Rachel Venica. She sports the blue cap. Of course, Rachel makes her debut today in the Hollywoodbets Durban July. First female rider ever to ride in the big one. '11 was Kish Alton and Mahudlo. The 10 horse is Crazy Blues, Brevon Plykes. 12, Vision to Achieve, Kabela Martignani. About 9 minutes to race time as we look at number 9, Pilot Flame and Craig Zaki. And there's 9 minutes to race time.
here on the most famous strip of turf in South Africa. Hollywoodbets Greyville for the 128th running of Africa's most famous horse race, Africa's greatest social event. Can you imagine how this place will be buzzing at around 4 o'clock this afternoon? Time to introduce the track manager at Hollywoodbets Greyville, Kurt Groenewold. Kurt, to the eye, the track looks absolutely magnificent. What's your remarks about it?
Yeah, Alistair, we've been very fortunate with the weather. No unpredicted or heavy rainfall as per last year, so we've managed to control the moisture going into the surface. We posted good to soft this morning, but by the time the first turf race gets going, I think we'll be down to good at 23.
As far as the wind is concerned, we saw yesterday at Fairview there were gale force winds. Generally, wind in PE means a day later wind can pick up in Durban. What's the expectation and what direction is expected to blow if there is any wind?
Yeah, the wind is meant to pick up later. The forecast is a 20 to 30k an hour tailwind, southeasterly. So yeah, probably from a midday onwards it should start to blow a bit firmer.
And just judging by last year when you had that rain on the Tuesday night, this year it's been dry for the last 7 days, was it easier to prepare the track this year or last year with that rain that came?
It's normally much easier when you don't have unpredicted rain. We can control the moisture going in when we irrigate.
And just quickly on the poly track, all good there?
Yeah, all good. Poly track standard, no rain, so it's not it stays at standard without any moisture on it.
And just a quick word about the false rail, 2.5 metre spur. Is that normal for this day?
Yeah, we've had the 2.5 metre spur for the last couple of years. It works well at the biggest field of the day and just gives every runner an opportunity to get a break down the straight.
Kurt, looks magnificent. Great job to you and your team.
Thanks, Elsa.
Brilliant. So that's how things look for the Hollywoodbets Durban July race day. Lots of great horses will be coming up this turf track today. We're looking forward to it all. Let's get up to Graham Hawkins.
Patrons, please note that in the second race, all horses passed for the TCO2 testing, all clear.
Thanks for that, Craig, and thanks for the track report from Kurt Groenewold and Alistair Cohen. Runners making their way down to the start for the opener, the first of 12 races today. On the poly track over 1,400 metres, due off at 11:45, which is approximately 7 minutes from now. And we're looking forward to huge tote pools today, races 7 and 8. Hong Kong Jockey Club World Pool Races. They've been designated as World Pool Races. That's obviously very exciting, Rahil, because all of a sudden the globe is betting into our pools here on this wonderful day.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're going to get those pools are going to look very, very attractive to many punters that will be looking to get involved. But one thing that we do need to take note of is that in race number 7, due to the World Pool, there's only a place return on the top 3 past the post.
Yes, that is the case, because obviously once you have a race designated as a World Pool race, then you've got to adapt your tote betting rules to fit in with the rest of the world and the Hong Kong Jockey Club. And in Hong Kong they pay out only on the top 3 places, which does mean that the place dividends are going to be very attractive.
Absolutely, there's going to be lots of value in the place department with a numerous amount of runners, and the horses that are at bigger prices, those that you think could run into the top 3, well, you're going to get great value on them.
Let's turn our attention back to race 1, though. Obviously, the firm favourite is number 5, Lock and Key. Richard Fourie riding for the Glen Carson stable, currently showing at R2.10 and R1.60, so firm tote favourite is number 5, Lock and Key. Went down to the start pretty nicely, but there were others that also caught her eye.
Yeah, she's a filly that I thought moved on well enough to the start. She's open to improvement. Only 1 run and 1 win, so you can't fault on anything to date. It was a facile win when beating Lady Ellie Moe at Hollywoodbets Scottsville, and she can only build on that run and improve. It is her first start around the turn, first start here at Hollywoodbets Greyville, so it is a question mark how she's going to adapt to having a first start around the turn, taking on horses that are a lot more experienced and a lot wiser than her. But she's a filly that has clearly got a lot of ability, and Glen Cotton was extremely bullish. He did say that she's going to take some beating.
Interesting first run, because Richard Fourie rode her then, and we know that when Richard Fourie takes a ride, horses tend to shorten and start at unrealistic prices, whereas on debut this filly drifted out from 9 to 2 to 8 to 1. winning by 8.5 lengths. So it's hard to visualize that they were expecting her to win with such dominance, because I'm sure then she would have shortened in from 9 to 2 to a much shorter price. And also, we haven't had a chance to test that form line because there have been 0 runners out of that form line. So we're a little in the dark. Obviously, Glenn likes the filly. She's obviously come into this race in good order, and she's working well at home. But as you say, it may not be quite as cut and dried. The bend the first time, the polytrack the first time, only a second start, inexperienced filly. When you come up against the likes of number 6, Ronnie of John Z, 8 start, good form on the polytrack, and Vion's Queen, twice a winner. Obviously also won on the polytrack. And I do like a bit of Michelle Rix's filly Pilot Flame. I think the tongue tie has been fitted, and I think she can go well.
I think those seem to be the principal contenders, 6, 8 and 9. Rani of Janzi, I was encouraged by the way she finished off a race last time out behind Nelly Melband, where there been a decent amount of speed in this race, especially with Mauritania likely to press forward from gate 1. I think that Rani of Janzi will get a nice run in transit, and she'll be able to settle early on, and she should find herself in a nice rhythm, and I think that she can finish off a race quite nicely. And 1,400 meters, no issues with the trip. I think it's the right distance for her, and she looks ready to win again. So at around 9 rand 30, 2 rand 30, each way playing race number 1, I think she represents some decent value on the tote, and I'm going to be in her camp.
We're about 3 minutes away from the running of the first race. A reminder again, this is the first leg of Jackpot 1. That pool well above the 500,000 mark. We've got the 3 jackpots. First leg of Jackpot 1, the race coming up, then race 5, then race 9. They are the first legs of their respective jackpots. We've got the place accumulator, we've got a massive pick 6 carryover, we've got a massive quartet carryover in the big race, and we've got 2 bipots, the first of which starts in race 2, the second of which starts in race 7. So there's a lot happening here at Hollywoodbets Greyville today, and that's what you would come to expect when we celebrate the running of the Hollywoodbets Durban July. Just quickly before we hand up to Craig, it was interesting to hear from Kurt that perhaps through the course of the day the breeze is going to get stronger and it's going to be downwind. But more from Craig in the commentary box.
Thanks very much, Graham and Rahil and the team today. Runners just milling around at the back of the gate with 2 minutes remaining. That flags aren't all that strong at this stage of the game. We'll keep you updated throughout the afternoon. Of course, we're on the poly for the first, and then we'll give you race by race. Of course, Rachel Venica making her debut, the first ever female rider in the Hollywoodbets Durban July. So she takes the mount on Khlukhluwe. We've got Mike de Kock, who sits on 159 Grade 1 winners. I remember him equaling the 117 set up by the other legend, Terence Millard. Reminder that there's 12 races on the card. There's 111 winners for Hollywood for the season. There's 559 lifetime achievements for Hollywood at this stage of the game. And then Richard Faree's on his way to 360, cracked that 335. So also please get all your bets on. Of course, this is Africa's greatest horse racing event. 12 races on the card, the Hollywoodbets Durban July. All the functions done. Busy week for everyone. And the capacity crowd, all roads lead to Hollywoodbets Greyville. I was watching a lot of the sites, and there's plenty of hits on a lot of the sites. Sean and myself, we just did a mock commentary just to show you how popular the Hollywoodbets Durban July is. Thank you to our sponsor. We've got over 60,000 views. It was put on Thursday evening, just a mock commentary, over 60,000 views. There's others with plenty of views as well. That's how popular the Hollywoodbets Durban July is. So let's get into action. We're ready to ride the wave on the big day as they start the loading process. First one in is Vion's Queen. That's stepping up.
Aqala-ke manje ayangena lapha emshinini siyambona lapha uVia's Queen nangela phayana ku stall gate number 8 uthi uyabheka lapha uKiso 10 nangela kusondela stall gate number 10 stall gate number 11 angela
phayana Queen, the blue cat.
Lock and Key
Kish Alton's coming in. Tamil Tigress. Lock and Key, the favorite, about to step up. Mauritania into pole position.
Mauritania was saying stall gate number 1.
The hood is still on Vion's Queen. Keshalton guns
Asibhekela
in.
nguBosney laphana engena ku-stall gate number 7. Asibhekela laphana uPilot Flame lo-stall gate number 9 engena naye laphayana.
Ronnie of Johns is come forward.
Naku-Netflixini laphana esondela.
Crazy
Angevela
Blues.
kancane Crazy Blues usengenile laphana
Are
phakathi.
you ready to ride the wave?
Vision to
Africa's
achieve.
greatest horse racing event, the Hollywoodbets Durban
Netflixini
July Race
angenile
1.
yonke njengamanje
Here we
phakathi.
go.
Ashasuka-ke laphana 1,400 meters. Uyayizwa-ke into elihlokoma laphayana. Siyambona laphayana Moratena laphana ehleli phambili kweno-Crazy Blues. Umuthi uyabheka lapha ngemuva ngathi uMoratena yindlela ngisabona iy'ntuthwane. Kodwa nguMoratena khona laphana uLock and Key ohleli isithathu laphayana. Bosney laphana ukhona, Netflixini laphana ukhona, Vian's Queen laphana ngemuva. Uthi uyabheka ama-Tamil Tigress. Uthi uyabheka Flamboyant Flyer. Bese kuba laphayana urani of Jansi laphayana okhona bese kuba Vision to Achieve. Yofana eceleni Pilot Flame. Ake sibuye sesikhutha laphayana-ke manje ku-800 meters. Siyeza laphana uMoratena uyabahola laphayana. Khona uCrazy Blues lapha endaweni yesibili. Lock and Key laphana ukhona laphayana. Siyambona laphayana uBosney laphana naye ukhona. Ake sibone ukuthi yozala nkomo Netflixini laphana ukhona lapha ngemuva. Vian's Queen naye ukhona futhi laphayana. Akurani of Jansi laphana Tamil Tigress Kiss Hotel. Uyabona ngake phumela eceleni uCrazy Blues Pilot Flame ekugcineni. Lock and Key. Asazi ke ngithi lokhu kuzokwenzakalani-ke njengamanje. Netflixini uyazenza laphayana. Siyambona bona kuBosney laphayana. Uyazi uVian's Queen laphayana. Kiss Hotel ukhona laphayana. Pilot Flame, Flamboyant Flyer. Kodwa Lock and Key nawo nje nawo phambili. Richard Forrie. Wakuphambili manje. Tamil Tigress laphana uyazi. Uyabona Lock and Key. Washukiya. Uyalandela Tamil Tigress. Ezilaphayana kuVian's Queen. Akasibonisi laphayana. Ahantu Netflixini emkhulu Netflixini bana Kiss Hotel. Kodwa Lock and Key. Wayivula-ke leyo Richard Forrie. Useqalile-ke njalo. Ningathi nginitshelanga. Izwani phela. Sibukela wena. Wenze njani-ke manje uForrie? Lock and Key. Uthatha kalula umtaka wokuqala. Iyahlezi into laphana uGlenn Cotton. Abanikazi balo laphayana. RP Madon LMR. Matheson. Nazareth Farfontein Tata lapho itwakho leli hashi. Ongena isibili laphana Tamil Tigress. Wenza laphayana uVian's Queen. Yacathi Netflixini laphana ungenile kwesumkhiso wa-10 Run of Jansi. Nango Bosney elandela ngemuva. Uyambona nje uRichard Forrie ukuthi uvele walithatha-ke mangena ku-straight. Wasehlala phambili. Wasehamba-ke wathi ngiyaqonda-ke manje. Wathi bafana bami ngizozwa ngami. Irekhodi ngiliphethe. Ngisaqhubeka futhi nalo. Salisa phambili. Babongeleke bonke wathinteka leli hashi. Lock and Key, Don Cotton, Richard Forrie. Ayiqalileke ngalo leyo nto. Usevulile umtaka Forrie. Iziki zandodaka lezo. Asihlangane kumtaka wesibili.
And Lock and Key victorious, and that is owned by Marden and Mathiasen and bred by Farsfontein Stud. And what a way to start for punters on Hollywoodbets Durban July. Back to the studio.
Well, the punters here start on the front foot. They climbed into number 5, Lock and Key. Any possible question marks we might have had about her ability to go around the turn, about her ability, Rahil, to act on the poly track. Richard Forrie off to a flying start, and he rode a confident race, took it to the front, went to the start, went for home very early. They are reviewing the start, just heard in my ear, they're reviewing the start, and that's obviously with regards to number 9 Pilot Flame, who lost quite a lot of ground at the start and losing any chance that she might have had. But this was impressive. We heard from Glenn that she's headed towards the Grade 1 on Hong Kong Jockey Club Gold Cup Day.
Yeah, she was very impressive on debut, and today she's followed the same sort of pattern, and I think the race was pretty much over at the top of the lane. Richard Forrie had in a box seat, and the speed was on, but she got the best run in transit, and this filly has proven to be too good for them. She's clearly a filly that has got a lot of ability, and she still remains with scope for improvement. She's a filly that we'll have to wait and see what more there is to come from her should she take a place on at the end of July. But a good win from her, and she's certainly a horse that I think we need to keep an eye on moving forward.
She could be quite a special filly in the making, and she's done absolutely nothing wrong. She won on debut by 8.5 lengths. She put them to bed here. Tamil Tigress, one of the outsiders, running on to finish back in second, with Vian's Queen and Rachel Venica running into third. And as you see, Richard Forrie is coming back to in front of the grandstand. The winners for all 12 races here at Hollywoodbets Greyville today will be unsaddled in front of the huge crowd in the Golden Horseshoe. The second, third and fourth, the placed runners and the unplaced runners all come back behind into the parade ring. But a dream start, Rahil, for Richard Forrie.
Absolutely, and Richard will be hoping for a big day today here at Hollywoodbets Greyville. He's got a few nice rides along the way, and no doubt the main one is Future Swing in race number 7. But let's not forget he's got Double Grand Slam, the horse that it was sort of a fairy tale for him, making it 3-3-6.
Absolutely. So we know he's our champion jockey. We know he's set all kinds and still continues to set new marks before the closing of the season on the 31st of July. Quite where he's going to end up, probably I would say somewhere between 370 and 380 winners. Looks on the cards. We're into the final month of the season. Chad Little on the left, who's assistant trainer and chief work rider for the Glen Cotson stable, and Kathy Cotson looking absolutely gorgeous in a gold stroke brown outfit. That's obviously Glen's wife. But Richard, whereas in the first start, when she was entitled to be a little green, she came from a little way off the pace and finished with an absolute flourish to turn the race into a one-horse affair. This time she came out of the gates nicely. She was well placed in third position. Then the saddle slipped on Crazy Blues, which was unfortunate for the connections. So there were two hard luck stories here. Pilot Flame losing ground at the start and the saddle slipping on number 10, Crazy Blues. That immediately promoted Lock and Key into second, just behind the pace setter. But the race was put to bed early in the stretch, as we mentioned. 5, 3, 8 and 4 are the top 4 in the race. 5, 3, 8 and 4, that's your quartet. And the quartet, in fact, pays 2,420 Rand 80, despite the very short priced favourite winning.
Yeah, I think it's been boosted with the filly that ran second there, Tamil Tiger. She's shown big improvement of having her first start on the poly track for Samanga Kumalo and Lorenzo Karim. She's a filly that has dropped in the ratings a bit as well, and she ran a nice race back in second. And then you had the horses that were staying on in behind there, the likes of Vion's Queen and Nettleton, who ran into that 4th position. So it was actually a fairly useful quartet dividend in race number 1. And you mentioned that jackpot pool got to a very good mark.
Yeah, the jackpot pool closed out over 800,000 Rand. The target for jackpot 1 was 750,000 Rand. The jackpot reached a pool of 804,000. And of course, a good start for punters, a good stir with the favourite winning the opening leg. And we hope that obviously the form holds up right throughout the day. Well, there, as we see Lock and Key heading back towards the unsaddling boxes, Warren Lenferner is on the grand celebration stage with the winning connections.
This is the place where you want to be on the big day. Hollywoodbets Greyville, Hollywoodbets Durban July on the winners stage. Race 1 has been run and won by Lock and Key from the Glen Cotson stable, beautifully ridden by our champion Richard Fourie. Gives me great pleasure to welcome Lance Whiteford, director of Gold Circle, onto the stage with me. Welcome, Lance. Absolutely wonderful to have you here. The groom of Lock and Key gets 2,000 Rand from Hollywoodbets and Gold Circle, as well as 1,000 Rand from Tab Gold. And the groom is Lindile, and he receives his money from Lance Whiteford, director of Gold Circle. Hearty congratulations to you, Lindile. Well done. This Lock and Key looked outstanding. Gives me great pleasure to call upon our champion, Richard Fourie, who is the rider of, was the rider of Lock and Key. And Richard, this filly is now 2 from 2, you know, the two of you together, 2 from 2. It was such a fluent win. I thought this one, I know she won her previous start by a distance, but I thought this was obviously more competitive and, in my opinion, more impressive.
Yeah, look, she's definitely up in class today. She had 58 kilos to collar, taking on hard-knocking fillies, and I've ridden half the field, and they're all pretty decent. But you know, go back to her first run, it was a weak sort of field, and I couldn't quite feel if there was much to much to come on, you know, but I got a lot of confidence from Glenn Cotson and Chad Little. They said, oh, since that race, she's really blooming, you know, and I came into parade and I said, there's only one thing that I'm worried about is the immaturity. Big crowd today at Hollywoodbets Greyville, a lot of tents, a lot of lights, a lot of fashion, so I was a bit worried about that, and you know, obviously first time on the poly. The moment I took the rail behind the lead horses, she didn't like it at all, the kick up in her face, so she didn't really travel, but I moved off about the 600 or so into daylight, and you know, she was back at it again. So well done to Mr. Cotson, to his team, to everybody behind the scenes that do all the hard graft, and to the owners, thank you very much, and to my sponsors at Winning Form for their support.
Richard, well done, thank you. And there's Lance Whiteford, who has a bottle of Pongrats for you to enjoy and a trophy. And that's Richard Fourie. Let's make some noise for Richard Fourie, ladies and gentlemen. Gives me great pleasure to call upon a Lock and Key's trainer, that's Glenn Cotson. And as transparent as ever is Glenn Cotson, a trainer of the highest order. When I was going down to the start, and I looked at my league and I said, could be going down to the start for a grade 1. Well done.
No, thank you very much. She's really a super filly. From the day we broke her in, we thought she was special. And everybody gets a chance in the yard to pick a filly, and it was, you know, we're jostling and driving with such lovely fillies this year. But this filly's just got a special action. She's got something that the others don't have. And Richard just reiterated that as well. Now he said, geez, it'd be hard to pick, you know, out of the other fillies that we got in the yard, who's going to ride come the Group 1. But she's an awesome filly. But first of all, I've got to say well done to Liz and Ross. They have bred horses. They've had a couple of good ones, but this one I think is special. I bought this filly because I trained the mother. I co-owned her and trained her, and she was phenomenal. And this filly was a dead ringer for her, and I absolutely loved it. So just thank you to them, because I bought her on spec, and they didn't say no, and they took her. And unfortunately, they couldn't be here. They will hopefully make it at the end of the month. Lynn had a knee replacement, so I hope that this one's going to make a stride out a bit better.
Once they get here, please make sure you keep them under lock and key here for us.
Yeah, thank you very much. And just to our sponsors, World Sports Betting, thank you very much. To Hollywood, I mean, it's one of the greatest stages to be in the racing calendar, to be up here getting a reward. It's just amazing. So just thank you so much to them. Obviously, Fastfontein stud, top breeders.
Lovely, Glenn. There's Lancer, who's got your trophy for you for the first race. And a hearty congratulations to Messrs. Marden and Mathason as well. And to Fastfontein, the breeders, they are absolutely no strangers to breeding top horses. That's race 1. The action has begun. There's more photos that need to be taken on stage. It's their time to shine, the owners and their connection. So that's it. Lock and key. Favorite punters, as you heard from Craig, are off to a good start.
Africa's greatest horse racing event, the Hollywoodbets Durban July, race 1. Here we go, and the horse who got left in the gate was Pilot Flame, but they're off and running. Mauritania's right there. Crazy Blues is on the outside, searching for the lead. Lock and Key with a perfect position back in 3rd place. Then comes Nettleton. On the outside of that is Bosnay. Beyond Queen's got the blue cap. Near the rail is Flamboyant Flyer, Kishoughton. Then Tamil Tigers. Behind that one there we find Running of Johnsy, about 8 lengths off the leader. Vision to Achieve, and then Pilot Flame after being slow is about 10-11 lengths off the leader. And it's Mauritania. The awkward ride, the saddle has gone on Crazy Blues on the far side. So Crazy Blues, the saddle has gone. Lock and Key is prominent as they turn for home. Then comes Bosnay. Behind that, Nettleton. Towards the outside of that, Vion's Queen. Towards the inside, Flamboyant Flying Kishoughton. And Lock and Key now it's the front at the 300. Lock and Key, Nettleton's thrown out the challenge. Vion's Queen's on the outside. It's Lock and Key past the 200-meter mark. marker, and Lock and Key trying to run on Tamil Tigers, but Lock and Key by a length and a quarter and will win the opener. Lock and Key has won it. Tamil Tigers second, Vion's Queen will run third, and possibly Nettleton ran into fourth in the opener in the Hollywoodbets Durban July, Africa's greatest horse racing event, and the punters start off with the victory for the favourite, number 5, Lock and Key. This the master of my fate, Glenn Cotson, Richard Ferree, and they win it unbeaten in 2, won its debut by over 8.5 lengths. Second, number 3, Tamil Tigers, 6 rand, 10 a place. Third will go to number 8, and that is Vion's Queen, and then number 3 behind that. No, that was Bosnay who runs into 4th position. Tamil Tigers, and then towards the outside is Vion's Queen, and that 4th position I think it will go to Nettleton. Let's take a look at that. The toe favourite was the winner, and Lock and Key victorious, and that is owned by Marden and Matthijssen and bred by Fastfontein Stud. And what a way to start for punters on Hollywoodbets Durban July. Back to the studio.
There we heard from Craig Peters describing the first race. I nearly said Craig and Sheldon Peters, but Craig Peters describing the first race, and as he said, what a performance from Lock and Key, getting punters off to a wonderful start. And the second race is about 23 minutes away. This is the first leg of the bipod. It's the Amoda MR96 handicap over 1,400 metres. The off time is 12:25. The scratching is number 4, Don Kerrari, as well as the 2 reserve runners, number 14, Spelling Bee, and number 15, Master Christmas. And all the rage here is number 7, the Grey King. Craig Zaki teaming up with the Justin Snay stable, currently showing at R1.60 for a win and 80 cents a place. There's the lineup for you. I'm kind of leaning towards Good Traveller.
I do think that there are a couple other horses apart from number 7, the Grey King, that do have a winning chance, horses that have been tested on the poly track. But when you have a look at the Grey King, I think it's best to ignore his last start. They were trying to qualify him for the Hollywoodbets Durban July, and they took that route to run him in the Daily News, but things didn't go his way with the saddle slip in. But he's down in class on his current form. He's stepping down in trip as well, and lots of punters are in his camp, and I'm sure lots of punters would have taken Richard Ferree race 1 with Lock and Key into this horse here, the Grey King, and many punters would probably even be starting the day with the Grey King. But I think there's horses in this race that will make their presence felt, horses that run well on the poly track, that have been proven here at Hollywoodbets Greyville, and the likes of Good Traveller. Ibuto is a horse that is hard to assess, but he's always capable, and I like a bit of number 6, Diani, who I think is now going over distance that will suit him quite nicely. But let's hear more from Alistair Cohen.
Thanks so much to Raheel and to Graham upstairs. Well, I'm here with one of the stalwarts, one of the evergreens of KZN Racing, Mary Lally, who's obviously got Captain Casey here. But before we talk about that, I remember, was it 1996 when London News won? A famous name, Sleek Machine under Dougie White, nearly gave you the thrill of your life.
I really don't know which year it was. I'll leave it to you.
But your recollections of that day, nearly winning a Hollywoodbets Durban July, and your dreams and aspirations, the fact that you're still buying horses, for example, on Thursday, a few more coming your way, is the desire to win Africa's greatest horse race.
Yes, I'm always hopeful, optimistic.
Now, you've obviously got Captain Casey here. You've got a Sharon King of the Gauls later on. How much would it mean to you to have a winner on this great day?
I'm sorry?
How much would it mean to you to have a winner on this great day?
I've had a few runners.
Another one will look good on the mantle?
And usually they've been beaten very short amounts. Garth Puller just came and spoke to me and said he got beaten by the smallest amount of the horses.
Well, we're shouting for you today, Mrs. Lally. Hopefully it starts off well here.
We will see.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thanks so much to Mary Lally. We'll find a few more in the parade ring. Let's go to D's.
Yeah, thanks, Alistair. I'm just going to keep count throughout the day. It's strike 1 to the backers of the top 1. That's a wonderful start for the guys that went with the favorite in race number 1, and hopefully that trend continues for the rest of the afternoon. Well, Greg Bortz, his name is synonymous in change. Big change in the Cape racing. Greg, firstly, compliments on all the success that you guys have achieved in the Western Cape.
Thank you very much, Liz.
You're here today and you're here to enjoy the day, but it's obviously about the horses as well, and it could be a big day for the Bots camp, Oriental Charm.
Yeah, we are. It's hard to be too optimistic on such a wide open race. I mean, literally, I'm not sure that anybody winning would be viewed as a shock. I think all the horses there are there by merit, and it is as competitive a Hollywoodbets Durban July as I can remember.
I don't see Greg Bots in the name went alongside the Grey King, but what I do see is Gina Goldsmith and all these ladies that are involved. But obviously you're close to them. How's the mood in that camp?
Very excited. I mean, you know, syndication is a big effort that we focused on, certainly in the Cape and in Durban as well. And the Grey King was one of the first syndication efforts in sort of new initiatives. And what a horse they found. It's been a tremendous success, and obviously, you know, Gina and the Snays put it together, and it's been a resounding success.
You know, I'll be remiss if I didn't ask you about today with Hollywoodbets branding all around Hollywoodbets Greyville, which is the theatre of dreams. Your take on when you walk to the gates?
Wow, I mean, Dees, I grew up around the corner in Florida Road. You know, Hollywoodbets Greyville, or Greyville as it was at the time, is sort of, you know, used to be my spiritual home, you know. And I just felt, walking in here, I felt a buzz like I hadn't felt in absolute decades. What Hollywoodbets has done around, you know, obviously the city of Durban, but the, you know, this place and racing, it's just they brought the passion and the energy back into it. And I'm so grateful to have us, you know, to be their partners in numerous endeavors.
Whatever you heard or whatever you studied, what's Greg Bots' best pick for the rest of the day?
Get impressed.
Thank you so much. Alistair?
Thanks, Dees. Thanks, Greg. Well, I'm just here with Lance Watford before we have a look at the horses in the parade ring. Just from a gold circle perspective, Lance, we've started. We 1/12 of the way there, but so far happy with what you've seen?
Oh, very great. I was here earlier this morning. I have never seen so many people here. It's a good day. Hopefully it gets better.
All the best. Who's your selection in the big one, by the way?
Number 14.
Master Redoute. Master Redoute could be a shrewd man. Well, they're coming into the parade ring for race 2. This is the first leg of the first bar pot here at Hollywoodbets Greyville today. Let's just quickly get to Dees, because he's got a very special guest, a little bit of history to be made later on.
That's it. We talk about history, and unfortunately it didn't happen for Rachel last year, but we're not going to do any post-mortem. It's history now. She has a chance this year. Rachel, wow, there was a scratching, but you still got the reserve. Beautiful.
Yes, thank goodness. You know, obviously I was a bit disappointed about with our question, but partnering Shushliwi, I'm over the moon and looking forward to the race.
Talking about these big race days, you've experienced it in the past, may not be the big race itself, but you've experienced it on the international stage, so you're used to that kind of BMT that's required.
Yes, you know, it's like another race day. Obviously there's more people here, but that's about it. I treat it exactly the same as everything, and I'm just enjoying myself.
How is the mood going down to the start with all your colleagues in race number 1?
It's lovely. I'd say we're all enjoying the day. It's a beautiful atmosphere. The whole course is stunning, so I can see we're all in a good mood.
Well, this fella had a race the other day, and it wasn't a bad run. In fact, I go as far as say that you were a touch unlucky.
Yes, I would definitely say unlucky, and, you know, hopefully today we'll make up for it.
How's your mood for the big one? I mean, your chances, etc.
Looking forward to it. You know, we'll take whatever I can get.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Rachel's gone off to chat to a trainer, Michael Roberts. Yeah, just having a look at the horses in the parade ring and just walking around and talking to the connections. Guys, I can tell you that this horse that's in front of me now, easy to spot, Dappled, the Grey King, if he brings his A game to the track, he looks very hard to beat. And it could be strike 2 to the punters that back the top one.
Thank you, Dees. There in screen is number 7, the Grey King. He's quite full of himself. He's fresh. He's got an interesting track record because he's raced over 1,400 metres, the distance of this, the second race in the card, twice, and has won twice. He beat King of Spin back in December at Hollywoodbets Kenilworth and followed that up with a 3/4 of a length beating of Augusta Blue. But then he was stepped up Raheel over further ground, and that's where he incurred his merit rating penalty when he ran second to Green with Envy in the Politician Stakes. And he recently reappeared here in champion season, went second to Former Gear, and then, of course, second to Flagman. Forget the last run in the Daily News. The saddle slipped badly, as we saw in the first race with Crazy Blues. So when the saddle goes, the jockey's not able to assist in any shape or form. So you've got to draw lines through that last run. He looks impeccably well. He's on his toes. He's got the red earmuffs on, which are just to keep him calm. They will be taken off before they race. But I think he's too short in the market for me.
I think he's a bit short. 170 on the tote now, so that gives you the indication that it is 7 to 10 at this point in time. I think he'll sort of slightly drift out a bit as we get closer to race time, but there is value to be had elsewhere with a number of the other horses. And here's number 12, Romance in Rome, the second of the greys in the race. Now, he's a horse that absolutely thrives on the poly track. He's had 2 runs for 2 victories on the course and 1 run and 1 win over track and trip. He does have an awkward draw to deal with. He's got a big weight to lump of 61.5. He's a horse that does possess quite a bit of early gate speed. He'll certainly need to use it and be sharp out of the gates from gate number 12. But he's a horse that I think you could include into trifectas and quartets. But Dees, over to you.
Well, you're going to hear the name Kyle Johnson's a few times during the course of this race meeting, and I just saw your jockeys, Anthony, with the black armbands, the Hollywoodbets syndicate horses today.
Yeah, it is very, very sad. So young, and to just lose his life like that. It's like taking a little bit of gloss off this big meeting for us. I mean, we're all friends and we're all family, and a great loss.
It was a great gesture from the Hollywood team for your runners today, with your jocks to wear those armbands, and you got some nice runners this afternoon.
Yeah, it is, obviously. Holding thumbs, we can have a good day. I think we got a few competitive runners from most probably the 5th race. We start getting good towards the 8th, towards the last. I think we're competitive.
From all the trainers that you guys get input from, where was the most confidence coming from? Which horse?
I think it was from Garrett Sharfolia. I think she must have a good chance. I think she's better at the weight than Dean's filly. 3 kgs better off, so I think she must have a big chance.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dees.
Oh, that's Anthony Delpesh, and as you'd see, guys, black armbands on the Hollywoodbets syndicate runners this afternoon.
Runners presently leaving the parade ring, just watching number 13 go by us at the back of the studio here. That's the reserve runner, so a reminder that the reserve runner number 13, Sleek as Silk, to be ridden by Kelvin Abeb, will jump out of gate 4. Got a run as a result of the scratching of Don Carrari. The other 2 reserve runners, Spelling Bee and Master Christmas, they've fallen away. The betting says it's still very much a 1-horse race in favour of number 7, the Grey King. We were chatting about Good Traveller, caught our eye in the parade ring. I would have preferred 1,200 to 1,400 metres, Rahil, but I do think he's going to run a cracker. But we'll chat more about that a little bit later on, as here's Muzieni taking Prince of Green out onto the track.
And the field for the second race, passing by. Number 2, Prince of Green, Muzieni. Number 2, Q-Wing, Sipaslela Klingwa. Here's number 3, Good Traveller and Rachel Veneker. Number 5, Ibuto and Ant Mahudlo. 6, Diani, Smanga Kamalo. 7, the hot favourite, the Grey King, Craig Zaki. Number 8, Captain Casey, Daniel Muscat, welcome. Number 10, Wiseack, Cabello Mazzaniani. 11, Juliet Tango, the mare, Dennis Schwartz. Here's number 12, Romance in Rome, Tristan Godden. The 9 horses, Wiley Riley, Serena Moodley. 13, Sleeker Silk, Kelvin Abbey Brides will start at Stallgate number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, please be advised that the riders of the Hollywood Syndicate runners engaged in today's race meeting, they'll be wearing black armbands as a mark of respect and sympathy to their long-standing and much-loved team member Carl Johnson, who passed away suddenly last evening. His team and colleagues at Hollywoodbets and Gold Circle extend their deepest sympathies and condolences to the family and friends of our beloved Carl at this very sad time. On Thursday, of course, he was at the Hollywood functions. I've known Carl for many a year when he was still growing up at Clarewood Park. So indeed a sad day. We're going to now cross over to Arnold Hyde, who's going to give the jockey briefing. Let's cross over to Arnold Hyde.
Gentlemen, I thank you for your attendance. I just want to address you before the start of this race meeting today. It's South Africa's premier race meeting, Hollywoodbets Durban July. And everyone is obviously excited. The pressure's on. We can feel the buzz around the race course and around the city itself. In line with that, as I said, the stakes are very high. Everyone is watching. It's going out locally in South Africa, but it's also being beamed out internationally. Hong Kong are including 2 races in their Whirlpool event today, races 7 and 8. So that's just the status of the day. It reflects on the status of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, I must impress upon you that we encourage competitive racing, competitive riding from the saddle. But at the same time, we expect each and every one of you to come back safely and to return home safely to your families. We also consider the horses to be of paramount importance, and we want each and every horse that's carded today to return to the stable in a safe condition, in the same condition that they arrived on the racecourse. We will be applying the rules diligently, without fear or favour. Everyone is expecting a level playing field, and that is the intention of our rulebook. So the penalties will be meted out if transgressions occur. So just be aware of that. Like I said, we want competitive racing and riding, but we want safety first and foremost. I encourage you to enjoy the day. It's going to be a wonderful day. I think we're all looking forward to it. So let's end the day and reflect back on a most successful day, and one that we can look back with a lot of pride. Congratulations on being part of this race card. It's a fantastic premier race day, and I wish you all the best. Good luck. Thank you.
Well, as you saw there, that briefing by the National Horse Racing Authority Racing Control Executive took place earlier today at 11 o'clock when the jockeys all arrived on track. And it's something, Rahil, that happens every year with particular view on, obviously, the main race itself, the Hollywoodbets Durban July, 18 runners. And obviously safety is of paramount importance as the runners make their way down to the start for race 2, the Amoda MR96 handicap 1400 meters. And we were chatting about Good Traveller. I would prefer it over 1200 rather than 1400 meters, but then you also mentioned Ibuto, who's now won 6 times on this track. 6 times. He's a veteran of the polytrack here at Hollywoodbets Greyville. He's rising 7. He's a very seasoned campaigner, but he's got a very useful record, and of course he does carry the colours of the Hollywood Syndicate.
He's a horse that certainly loves the polytrack. His best form has come on the surface, and he's a winner of a track and trip. He won 2 starts back in a similar event, an MR98 handicap, when beating Rosh Kadesh with 54.5 on the back. And then last time out, there is a form update. He ran on the 26th of June. He was beaten 3.5 lengths by Don Carrari over 1200 meters, a distance that does seem to be short for him, and now going over 1400 meters is a horse that can certainly turn it on at the business end of things, and in a race where there looks to be a lot of speed. Wherever you look, there seems to be speed. I think they're going to go genuine tempo here, and I think it could pay to be with one of the horses that will be sitting slightly off them and banking on the speed being on, and they'll be doing their best work at the end. And one of the horses is number 5, Ibuto. Another is number 3, Good Traveller, and to add to those 2, number 6, Diani, he's going to absolutely love the speed being on. He's a horse that can turn it on nicely in the lane. He runs well over track and trip. He absolutely thrives over the distance. 9 runs for 4 victories. Simango Khumalo gets a good tune out of the son of Ideal World. He's ridden him 5 times for 3 victories. His last 2 starts have been over the 5 furlongs. Distance, a trip that's too short for him, and now going over a more suitable distance. I think that number 6, Diani, is going to run a huge race here at 12 rand 60 and 2 rand 70.
Well, clearly number 7, the Grey King, is a classy son of Vercingetorix. He's stepping back in trip. We've chatted about Good Traveller. We've chatted about course and distance specialist Ibuto. And you've made a case for number 6, Diani. Prince of Green is quite interesting, jumping out of gate 1, his first visit to the track. But you mentioned that the speed will be on. And when you are drawn wide, your chances are enhanced when the speed is on, because that will allow Tristan Godden, riding number 12, Romance in Rome, a very good-looking grey son of Denon Platina, and there's nothing wrong with his form. He ran under a length behind Teflon Man, and Teflon Man is taking his chances in the Post Merchants a little later on today. So there's nothing wrong with that form. He loves the track. He's run twice from 2 starts on the poly track. The draw, if it wasn't for the draw, I think he'd be a lot more popular in the market. But given that there is a bit of pace and that Tristan knows every inch of this horse, I wouldn't be surprised if number 12, Romance in Rome, actually mowed them all down.
It's going to be interesting to see how they ride this horse, Graham, because he seems to be most effective when he does go to the front end and when he's allowed to lead. But if they give him a chance, as they did last time out, and he did finish off his race, he wasn't beaten far. He could be a horse that provides some nice value for the exotics, a bit like the Exacta, Trifecta and Quartet. He's at £2.60 for a place, but £17.30 for a win. So he's definitely a runner that I think needs to be included into all bets here.
Never easy to win from the widest gate of all. Of course, the reserve runner that's come into the race, number 13, Sleeker Silk, inherits the draw of number 4, Don Carrari, the runner that she replaced. So Romance in Rome is very definitely drawn on the extreme outside of the field. Here in shot now, still wearing the red earmuffs, which will be taken off before they start to load. That's number 7, the Grey King. He's unbeaten over the distance, never been on the poly track. Romance in Rome is unbeaten on the poly track, having won yet twice, including one, as you mentioned earlier, over this track and trip. So it's an interesting clash of the 2 greys, the Grey King and Romance in Rome. But then, as you've mentioned, Diani, Ibuto, Good Traveller, they're all very much alive at the current moment. The Grey King is still very much a firm tote favourite at R2 a win and R1.20 a place. The bipod pool is climbing up towards the 700,000 Rand mark. The expectation for bipod 1 was that we would reach a pool of 750,000 Rand, and as we saw with jackpot 1, we exceeded that expectation, and I'm expecting us to exceed that expectation as far as bipod 1 is concerned as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're going to get to a very, very good mark in that bipod pool. You've got 2 minutes to still get involved, and it's looking very healthy at this point in time. Your top choice is going to be the 3 horse?
I'm going with number 3, Good Traveller, but I have healthy respect, obviously, for the class of number 7, the Grey King. It'll be interesting to see how he takes to the poly surface. What we do know is that Good Traveller loves it. We do know that Ibuto loves it. We do know that Diani loves it. And we do know that Romance in Rome loves it. So he's coming up against 4 runners, not just one. He's coming up against 4 runners with proven track records on the poly track. And so a big question mark against the Grey King is how will he take to the surface? That's anybody's guess. We'll have to see how the race unfolds.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be an interesting contest and a race that I think you're going to need to be smart out the gates. But you've got a minute to finalize those bets for race number 2. All the best if you are getting involved in that bipod. And let's hand up to Craig Peters for the call of race number 2.
Hill, the second race, a motor merit rated 96 handicap, and they're about to load up at the 1400 meter marker. The favourite remains number 7. They're starting to load up. Runners just milling around at the back of the gates. Favourite remains number 7, the Grey King. That's at R2. Your bipod pool is at 660,000 Rand. And it's just about race time. Queuing about to step forward. Diani. The Grey King coming up. Captain Casey, Prince of Green, Ibuto, Sleeker Silk, Good Traveller, Wise Act, Julia Tango. They sent on their way. That is from the 1400-meter marker, and let's see how they play this one. Sleeker Silk is the early leader. Diani's on the outside, and they're followed further back by Captain Casey. Wise Act, Romance in Rome. At this stage, Q-Wing's about 5 lengths off them with Good Traveller. Then the Grey King, that's racing about 6 or 7 lengths off the leader. Behind that's Wiley Riley, Prince of Green. Behind that, Abuto. And Julia Tango is one of the trailers, about 7 or 8 lengths top to tail. Romance in Rome by a length and a half. Wise Act, Red Sleeves and Cap second. Diani's on the outside. Then comes Good Traveller. Sleeker Silk is on the inside. Then comes Wiley Riley, Captain Casey. The Grey King, that's racing about 5 or 6 lengths off the leaders as they turn into the home stretch. And towards the inside, Q-Wing. Top of the lane, just over 400 metres to go. Romance in Rome, the leader. Towards the outside, Diani. And then comes Good Traveller, Wise Act. The Grey King is now trying to put in a claim, and towards the inside, Sleeker Silk. It's Diani the leader. The Grey King's the big danger, and Good Traveller's running on the outside, but Diani's hanging tough, and it's Diani going on for the victory, and it goes to Diani. Second place will go to the Grey King, and then came Good Traveller and Q-Wing. Number 6, Diani is the winner. 12.90 and 2.80, and this is for Miss Kay Haddon, Dennis Bosch, and Smanga Kumalo, number 6, and they win it by about a length and a quarter. Second, number 7, the tote favourite, the Grey King. Third, number 3, Good Traveller. Then number 2, Q-Wing and Captain Casey. Further back in the run, Julia Tango, Sleeker Silk. So the first grey is Romance in Rome. The favourites immediately behind that, that's the next grey, and that's the Grey King. But then coming on, Diani continues to fight back, and Diani will record 6 wins from 22 outings, bred by Vulgabush Drift and Maritzfontein, Samanga Kamalo, and they win it. The bipod pool at 681,000. I'm going to take up TV duties. Sheldon will take you through the next couple of races. Back to the studio.
Broad smile on Rahil's face as Diani comes through to win for Samanga Kamalo and, of course, Dennis Bosch. We mentioned before the race you fancied it, Polly Specialist. Certainly the Grey King not disgraced. His first effort on the Polly track, probably too short for him these days. I know he was unbeaten over 1,400 metres coming into the race, but a touch sharp for him these days. He had been tried over further before, and then Good Traveller ran another very honest race to take that third spot.
Yeah, with the number 7, the Grey King, your favourite, he ran on quite nicely, but a horse that I think could just be better over a mile, and I'm sure that next time out we'll probably see him over that distance. But take nothing away from the winner, number 6, Diani. I thought a great ride from Samanga Kumalo. He got him into the ideal position, and the speed was on as we expected from the start. He seemed to enjoy the tempo when at the top of the lane. Kumalo just allowed him to move up under the hands. He moved up to the leader there, number 12, Romance in Rome, and he sort of just went past, and he gave a good kick at the top of the lane, and he looked to be great value in this race at R2.80 for a place and R12.90 for a win, as opposed to the R2.10 and R1.30 about your favourite. And it's another win for Diani, and I'm sure that Dennis Bosch will be over the moon, as well as Miss Kelly Haddon, who's a supporter of Dennis Bosch, and this horse has now won 6 races for, and he seems to be a horse that is lethal over 1,400 metres, and I'm sure that there's plenty more in the tank. Good Traveller, an honest run back in 3rd position, and then 4th we saw number 2, Q-Wing, who was doing his best work at the finish. But in terms of the bipod, favourite backers, they'll be happy because the 7 horses managed to run 2nd there.
Favourite running 2nd, Good Traveller 3rd, and a nice start to the day for jockey Samanga Kamalo. He was seen to good advantage in the first when running 2nd on the outside of Tamil Tigress, and coming through to win for Dennis Bosch on the 4-year-old son of Ideal World, bred by the Wilgeborst Drift and Maritzfontein Farms. Diani now winning his 6th career start. He pushes his earnings to around the 400,000 Rand mark, and Dennis Bosch on the left there will be absolutely delighted that he's got a winner on the biggest showcase racing day of the season. Hollywoodbets Durban July race day.
It's lovely to have a new sponsor on board, and on a big day like today, the second race was the Amoda merit-rated 96 handicap for 140,000 rand, and it's gone the way of the Dennis Bosch-trained Diani. Gives me great pleasure to welcome again Lance Whiteford onto the stage with me, and of course our sponsors, Shannon. She's here from Amoda, and she's the National Brand and Marketing Manager. Shannon, you're most welcome. Lovely to have you up on stage with us. The groom of Diani is a gentleman by the name of Ma Boy, and he gets 2,000 rand from Hollywoodbets. He also gets 1,000 rand from Amoda, who is our sponsor. So he goes home with 3,000 rand, ladies and gentlemen, our groom of Diani. His name is Ma Boy. Well done, Ma Boy. Hearty congratulations, and well done, Ma Boy Mzaba. Now it gives me great pleasure to call upon Samanga Kamalo, who is the jockey in question. And Samanga, red-hot favourite in the race, but Diani's no slouch. And to come home and be greeted by Kelly Haddon must have been a very special moment for you.
Oh yes, you know, just with Kelly, what a lady in racing. You know, she comes out here prepared, and I think the last meeting here we had a winner, and she said she's got a lovely dress. She want to put it on, and please, I must just do my best. And I say, don't worry. As I say that, obviously today again, she said, please. I tell her again, don't worry. So you know, this was, I've ridden him 5 times, 6 times now, 3 winners. I know him, my palm of my hand, and today, canter him down. He was feeling really good. Gave him a nice shot to the 16 marker, came back, gave him a nice light canter, and I knew, you know, he had to come out of the gates racing and take it from there, you know. Coming to the 400, you can see he's just waiting for them, and once I built on him, asked him for that effort, he picked it up, and he knows when I ask him, he gives it. Obviously, when they pull up, when the other horses came, he thought, oh, well, let's go again. I said, no, we've done the job now. Big thanks again to Dennis Bosch. You know, obviously myself and Monty and Saga went to Summerfield, and now we put a leg over all our runners. And, you know, he gave me quite a nice feel, and I thought I had to ride him with a lot of confidence. So well done to Mr. Bosch for allowing us to put a leg off at home, and I think that really helped. And yeah, to Kelly, to the other connections, the Brewer family, you know, well done to them. It was a special day. And to my sponsors, Maurice Fontaine, Bosch Drift, well done to them. And to Hollywood, well done for putting up such a great event. So it's nice and vibrant, so well done to Hollywood. And again, to the Billing fans.
There he is, Samanga Kamalo. Whoop, whoop, indeed. There's Shannon and, of course, Lance. There's lots of prizes and trophies, and well done to you, Samanga Kamalo. And let's get Dennis Bosch into the winners area. And Dennis Bosch, no stranger to riding winners, no strangers to training winners. Dennis, this horse of yours, Diane's been very good to you and Kelly.
Yeah, we've been putting him, you know, it's an ideal world. You would think that he would want a lot of ground, but if you look at him, he's not a very big horse. I said to Darren and Kelly today, he is a runner today. And I opted the last minute to put quarter scoops on him just to make him concentrate, and it was a 1400, which is what he's looking for. So I think today won a good race. You know, Samanga let him race right up there. And well done to Kelly and Darren. You know, without the support of the owners, and I think what a great venue today. And it's just nice to kick off with, I'm always lucky on July Day, you know.
Dennis, well done. Hearty congratulations to you and your whole team. There's Lance and Shannon. They have lovely prizes for you to take home. And of course, Lauren as well will enjoy that Pongrats with you. Gives me great pleasure to call upon the lady. Dennis, you need to have some photographs, please, Dennis. Don't run. Okay, Dennis is coming back. Dennis will come back. He's going around to make sure the champagne is safe. Kelly Haddon, the lady of the moment. I remember not so long ago, and it's quite hard not to get emotional, because not so long ago you entered the racing industry as a small owner, and I say that with respect. As a small owner, any owner is good, but did you imagine a couple of months or a year or two down the line that you'd be standing on this stage, the greatest stage in Africa, having a winner on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day?
Never ever, but my blessings did come true.
Kelly, your dress is magnificent, your horse is magnificent. What a win. What a good horse this has been to you.
Thank you. All I'm going to say is thank you so much, Smanga. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you to my husband for making this dream come true. And I'm doing this for all the women out there, guys. Women empowerment.
There we go, women empowerment. There's all the cameras you need to have a look at. I'm stepping out of the way. There's all your trophies and all those wonderful things. And please get Dennis Bosch back to pose for some photographs. And we'll get them back. Ladies and gents, please don't be scared. They all want to take photos. These are memories you don't want to forget. Please come on stage. There's the camera, ladies and gentlemen, and enjoy the moment. That's it. The second race has been run, and it's gone the way of the Dennis Bosch train, Kelly Haddon owned Diane.
Sleeker Soul, Good Traveller, Wise Act, Julia Tango. They sent on their way. That is from the 1400 meter marker, and let's see how they play this one. Sleeker Silk is the early leader. Diani's on the outside, and they're followed further back by Captain Casey. Wise Act, Romance in Rome. At this stage, Q-Wing's about 5 lengths off them with Good Traveller. Then the Grey King, that's racing about 6 or 7 lengths off the leader. Behind that's Wiley Riley, Prince of Green. Behind that, Abuto. And Julia Tango is one of the trailers, about 7 or 8 lengths top to tail. Romance in Rome by a length and a half. Wise Act, Red Sleeves and Cap second. Diani's on the outside. Then comes Good Traveller. Sleeker Silk is on the inside. Then comes Wiley Riley, Captain Casey. The Great King, that's racing about 5 or 6 lengths off the leaders as they turn into the home stretch. And towards the inside, queuing. Top of the lane, just over 400 metres to go. Romance in Rome, the leader. Towards the outside, Diani. And then comes Good Traveller, Wise Act. The Great King is now trying to put in a claim, and towards the inside, Sleeker Silk. It's Diani the leader. The Great King's the big danger, and Good Traveller's running on the outside, but Diani's hanging tough, and it's Diani going on for the victory, and it goes to Diani. Second place will go to the Great King, and then came Good Traveller and queuing. Number 6, Diani is the winner. 12.90 and 2.80, and this is for Ms. Kay Haddon, Dennis Bosch, and Smanga Kumalo, number 6, and they win it by about a length and a quarter. Second, number 7, the tote favourite, the Great King. Third, number 3, Good Traveller. Then number 2, Q-Wing and Captain Casey. Further back in the run, Julia Tango, Sleeker Silk. So the first grey is Romance in Rome. The favourites immediately behind that, that's the next grey, and that's the Great King. But then coming on, Diani continues to fight back, and Diani will record 6 wins from 22 outings, bred by Vulgarbush Drift and Maritz Fontaine, Samanga Kamalo, and they win it. The bipod pool at 681,000. I'm going to take up TV duties. Sheldon will take you through the next couple of races. Back to the studio.
Welcome back as we move on to the third race, the first of our feature races for the day, the Splash Out 2200, which is the first leg of the place accumulator. It's due off at 1:05. Just quickly to go through the card changes. Number 2, Crimson King, is a scratching. Number 8, Pomodora's Jet, will be ridden by Cabello Matsunyani. And then, of course, number 14, Shlishlui, is a scratching because that's now got into the big race, the Hollywoodbets Durban July, and blinkers go on number 16, Perfect Witness, and number 17, River Romeo, is a scratching. Now, this is a very competitive handicap. It's run over the traditional July distance of 2,200 metres. This hill is really a race for those who are outside looking in to get into the 5 million rand Hollywoodbets Durban July. So same course and distance. We're back on the turf up until the very last race, when the 12th race will be run once again on the poly track. So it's very competitive.
It certainly is very competitive, and it's a race where there seem to be a few winning chances. It is the start of the place accumulator, so we need to get involved in those PAs. That pool is currently sitting on 1.5 million rand, and you've got 22 minutes to get involved, so lots of time to finalize your place accumulator bets. It's a field of 14 runners that will line up at the 2,200 meter mark, and I see the current favorite on the tote is number 8, Pomodoro's Jet. Now, he's been a horse that has been subject to a lot of betting support, Graham. He opened up at around 10-1 in the market. He shortened quite significantly into around 7-2. The question mark I have with number 8, Pomodoro's Jet, is the trip. Will he see out the 2,200 meter trip? For me, he seems to be a better horse over 1,600 meters. That's where he's done majority of his winning. I'm keen to see how he does go down to the start. The positive with him is that he does have a light weight, but going over a distance that is an unknown for me, that is a slight question mark, and they're going to go quick in this race, so he's going to need to be able to see out the distance. Otherwise, he's going to come up way over the final bit.
There are 2 interesting horses in the race, Master Fuego and Pomodoro's Jet, because their form is quite similar. They've both got 52.5 to shoulder. Muzieni rides Master Fuego. Cabela Matsunyani's picked up the rider number 8, Pomodoro's Jet. But they both have the same question marks. Untried over this kind of trip. In fact, the furthest that Master Fuego has gone is 1,800 meters, and exactly the same story for 8, Pomodoro's Jet. As you say, lots of money has come through the entire course of the week for number 8, Pomodoro's Jet, and he didn't seem to finish off his race in the Jubilee when beaten into 5th place by Meridius.
I think also what we have to take from that race is that he sort of had every opportunity to go on with the effort. He had a lightweight on his back of just 52 kgs, and if he was going to be good enough on the day, I think he would have got involved in the finish. But he didn't really seem to go on with the effort, and he was supported in the market as well, jumped as one of the fancied horses. But let's see how he goes. Dees Dynant is standing by.
Yeah, big moment for Mrs. Plattner today with Andre Nell and Plattner Racing qualifying Master Redoubt for the Hollywoodbets Durban July. Congratulations on that, Andre. Was a plan come together?
It was, Dees. I mean, we felt early on we just wanted to expose them to the panel and try and get on that way, get in the race in that way, and not really over-race him to get in the race. And it seems to have worked out nicely for us.
His preparation, etc., after the final field was announced, any hiccups or smooth sailing?
Exceptionally flawless. A lot of credit to Byron and Callum. This is a really nice spread going to this race.
And we spoke about the draw, etc., a few times, and you guys are not fazed by that.
Going into race, you always want a nice draw, but looking at the way the race might pan out, looks quite a lot of scrummaging in the inside early on, so maybe it's good to be out the scrum.
Okay, you got Cape Eagle in this race. Is it a fair comment that he wasn't himself on the day when he raced last time out?
Well, he missed the race when he got scratched for those TO2 stuff, and that was a hiccup in his prep. So probably not his best run in there, but he was under sufferance on that day too. We think he's doing really well today and expect a form run from him.
Give our best to the Plattner team and Mrs. Plattner, and of course to yourself in the main event.
Thanks, Dees.
Yep, that is a horse called Master Redoubt coming on later on, Alistair. And he's one of the outsiders in the race, but he's a horse that's got some form with the other runners where he comes in okay at the weights. Master Redoubt.
Yeah, he's an interesting runner in the Hollywoodbets Durban July. The first person who told me they liked a bit of Master Redoubt, I had to go and dig quite deep, but you don't really have to go as deep as I thought you might have, because on that World Sports Betting 1900 run, he's actually alive. Does he have the class to win? Don't know, but top four, no doubt that he can give quartets a shake. I'm just here waiting for Brett Crawford to chat about the Futurist and Pomodoro's Jet, well, Brett or Jane. But what I am going to do, I'm just going to quickly rope in Alec Laird. He's got no idea that I'm behind him, but I'm going to speak to Alec about Atticus Finch, one of my favorite horses in racing, part owned by an Aston Villa fan in the form of Lance Clark, hence I like him. Alec, Atticus Finch, not his first parade here at Hollywoodbets Greyville, but are you happy with him? Because you know that I'm a huge fan of him as a horse.
Yeah, Alistair, I'm very pleased the way he saddled up, because last time when we came here, he stood so quietly. It was almost like he was sick. And today he was on his toes and he's ready to go.
Does he have the game to win on a tight-turning track like Hollywoodbets Greyville?
I think so. He's a horse that's got the gas out the gates and put himself in a forward position. The one thing we don't know is he's going to see out the 2-2, which he hasn't done yet, but there's only one way to find out. And we'll give it a go.
100th running of the July. Do you remember that well?
Of course, yes.
28 years ago. Alec, have a great day.
You too, thanks.
Thanks so much to Alec Laird. I'm just going to quickly see if Team Crawford has come into the parade ring. We might have to rain check just for now, talking about their runners. Hello, Andrea. Nice to see you. And I would love to chat to Brett or James about obviously the two horses in this race, but perhaps more specifically about the runners coming a little bit later on today. There's Ponte Pietro, number 4 in shot. Dean Cannemeyer trains. Sean Veal takes the ride. He's got to be alive here, because I know that there were aspirations to tee him up for the Hollywoodbets Durban July. This, of course, famously the Splash Out 2200. And the irony of this race over history is that the time is generally quicker than that of the Hollywoodbets Durban July. And I reckon that would be a banker today, because we've got the likes of the Futurist and Baratheon and one or two other real speedballs who aren't going to hang around and set their own pace. So that probably allows for a closer like number 4, Ponte Pietro, to be quite dangerous in the opening leg of today's place accumulator. As soon as Team Crawford comes into the ring, I'll rope them in for a chat.
Number 4, Ponte Pietro, one of 2 runners from the Dean Cannemeyer stable in the race. Obviously, the stable companion is number 6, Master Fuega. Had a very good season last year, Rahil, and high expectations for the 4-year-old son of Vercingetorix coming out of the stable. Fair to say he hasn't quite lived up to expectations.
Yeah, he's been a horse that hasn't been able to really get a win this year in 2024. He last won in July, so still to win this season. But he's a horse that can certainly turn it on nicely. I think the key with Ponte Pietra is getting him to settle early on in the run-in. And if Seanville manages to do that, well, then I think he's a horse that can finish off his race quite nicely. On pedigree, you would believe that he should absolutely love every inch of this 2,200 meter trip. Given his running style, if he settles early on, I'm convinced that he'll see out the distance, and he must be a major player for top honours.
On screen now, number 1, Pyromaniac from the powerful Sean Terry outfit. Gareth Wright takes the ride. He's one of the outsiders in the field at 33 rand and 11.70. I think we need to give number 5, Mucho Dinero, a little bit of air time. He went bang, 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 bang between August and November. But this season, during champion season, he has not been firing.
Perhaps Hollywoodbets Greyville doesn't suit him. He's a country course specialist, number 5, Mucho Dinero. But Alistair has got that interview for us, a long-awaited interview with one of the trainers, Brett Crawford.
So thanks so much, Raheel. I'm here with Brett Crawford. He's got a couple of runners here, as promised. We'd rope him in. The futurist, any point changing what he did at Hollywoodbets Kenilworth?
Definitely not.
How's he doing?
No, he's doing well. He seems to have travelled up well from the Cape. He looks well, happy with him. So, you know, I think it'll be an interesting race.
Pomodoro's Jets, lightweight. There were aspirations to get him into the Hollywoodbets Durban July for lightweight. Here you are on the Consolation, just walking past. He's always been a beautiful horse. Will he get the trip?
Yeah, I see no reason why he shouldn't. His last run was a good start. We feel he's come on a lot and he's got a really good galloping weight, so expecting a good run.
You've done your bit on the panels through the week, but just with regards to the rest of your runners this morning, happy with them all systems go?
Yeah, all ate up well, look amazing, so you know, I think we're in for a good day. The sprint race, we got 2 very big chances, but 2 very tough draws to overcome, so that's not going to be easy.
Thanks, Brett. Have a good one.
Pleasure.
Thanks so much to Brett Crawford. At least we've got the voice of reason there as opposed to James. Dees has got Dean Caname, another key man today.
Yeah, thanks, Alice. Dean's got 2 runners here. Number 4, Ponte Pietra, who's not a straightforward customer, and an improving 3-year-old in Master Frego. They look superb, I must say. 10 out of 10 the way you've turned them out.
Yeah, no, I think both horses saddle up well, Ponte Pietra and Master Frego. Ponte Pietra, I mean, he's got good form. Just, you know, he's got to settle in the running of the race. If he drops the bit and relaxes, he's got a good kick. We saw that last time. Serene was battling with him up the straight, and suddenly when he got him out, he kicked very well. And so I haven't got any doubts about his stamina. Just hope he just relaxes in the early stages, or even try and grab that bit going up the hill. Then we go to Master Frego. First time I'm trying over 2-2. He won well last time coming from off the pace. There is a question mark about his stamina ability, but he does switch off, and he's got a good turn of foot. Good galloping weight, but if he stays the trip with this galloping weight, he can't be out of it.
What about the rest of your day? You know, we don't want to get too much in depth. You've done interviews, etc. What you're hoping for, the rest of your runners?
Well, in the Golden Slipper, we've got the filly running, and Gimmy's Countess, nice filly. She was rather unlucky in the Alan Robertson. I think a little bit more competitive today than the Alan Robertson. First time she tries the 1400. Her mother did go 1400 meters, but her best was 1200 meters. But if she's in a comfortable position, she's a lovely filly with loads of ability, and we're expecting a good run from her. Sometimes those 2-year-old races, the fillies and the colts, can sometimes be rather rough.
And the big horse, how's the mood in the camp?
Agreeing with him, he's done everything the correct way. His preps have been great. I was happy with the way he breezed up last week in the July gallops. He's nicely drawn. We are discussing it with the owners. Kaya Stables, Lady was here today, and Jean Malaba. We have a little question mark about the 56 that he's going to carry. But he's a top horse, and he's got a great turn of foot. And we also need a lot of luck in the running of the race. Any race you do need a lot of luck. But he's the right horse going into the race. The only question mark we have got is about the handicapper, as you've heard me on so many occasions during this week chat about.
Thanks for your time, Dean.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Sheldon Peters to call him down.
Thanks very much, Dees. Runners for race 3 passing by. Pyromaniac. Number 1, Pyromaniac. Gareth Wright. Number 1, Pyromaniac, passing by Gareth Wright. Ponte Pietre is number 4, ridden by Sean Veal. Taken down with the companion. Mucho Dinero, number 5, Richard Faree. To post Mucho Dinero. Master Fuego, that's number 6, Muzieni rides. There's a look at number 6, Master Fuego. Number 7 is the Futurist, Anthony Andrews. Number 8, Pomodora's Jet, ridden by Cabello Matsanyani. Number 9 is Atticus Finch, ridden by Gavin Larena. Baratheon, number 11, Jabu Jacobs is the pilot. Number 13 is Red. That's number 9, Atticus Finch, passing by. Number 12 is Street Art, ridden by Donnie. The filly is number 13, Red Maple, Craig Zaki. There's number 12, Street Art. 16 is Perfect Witness, passing by JP van der Merwe. 12, Street Art.
Welcome back as the runners make their way down to the start for the first leg of the place accumulator, the first of our feature events, a Grade 3 Splash Out 2200. And it was interesting to hear Brett Crawford's comments regarding the Futurist. Now, last time out, he went more than 20 lengths clear of the field and was still nearly 10 lengths clear of Bakaya. That was at Hollywoodbets Kenilworth on the winter course in the Pocket Power Stakes, but there's a lot of speed here. And the one horse that we were impressed with going to the gate was number 11, Baratheon. So the Futurist and Baratheon, they're likely to go forward.
Two horses that possess quite a lot of speed, but no one's quicker than the Futurist out those gates, Graham. We saw it last summer. This horse absolutely took off and he was gone. And he was never sighted. He won by an absolute street. And given it was a race where the points are sort of closed up, but you could only give him 6 points for that win, and he's on a mark of 104. Anthony Andrews aboard once again. The thing with the Futurist is that he never follows up a win with a good run. His next start after a win is generally a poor run, and it's been that trend throughout his career. You can see when he beat Southern Song by half a length, his next start was a poor run. He was beaten 17 lengths, and then he bounces back to form, and then it's an okay run, and then a good run, and then 2 poor efforts, and then he's back in the number 1 box. So he's a hard horse to get right, number 7, the Futurist, and those that got him right last time out would have been absolutely smiling going through the 1,000 meter mark. They would have started counting the cash because he was that far clear. But in this race, is he going to be the same horse as he was last time out? That's going to be interesting to see. His horse that I give more of a place chance to than a winning one. I think that there's horses in this race that could have his number, but let's see how he goes.
He's won 5 times from 22 starts, but this is his first appearance in KwaZulu-Natal. Obviously, Hollywoodbets Kenilworth is a left-handed bend, and Hollywoodbets Greyville is a right-handed turn. Not sure that will make any difference, but it's going to be interesting to see how this race is run, because Baratheon and the Futurist, they're natural front runners. They're not going to want to cut throats, and you made the point that the Futurist is probably quicker in the early stages, so Jabu Jacobs is likely to take a seat on number 11 Baratheon. But there are many with chances in this race. The favourite continues to be number 8 Pomodora's Jet, showing 390 and 190. Again, we stress a chance ride for Kabela Matsinyana. And I just want to make the point also for viewers that may be tuned in for the first time to watch the racing action here on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day, that the first 2 races run on poly, races 3 to 11 on turf. But generally speaking, the horses always go down to the start on the poly track. So, except of course for the big race itself, where they parade on the turf track. So, don't be alarmed if you see the horses going down to the start on the poly track, because for races 3 through 11, they'll certainly be coming back on the turf track. We were chatting about Mucho Dinero. Of course, it's a Richard Fourie, Justin Snaith factor. Richard Fourie got his day off to a really good start, winning on the favourite Lock and Key in the first. We were hoping he didn't give too much away in the canter pass, but he needs to step up in his recent form. He's currently showing at 7 Rand 10 and 2 Rand 40, so he's quite popular in the market, because you keep looking back and saying, but he won 4 in a row. Surely he's going to bounce back at some stage.
Mucho Dinero, I'm sure he's been a frustrating horse for Team Snaith this season. I'm sure that they expected a lot more from him, and he was a horse that they had Hollywoodbets Durban July aspirations with, and he was scratched from, I think it was the Met earlier in the year, and due to whatever may have been the issue that day, but he just hasn't been the same horse in KZN, and maybe the track doesn't suit him. Perhaps the short running is something that he doesn't enjoy, but let's see how he goes. He's a good-looking son of Twice Over. The distance is no issue for him at all. In fact, given that it's 2,000 meters, you would tend to believe, despite him putting up 2 poor efforts this campaign here in KZN, you'd expect this run to actually be his best run in KZN, given that he goes over a distance that's going to suit him a lot better.
No doubt about it. This will be a test for Mucho Dinero. We'll know exactly where we stand with him, because, as you say, on best form, he's certainly a player here. Another horse that goes the distance for the first time is number 10, Sundance Kid. Rachel Veneker got off him last time when he ran in the Cup trial. Not disgraced. 5th under 3 lengths behind Oriental Charm, one of the leading lights in the Hollywoodbets Durban July. And she said, go further. And so Sundance Kid runs here as a result of the recommendation made by Rachel Veneker. So she retains the ride, she goes there, actually knows him now. She only rode him for the first time last time out, went over 1,800 meters. So she'll have learnt a little bit from that run, and it's her suggestion that he goes further, this 4-year-old son of Master My Fate. So it's going to be interesting to see, because he's only got 52.5 on his back, and along with Master Fuega and Pomodora's Jet, they can get into the mix because they've got quite a pull at the weights.
Yeah, they certainly do come in with light weights, and it's interesting that Rachel has suggested to go further, because when I watched his last start, I thought that maybe 1,800 meters a touch too far, because he seemed to have enough over the final bit. But Rachel will have a better understanding, and she's decided that this horse probably needs to go further. And then I think it would be remiss if we couldn't mention number 3, Cape Eagle, because he's a horse that was actually well back last time out in the track and ball derby behind Future Pearl. He didn't put his best foot forward, but he's a horse that has proven that he stays well. He won in his penultimate start, winning the Highland Knight. He's got just 56.5 kgs on the back. He's a horse that has been used to carrying top weight, but with the pace likely to be on, I think he's going to get a nice run in transit, and he's going to be the top choice for me in race number 3. I think that he'll finish off his race quite nicely. I think he's a massive player for top honours.
No stranger to the winners' enclosure. He's won 8 of his 24 starts, so 1 in every 3 strikes a win, and you're certainly entitled to be in the camp of number 3, Cape Eagle. He's generally very game, very gutsy, very honest. As you say, that last run was a little out of character, but we heard from Andre Nel earlier that he had missed a race as part of his preparation into the Tab Gold Derby. Atticus Finch. We had a quick word, Dees, I think it was, we had a quick word with Alec Laird, who of course won the July those so many years ago with London News. He also, like Mucho Dinero, won 4 in a row leading in towards the Summer Cup, but since then, until his last run, when second in the Jubilee, suddenly back to form, beaten under a length by Meridius. They're starting to load, so we've run out of time, but we'll know the answer very soon as to who's going to win. Race 3 on the card, the Splash Out 2200. Let's head up to Sheldon.
Thanks very much, Graham. Runners for the third race. Splash out 2200, grade 3. 2200 meters. Starting point of the Hollywoodbets Durban July. Pomodora's Jet moving forward. Sundowns Kid. Baratheon to come up. Street Art. Master Fuego, the Futurist. Pyromaniac. Cape Eagle, Ponte Pietra. Red Maples in. 2,200 meters and they sent on their journey. Not a bad beginning from the 2,200 meter marker. Red Maple. Black body with the red cap has dropped out to anchor. Sundowns Kid, the Futurist, along the inside running rail now burns to lead, and there goes the Futurist with the red cap. Sundowns Kid back into second as they're about to go into the first turn and move towards the drill hall at the 1,600 meter zone. Pomodora's Jet and Baratheon on the outside. Then we have Cape Eagle racing about 4 to 5 lengths off the leaders. Street Art on the outside. Then we have Master Fuego, Atticus Finch with the yellow cap as they start to stretch out. And it's number 7, the Futurist, doing the buying and the bidding by 3. Further back in the running, Ponte Pietra, Rocky Reeve. Pyromaniac, 14 lengths off with Mucho Dinero. And Red Maple must be 16 lengths off this leader. In front, the Futurist, in front by 2.5 lengths, heading some half-decent fractions from Sundowns Kid in second as they race past the 1,000 meter zone. Cape Eagle scraping paint back in third, Baratheon on the outside. Then the money horse Pomodora's Jet, that's in the Kaya stables, yellow and black silk Street Art. Perfect Witness, they're racing in pairs. Master Fuego's further back. Atticus Finch has got about 7 or 8 lengths to make up. Ponte Pietra and Rocky Reef getting to know another. On the outside of runners, Mucho Dinero's trying to make an early move. 2 lengths, Pyromaniac and Red Maple. Homeward bound in the splash out, 2,200, grade 3. The Futurist, but there's many horses now putting on pressure. Sundowns Kid, Cape Eagle moves in. Pomodora's Jet to the outside. Ponte Pietro, Mucho Dinero's running a big race on the outside. Cape Eagle at the front, Atticus Finch on the inside. Mucho Dinero's burning up on the outside, but it's Cape Eagle from Mucho Dinero. Atticus Finch the inside. Cape Eagle though will soar to glory. Atticus Finch second, Master Fuego third, and Mucho Dinero ran fourth. So, soaring with eagles, spreading his wings as Cape Eagle. This is for the Andre Nell stable. Serena Mudley, Mrs. Platner, Laplace Stud will go on for the glory. The splash out 2,200, grade 3, 300,000. The distance of the Hollywoodbets Durban July by just under 2. Atticus Finch second, Master Fuego. Mucho Dinero moved up menacingly, coming to the 300. You'll see comes to the extreme right-hand side, but Cape Eagle will continue to plug away down the middle of the course. Bang in the middle of the centre, Cape Eagle is going on for that victory, number 9, so 1 off 10. Almost double figures, and Cape Eagle, bred by the Laplace stud Serena Mudley, they'll claim race number 3 at Hollywoodbets Greyville.
And there we saw the proper Cape Eagle. The Cape Eagle that Rahil was expecting to see, the bravery, the guts, the consistency. He's now won 9 times from 25 outings. The 6-year-old son of Vercingetorix, Serena Mudley in the saddle for Andre Nell. He rides often for the Andre Nell stable, but of course Serena's got aspirations of winning on Flagman later on this afternoon. Has deserted Master Redoute to ride Flagman, but Master Redoute, in my view, is one of the best long shots in the race. But let's focus on the outcome of this race. Cape Eagle, wonderful run.
A wonderful performance today, Graham, and last time out it was clearly things didn't go his way. It didn't seem to go quite a gallop that was expected. And today, with the futurists in the race, they were guaranteed to go a bit off a pace, and he got into the best position that he could have possibly been in. And I think Serena Moodley made the right move at the top of the lane, because he saw the futurists falling back onto him, and he had to go. He had to peel off his back, and at the top of the lane, that's where he won the race. And this horse continued to find all the way to the line. He's a solid horse. Last year he ran in the 1900, he ran in the Cup Trial, and he was far from disgraced, and he's just furnished as a horse. He's matured, and he's got better with racing. He's been a horse that used to just go to the front, but Byron and the team have managed to get this horse to settle nicely, and it's proven to be the trick. He's now won 2 from his last 3 outings, and he's a 9-time winner. He's loved every inch of this 2,200 meter trip, and he's deserving of a graded success, this horse. He's won listed races, but graded wins have sort of escaped him, and today is his day to shine, and he deserves a graded win, and he gets the grade 3 splash out 2,200.
We made the comment before the race that he's certainly very brave, he's certainly very gutsy. At one stage it looked as if Richard Ferrier and Mucho De Niro was going to make a race of it, but he then ran out of puff. I'm sure Alec Laird will be delighted with the way that number 9 Atticus Finch finished off his race under Gavin Lorena to grab the 2nd spot. Master Fuego staying on to finish back in 3rd. And the 4th placing, that will go to number 5, Mucho De Niro. He looked really dangerous coming towards the last 200 meters on the outside under Richard Ferrier, but he just didn't go through with his effort all the way to the line.
Yeah, he seems to be picking up quite nicely over the final 400 meters of the race, but he just seemed to have enough over the final. But a nice run from him back in that 4th position. And a lot of horses were trying the trip for the first time. A lot of them clearly didn't see the trip out, and I think it will be back down in trip for a number of them. But I think in terms of race number 3, the start of the place accumulator, I think that it's a fair result in leg number 1. I think that a couple of the fancied horses have missed out, but it's a fair result to get the PA underway.
Pomodora's Jet obviously went off as the tote favourite. We did raise serious question marks about his ability to get home over 2,200 metres. He certainly wasn't disgraced. He finished on the heels of the top 4 runners. He finished back in 5th position for Kabela Matsanyane and Brett Crawford. But it's all about the winner. Racing is about winning, and that's what number 3 Cape Eagle has done. Serena Moodley, a perfect ride. He got the perfect toe in to the straight, and as Rahil said, as the futurist started to drop back, he made an early move and held off all challengers. There's your winner, number 3, Cape Eagle.
He is a very good horse, is Cape Eagle. He's proven it today in no uncertain terms. He's won the Splash Out 2200, a grade 3 event for 300,000 Rand. Gives me great honor and pleasure to call upon and welcome Babu Noonan, who is the director of Gold Circle, Eugene Naidu, who is the general manager of Winning Form. Welcome to you, gentlemen, on stage. Cape Eagle is proudly groomed by Imzamasi and Imzamasi Nundlani. He is the groom of Cape Eagle. He gets 2,000 Rand from Hollywoodbets and Gold Circle and another 1,000 Rand from Splash Out. Well done to you, Imzamasi. Congratulations. Thank you. Well done. Congratulations, Imzamasi. Well done. Serena Moodley is the man who was behind the mane and who's built up a lovely relationship with this horse. and having a look at you, you know, going past that punch in the air meant a lot.
Yes, you know, he's been a real honest horse this, and he deserves this type of win. You know, I must thank Mrs. Plattner for the opportunity, to Andre, Byron, you know, Callum. They do a massive team work back at home, and I felt they got this horse in good order today, and he duly arrived.
Serena, a good ride from you. I know you've got a good relationship with this horse and, of course, with those colours. Well done.
Thank you so much. You know, I must thank my sponsors, Winning Form, first of all, and Hollywood. They do a fantastic job. Splash Out as well, you know. So it's a huge day today, and I must just thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for His blessing. You know, it's just a real privilege to ride on a day like this, and it's just fantastic we could deliver one today.
Well done, Serena. Babu and Eugene are there, and they will give you your beautiful trophies and your refreshments. Please don't run away, or you've got to weigh in, but there's many photographs that need to still be taken. Byron Foster is the man that's going to represent the trainer, because he's part of the training team. And then we are going to talk to, on Mrs. Plattner's instruction, to Andre, who will represent her as the owner. Byron, this horse prepared in KZN, you know, from forever. He's a special horse.
Yeah, Warren, thanks very much. He's been a great asset to the team, yeah, and he's really kept the yard afloat, and obviously Serena's got on really well with him. And look, last time obviously it was a tough race at the conditions of the race, but it was obviously a race we wanted to. Our program had been a little bit messed up early on, and we had to throw him in the deep end just to see how he was going to go, to try to get him into the July. Obviously he let us down, but we knew today we had him pretty good, and he was in a great space, and like I say, he's won a gutsy race again today.
To you and your entire team, hearty congratulations and a huge well done. And I'm sure you're going to enjoy the celebrations with the gentleman on your left.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, a big well done to Mornay on the farm, and obviously Mrs. Plattner. She deserves all the success she can get, especially on these big days, and it's great to have a winner for her. And obviously Andre's down, so well done to him, and again, well done to Callum. Serena, it's a big team effort today, so we're just very chuffed. Thank you.
Well done, Byron. Let's hear it for Byron Foster, who's in charge of the Plattner organization here in KwaZulu-Natal. Also, of course, part of the team is Callum Dixon. Lovely, all the team in this on the center stage here. Andre Nell, Byron, look forward. Celebrations. Now we call upon Andre Nell, who's going to represent the owner, Mrs. Sabine Plattner. And Andre, sad that Mrs. Plattner's not here, but you'd like to say a few words on her behalf.
Exactly, Warren. I mean, I'm sure Ms. Plattner will be really delighted with this win. Really proud of the team in Durban that Byron spearheads for us. And I mean, this was particularly, I think Byron's very fond of him. After having a colic surgery as a young horse, Byron nursed him back to health and won 9 races since. So it didn't feel right that I stand up here, collect the prize on behalf of the trainer when Byron's been doing all the work. So from the owner's perspective, I'm sure Ms. Plattner's very proud of him.
Well, you're the leader of the team. Very gentlemanly of you to do that. And a top team and organization is the Andre Nell Plattner Stables. And well done to Andre Nell, who is the leader of the ship, but ably assisted by Byron. And of course, the top captain of the ship is Mrs. Plattner. We miss you here today, Mrs. Plattner, but Cape Eagle has swooped the first prize of the Splash Out 2200.
Red Maples in 2,200 meters, and they sent on their journey. Not a bad beginning from the 2,200 meter marker. Red Maple, black body with the red cap, has dropped out to anchor. Sundance Kid, the futurist, along the inside running rail now burns to lead, and there goes the futurist with the red cap. Sundance Kid back into second as they're about to go into the first turn and move towards the drill hall at the 1,600 meter zone. Pomodora's Jet and Baratheon on the outside. Then we have Cape Eagle racing about 4 to 5 lengths off the leaders. Street Art on the outside. Then we have Master Fuego Fuego. Atticus Finch with the yellow cap as they start to stretch out. And it's number 7, the Futurist, doing the buying and the bidding by 3. Further back in the running, Ponte Pietro, Rocky Reeve. Pyromaniac, 14 lengths off with Mucho Dinero. And Red Maple must be 16 lengths off this leader. In front, the Futurist, in front by 2.5 lengths, heading some half-decent fractions from Sundance Kid in second as they race past the 1,000-metre zone. Cape Eagle scraping paint back in third, Barathian on the outside. Then the money horse Pomodora's Jet, that's in the Kaya stables, Yellow and Black Silk Street Art. Perfect Witness, they're racing in pairs. Master Fuego's further back. Atticus Finch has got about 7 or 8 lengths to make up. Ponte Pietro and Rocky Reef getting to know another. On the outside of runners, Mucho Dinero's trying to make an early move. 2 lengths, Pyromaniac and Red Maple. Homeward bound in the splash out, 2200 grade 3. The Futurist, but there's many horses now putting on pressure. Sundance Kid, Cape Eagle moves in. Pomodora's Jet to the outside. Ponte Pietro, Mucho Dinero's running a big race on the outside. Cape Eagle at the front, Atticus Finch on the inside. Mucho Dinero's burning up on the outside, but it's Cape Eagle from Mucho Dinero. Atticus Finch the inside. Cape Eagle though will soar to glory. Atticus Finch second, Master Fuego third, and Mucho Dinero ran fourth. So, soaring with eagles, spreading his wings as Cape Eagle. This is for the Andre Nell stable. Serena Mudley, Mrs. Platner, Laplason Stud will go on for the glory. The splash out 2200, grade 3, 300,000. The distance of the Hollywoodbets Durban July by just under 2. Atticus Finch second, Master Fuego. Mucho Dinero moved up menacingly, coming to the 300. You'll see comes to the extreme right-hand side, but Cape Eagle will continue to plug away down the middle of the course. Bang in the middle of the centre, Cape Eagle is going on for that victory number 9, so 1 off 10. Almost double figures, and Cape Eagle, bred by the Laplason stud Serena Mudley, they'll claim race number 3 at Hollywoodbets Greyville.
Thank you very much, Sheldon. We move on to race 4, the DSTV Gold Vase, another grade 3 event carrying prize money of 300,000 Rand. But now we extend the trip a little bit. From 2,200 meters, we go up to 3,000 meters. The off time is 13:40. Let's just give you some card changes. Number 11, Pirate Prince, is the scratching, reducing the field to 15 runners. Rahil, you're in form, my man, so steer us in the right direction.
Graham, I think that this is a lot tougher than race number 3 was. I think that there seems to be a number of horses that do have winning chances here. I think the likes of Nebraska is the one horse that keeps me interested because he won this race a few years back as a 4-year-old with Lyle Hewitson aboard for Sean Terry. And last time out, he showed signs that he may be coming back to his best. He was 3.5 lengths off behind Down to Business, and the distance is no issues for the son of Versen Getrix. He stays every inch of the trip. Gavin Lorena aboard once again, and the handicapper has dropped him 2 points after that last run. So I think Nebraska is the interesting horse here. He's at 12 Rand 20, 4 Rand 10. I think he represents some value in this race, but you've got to respect number 12, number 15, Breeze Over, number 16, Down to Business. You've got one-way traffic in the race. One-way traffic has always been that type of horse that you say next time with him, we're going to be with him next time out, but that next time hasn't come for some time. But I think the distance could just be in his favor. Razor Hallelujah looks to be a chance as well, and you've got a couple of other horses that do have a lightweight that will be looking to make their presence felt in a big way. So I think in terms of the pick 6, it is a very, very tricky start.
Some confirmed 3,000 metre type horses in this race. Those being number 6, One Way Traffic. As you've mentioned, number 12, Nebras. He also catches my eye. I certainly have him on my short list. A son of Vercingetorix who just won the Splash Out 2200. And Nebras, of course, who's nearly won 2 million rand in stakes. Nebras is a stayer of note. Breeze over, doesn't have a problem with the trip, and nor does Indian Ocean. But one or two others may struggle to get home over 3,000 metres. But let's head downstairs to Alistair Cohen.
Thanks very much indeed, Graham. Well, I'm here with the connections of what could be the forgotten horse in the DSTV Gold Vase. It's Nebras, who of course is a Gold Cup winner behind closed doors. It's just great to see Craig Zogby looking so well.
Thanks very much.
Now, 7 years old, at the ripe old age of 7, rising 8, Sean Terry's twisted your guys' rubber arm.
Aiden was the one who wanted it.
Was it easy to say yes, Aiden?
Yeah, 100%. When he said, let's go in, we said no problem. I think his last run was a great run. He was unlucky, he got bumped a little bit. And Gavin knows him well, so let's hope for a big run today.
You've left most of the boys from Benoni at home.
Yeah. Most of the boys.
You're from Umhlanga, you're the mayor of Umhlanga. I know you too well, but I'm not going to introduce him because that could take a while. But yeah, nice to see Nebras here with a lovely chance in the DSTV Gold Vase for 2024. And well, he knows how to take home some big silverware here at Hollywoodbets Greyville. So he's definitely not got his legs tied up, Graham. You put it.
Number 13, Tax Haven. 3-year-old son of Erupt. You don't often see this, ladies and gentlemen. He's still a maiden. He's a maiden running in the Group 3 DSTV Gold Vase over 3,000 metres. He's run second in his last 2 starts, both in maiden company. His best career run to date was when 5th in the South African Derby Grade 1 behind Purple Pitcher, but in only 3 lengths. But with 51.5 on his back, it would take some doing to break your maiden in a Group 3 over 3,000 metres here on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day. And talking about Hollywoodbets Durban July Day, I'm now joined in the studio by Devin Heffer, the Communications and Brand Manager for Hollywood, and a man who's put a lot of effort along with a big team. This is the culmination of all that work. How are you doing, Devin?
Graham, yeah, good to be here. I think the whole team is really relieved the final day has arrived. It's been 11 months of extremely hard work. You know, you've been a part of a lot of the festivities. You know, you've seen, we've been ticking the boxes as we go. Everything has been running extremely smoothly, and it's been fantastic to see the crowds that have come through today. It's looking absolutely amazing.
And it's always a big plus when we wake up to a glorious winter's day here in Durban.
Well, that's it. I mean, I think Durban's been showing off this week. Even last week when we had the Gallops, must have been the warmest morning we've ever had in years. And yeah, I think, you know, Durban is the warmest place to be. I'm just so impressed with how Durban's showing off, and the racing today so far has been showing off. I'm very happy with Cape Eagle's win in the last. It's got me out the hole. So, but you know, everything's looking set for a cracking day's racing, and especially the big one later. I think anything can happen.
It's a huge week for the city of Durban. Not just the Hollywoodbets Durban July race day today, but in a week's time, we play host to a very big rugby game.
Well, that's it. Yeah, we're really excited to be hosting the Springboks against Ireland at Hollywoodbets Kings Park next week. Tickets sold out literally within hours after being released. You know, I think I've received about 30 SMSs asking for tickets. But you know what? I think the Springboks are on such a high at the moment. I mean, we've been so lucky to have Eben Etzebeth as one of our new brand ambassadors, and his wife Anlia, and they're just fantastic people. But the beauty is that we've got an event like this, the Hollywoodbets Durban July, probably Africa's greatest social event, not just racing event. And then now, a week later, we've got a test match between arguably the best rugby team in the world. And the Springboks have been on everyone's lips, and we're just really looking forward to it. I think a lot of people who've come down for this weekend are going to stay for the week.
And usually, the Sunday morning after the Hollywoodbets Durban July, you would kind of lie in, spend a little bit of time with your family, but not so this time, because I guess you've got to pick it all up and go again for the big test next week.
Well, that's it. You know, we don't stop working at Hollywoodbets. You know, we've got such an amazing team. I think we've got 500 staff just working here on the day-to-day, you know, everyone pulling their weight, making sure we deliver an incredible experience for all our racegoers. And it's always a privilege for me to sit here, because it's, you know, I speak on behalf of my incredible team. You know, if it weren't for them, we wouldn't be here, and it just keeps getting better and better and better. And I think this is our 3rd year, and I think we're right on the mark.
Well, you gave away that you got out of trouble with Cape Eagle in the previous race, so you're not going to get lightly off the hook here, because this is a tough race, the first leg of the Pick 6, the DSTV Gold Vase, over 3,000 metres. So now that you and Raheel are both in top form, I'm going to lean on your form and ask you to steer me in the right direction.
Oh, yeah, no, you're very brave there, Graham. But, you know, I think at the moment I'm looking a lot at the top of the boards at the moment. The Razor Hallelujah. Obviously, Hollywoodbets sponsored trainer Candice Dawson, knowing Ali Cohen very well. You know, we've got Richard Ferree, record-breaking champion jockey on there. So, you know, he's got to have a chance. I mean, we won this race 2 years ago with Blackthorn, which was probably one of the best experiences of my life, and I'd be very happy for Candice if she could nail it here. I mean, she's got an incredible record when it comes to July Day. If you know the Tequila handicap, you know, her record in that race. So I think Razor Hallelujah would be mine. You know, when you talk to people like Ravon Smith and they talk about the dogs are barking, you know, everyone's been speaking about Breeze Over, but then you look at a horse like One Way Traffic. Justin Snaith, he knows how to get them prepped and ready, and yeah, I think leave him out at your peril.
I must confess to having a slight doubt as to whether Razor Hallelujah is going to get home over 3,000 metres. Best form seems to be over 2,400 metres. We do know that One Way Traffic and, of course, the Sean Terry trained Nebras, they ideally distance suited, as is 15 Breeze Over. Down to Business was a good win of the Lonsdale last time out, beating Razor Hallelujah. He's also got to answer a few questions, as there's a huge difference between racing over 2,400 metres and 3,000 metres. But coming back to your point about Richard Ferree, and you guys, I know you put up this massive bonus of R1 million for him to not only become champion jockey, but to take on your own Anthony Del Precious record and provide the incentive for him to do that. Twa Katra was... on our lips all through the season. It's been an amazing accomplishment.
Yeah, we're going to have to name a horse Twa Sen now, you know, for Richard. But, you know, it's, you know, the best thing was when we came up with this idea, and you got to take your hat off to Owen. You know, this was his baby when he came up with it, and he said, how can we reinvigorate the season ahead? How can we make this special? And, you know, to put up R1 million is an incredible incentive. And I remember, you know, Richard at the beginning of the season saying, listen, yes, I'm probably at the top of my game, and I really think I can do it. But he said, I want to win Grade 1s. But when he found himself come December, January, he was way ahead of the mark, and he thought this is game on. And you know, Richard is an incredible human being, incredibly down to earth. I think, you know, if he wasn't at the racecourse, he'd be on a fishing boat somewhere. But you know, I think probably the best humility I've ever seen, it came from actually Anthony Del Precious himself. You know, people can be selfish in this game, but he was the complete opposite. Him and Richard worked together on it. They discussed tactics. They discussed how can we make, you know, this happen. How did Anthony do it 25 years ago when he broke the record of Pierce Stratum? And you know, Anthony has been absolutely incredible. He's come to the mark, and he's handed over the record with warm hands, which I think is really special.
Well, records, as they say, are always there to be broken. Now, obviously, there's racing. You mentioned Africa's greatest social event. And on that side of the fence, obviously, Hollywood today have a huge number of your own guests that you're looking after.
Yeah, no, we got 2 rooms today. We're in the Silver Ring room and the Champions room today, and of course all over the course. You know, if you're not working, you're having a good time. You know, I think that's the thing. It's really special for us today. But you know, racing is the big part of it. This is what we're trying to do. We're trying to teach people about this game. We're trying to teach them about horse racing, so that when we invite them to a day like this, they come back once again. And we've seen investment coming through it. We've seen how we've managed our sponsorships on Hollywoodbets Gold Challenge Day, and yeah, hopefully we can just keep taking it from strength to strength, because horse racing is on the up. People might not agree with us, but I promise you, we're giving it everything.
There's no doubt about that. Devon, thanks for joining me in the studio. Try and relax a little. Try and enjoy the rest of the day. Hopefully you find another winner or two. But right now we're going to head upstairs for the Canterpast. Race 4, first leg of the pick 6. DSTV Gold Vase Grade 3, over 3,000 metres. Here's Sheldon.
Devon. Runners for the DSTV Gold Vase Grade 3. About to pass by. They'll pass the winning post on 2 occasions. Last of the runners leaving the parade ring. Here's a look at number 1, Dance My Lord, ridden by Nicholas Patel. 2 is Rock Fool, Kabela Matsanyani. It's a mixture of mares, fillies, colts, geldings, you name it, they're here. Number 1, Dance My Lord, for Mr. Michael, MJ Undal Racing Stables. Rock Fool for Mr. Finlayson, bred by the Ascot Stud. Number 4, none other, Craig Zaki rides. 1, Dance My Lord, and number 2, Rock Fool. And the full set of silks is number 3, Madison Valley, Caden Brewer. Explosive Bond, number 5, Rachel Venica. Number 6 is One Way Traffic, ridden by Daniel Muscat. 7, Shoot the Rapids, Kelvin Abib. Number 8, Raise a Hallelujah, Richard Faree, forward moving. 10, Prime Example, Diego de Gavea. The pick 6 currently about to reach 11 million rand, as number 12, Nebras, and Gavin Lorena canter by. There's a look at number 12, Nebras. Now you can get a good close look as 14, Indian Ocean and Samanga Kamalo pass by. 13, Tax Haven, Alaseda Kachedi. 15, Breeze Over, Muzieni. "16 is Down to Business, Tristan Godden with a companion. After number 16, Down to Business. Number 9, Basi Rakvat for the Sunday Mtloli. There's number 16, Down to Business, Tristan Godden with the companion. Clock says 2 minutes to get those bets on. Pick 6 pool, way past the 12 million rand mark.
Welcome back, and I've persuaded Devon Hefford, the brand and communications manager for Hollywood, to actually sit with me through to the start of this race, and we're going to be chatting more about some horses and visiting jockeys and the like, but let's chat a little bit about Hollywood's involvement with the Brentford Football Club.
Yeah, Graham, it's fantastic. They're sponsoring the 11th race today. As you remember, they sponsored the Post Merchants before, and they, we've had an incredible relationship with them. A lot tougher season this, our third season in the Premier League. It was really an acid test. We had at one stage, I think, 12 of our starting lineup were all gone. So yeah, it was very tough, but you know, it's fantastic to have John Varney, the CEO, here today. And on screen, even better now, is to see our other UK sponsored entity, Dan Muscat, wearing Hollywoodbets breeches. You know, fantastic guy, son of Peter Muscat, who's riding one-way traffic here. You know, Dan rode double superlative to victory in the WSB Cape Town Met. Absolute cracking ride if you can grab the replay, and you know, for him to partner double superlative once again, you know, that's got to mean something for Justin Snake to call him out here.
Well, it's absolutely fantastic that Daniel Muscat, who was riding during the course of the week abroad in the UK, and he's been a very, very successful jockey in the UK, and as you say, son of Peter Muscat, our very own locally based KZN trainer. I know Peter's very proud of him, and he must have a real chance of victory here aboard one-way traffic. Obviously, it's a wide open race, and it's going to be interesting to see what tactics Daniel Muscat adopts in a race of this nature. 3,000 metres. He's pretty new to Hollywoodbets Greyville in terms of a circuit is concerned. You go down past the grandstands, through the winning post, then you turn out right and you leave the turf, and you engage with the polytrack, and then leave the polytrack and up the back straight back down the turf. So it's going to be a bit of an experience for Daniel.
Well, that's it. But I think Dan, you know, Dan does have some experience when he was a youngster. He has done some riding here before, you know, being Peter's son, and before heading over to the UK. You know, the thing is, I think you're going to have a lot more kind of these races in the UK, so he'll probably know exactly what tactics to implement here. You know, one-way traffic hasn't won beyond 2200, which is quite an interesting thing. So, but you know, it's all about you know, the tactics and how you ride, and I think Dan is probably the right jockey for this horse. Justin Snaith the other night in our panel discussion said don't leave him out, because you know, although I mean it's been 105 weeks since his last victory, he's definitely a big upset potential here.
Favourite continues to be number 8, Raise a Hallelujah. That was the first horse that Devon mentioned from the Candace Dawson stable. Richard Faree looking for his second winner on today's card. He scored for the Glen Cotson stable on Lock and Key in the opener. And 380 and 160, the current tote favourite, number 8, Raise a Hallelujah. Betting activity generally leading into this year's 128th running of the Hollywoodbets Durban July. Been a busy time for you guys?
Yeah, extremely busy. You know, especially on the anti-push book. You know, funny enough, we've seen a lot of support for the widest draw of them all, number 18, Future Pull. You know, I think there's a few punters out there who thinks, you know, he'd be ideally suited to a distance like this. You know, that this is his game, and I know the Durban July might be a prep run for him for the Gold Cup at the end of the month, but you know, that there's been a bit of pressure there. You know, otherwise, it's been a pretty spread out book. I think when you look at the fact that this kind of race, with the favourite of 4.5 to 1, anything can happen on a day like today. And I think if you're a once-a-year punter, you've got more chance than anyone else there of backing a winner.
Quick comment about Sean's runner here, 12 Nebras. He's won this race before. He's won nearly 2 million rand in stakes. He's won 8 races to date, and last time a little glimmer of a return to form.
Yeah, well, I know Nebras very well because we had Blackthorn who ran behind him many a time and then beat him in this race in the DSTV Gold Bars 2 years ago. So he definitely is suited to this kind of distance, and he'll be good. He'll be one to watch.
Right, they're loading, as you can see, so let's head upstairs to Sheldon Peters.
Thanks very much, Graham. Note race 5, all horses cleared TCO2 testing, so race number 5 all cleared. DSTV Gold Bars Grade 3, none others moved up. Madison Valley in the full set of silks. Rockfall to the outside, Breeze Over, Down to Business, Indian Ocean, Tax Haven, Prime Example, Barcy Rockfoot, working with Dance Malord to come up to barrier 1. One-way traffic is set. Test of stamina. DSTV Gold Bars Grade 3. Raise a Hallelujah. Let rip. from the 3,000 metre marker. They'll come past the winning post on 2 occasions. There's a mad scramble for the lead. 6 of them going towards the winning line for the first time. Rockfall, one-way traffic. Shoot the Rapids is diving through between runners to get into a prominent position. Not far off the action. We have him behind runners, none other, as they move around the back of the tote board there, and Rockfall has the lead. Rockfall in front by a length and a quarter, and as they out of view, we can't see the runners at this stage. Now they come back into view from behind the tote board, and now we can paint the picture. Breeze Overs deeper out, one-way traffic, Dance My Lord. Then further back in the running, Explosive Bond. Raise the Hallelujahs mid-division as we read back through the field. As they go down towards the final 1,700 metres. Prime example amongst the back rank with Down to Business. Indian Ocean just ahead of this runner. Explosive Bond, they 13 lengths off. So Rockfall paints the picture 3 parts of a length. Breeze Over second, Tax Haven the maiden on the outside. Then we have Shoot the Rapids at the rail. Barcy Rockford, Dance My Lord. One-way traffic, back in 7th spot, 5 lengths off them. They're not going all that hard. Nebraska, Madison Valley further back in the running. None other. Red Cap on the outside. Indian Ocean. Explosive Bond tries to get a little bit closer at the rail. A length and a quarter, Prime example. Down to Business. If you had to cast a rod, first to last, 15 lengths in it. Rockfall ticking along 3 parts of a length. Breeze Overs right there with Tax Haven. Shoot the Rapids in the box seat. Black Cap at the rail back in 4th. As they go past the 1,000 metre marker. Barcy Rockford's on the outside. Daniel Muscat has one-way traffic. Mid-pack. At the rail, Madison Valley, Nebraska, none other. Indian Ocean, Raise a Hallelujah. Explosive Bond, Down to Business at the 700. They're now 10, 11 lengths off the leaders. And Prime examples at the back end of the field. DSTV Gold Vase Grade 3. Homeward Bound, 500 to go. Rockfall the one to get a hold of. Shoot the Rapids in stealth mode. Breeze Overs around them, Tax Haven. Dance My Lord between runners. Madison Valley's trying to close in. On the outside, one-way traffic. It's a tight gap between runners. Madison Valley down the middle. Madison Valley, Shoot the Rapids. Nebraska's running a cracker on the inside. One-way traffic's getting into it. The last 100 metres, Madison Valley, Shoot the Rapids. Madison Valley from Shoot the Rapids. Nebraska third, and maybe one-way traffic back in that 4th position. So, there we go. 1, 2, Madison Valley from Shoot the Rapids. Frank Robinson, 1, 2, the full set of silks. Caden Brewer for Mr. Sid Mudley, bred by the Clifton Stud by a half a length. In behind these, Nebraska. One-way traffic, so 1, 2 for the stable of Frank Robinson. 3, 7, 12. As they go to the line. Raise the Hallelujah, nowhere to go the extreme outside as they fanned across the entire turf, coming to the 300. And down the centre of the course, it is Madison Valley with the big payday, the Grade 3. The 2 Frank Robinson stable runners get close together, but as they hit the line, it is going to be number 3, Madison Valley, the Mumbo in Seattle, bred by the Clifton Stud at 13 Rand 10 and 420 the place.
What a race for owner Sid Moodley. What a race for trainer Frank Robinson to saddle the exacta in the Group 3 DSTV Gold Bars over 3,000 metres. Number 3 Madison Valley. Under Caden Brewer, edging out the stable companion, number 7 Shoot the Rapids, the mount of Calvin Habib. Madison Valley returning 13.10 the win and 4.20 the place. Number 7 Shoot the Rapids paying 4.10. A game third for number 12 Nebraska. Certainly can't fault the way he performed today. Returns R3.90 for the place Nebras. Fourth placing will go, in the end, to number 6, One Way Traffic. And if you were watching the head-on, you will have seen that Richard Fourie on Razor Hallelujah ran into all kinds of trouble on the outside, had to switch back towards the centre, and at that stage, the race was gone. But let's focus on our winner, bred here in KwaZulu-Natal by the Clifton Stud, who had such a wonderful sale on Thursday at the KZN, the BSA KZN yearling sale. 3-year-old son of Mambo in Seattle, out of Valdivino by El Mufti. Lovely pedigree, lovely for Mambo in Seattle, lovely for Clifton Stud, but most importantly, young Caden Brewer has won a race on the biggest stage in South African racing. And I'm sure Frank Robinson will be absolutely delighted that he's run one too. And I know for certain that his very enthusiastic owner, Sid Moodley, saddling. Frank saddles the exacta, Sid owns the exacta. What a day for them. Here is number 3, Madison Valley, finishing off the race best of all, 11th career start, 3rd victory. Earnings go towards the 300,000 rand mark. 51.5 to shoulder, relatively unexposed, and now the Gold Cup to look forward to. That's the story for number 3, Madison Valley, edging out the stable companion number 7, Shoot the Rapids, also bred here in KwaZulu-Natal by the Winelholm stud. And under 60 kilograms, number 12, Nebras, certainly didn't disgrace himself. There is Sid Moodley and family. On the right, Frank Robinson. In the saddle, Caden Brewer. Great win for number 3, Madison Valley.
What a lovely race for the Frank Robinson and Sid Mudley stable. I say and Sid Mudley stable because he's a huge, huge, huge supporter of Frank's, and it's been big payday today. First and second in the DSTV Gold Vase, the grade 3 for 300,000 Rand. Madison Valley is your winner. But before we talk about the team related to Madison Valley, it gives me great honor and a privilege to greet Babu Noonan, who's the director of Gold Circle, and Tsepiso Satege, who is the senior manager of DSTV sponsorship. Gentlemen, what a wonderful stage to be on, and it's a pleasure to have you on it. Let's talk about the groom of Madison Valley. He is the gentleman who gets 2,000 Rand from Hollywoodbets and Gold Circle. He's going to get 1,000 Rand from DSTV as well. And the gentleman's name is Velile. Velile, hearty congratulations. Your horse looked, as usual, from the Frank Robinson stable, $1 million. Well done. Now here's a young rider. Here's a young rider who is taking every opportunity he can with both hands. He's showing the racing industry he's here for business. This is the young talent of the future, Caden Brewer. Well done.
Thank you very much. I just want to say a big thanks to Mr. Robinson. He's given me a nice opportunity here today, and I'm just happy I could take it with both hands.
The race, you had the stable companion and you know, going to the line, but a gutsy win from this horse, Caden.
Yes, considering with the weight he had, he was a little bit under sufferance, but it was always going to be a game race from the beginning. It's always nice riding these long distance races on a big day like this. You know, everybody's coming here to win, so I'm very happy I could just bring it home for Mr. Robinson, the owners and his whole team.
Well done. There is Babu and Tsepiso, who've got a lovely trophy, the Gold Circle trophies, as well as the DSTV Gold Vase. Whoopsie daisy, look at that. There we go, keeping us on our toes. Thank you, Caden. Hearty congratulations to you. Caden, don't leave that behind. That's equally as important. Absolutely.
I just want to say also a big thank you to my sponsor, Sporting Post. I really appreciate the support.
Well done, Sporting Post. Winning form, Hollywood, all under one banner. Absolutely wonderful for what they do with all our other sponsors for the racing industry. Now, where is Frank Robinson? Well, he's no stranger to top horses. He's no stranger to training winners at the highest level. Frank, come a little closer. And Mr. Sid Mudley has backed you, and he's backed you all the way. And here you are standing on the big stage. Well done, Frank.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I mean, Sid's been a revelation for me. Bought me 2 horses yesterday, again, spent millions. And he just said, buy whatever you want, and I did, you know. So, yeah, getting back this horse, he was flying at home. If I didn't have my other runner in the race, I actually would have backed this horse. That's how confident I was. But anyway, I'm happy for Sid because it's something, you know, he's getting back.
Frank, well done. And as I said, no stranger to these big stages on the big days. Well done, and may your string go from strength to strength.
Thanks, Warren. Thanks very much.
Lovely. Well, there's the team on your left, Frank. Tsepiso and Babu. And celebrations and great joy for the team that belong to Madison Valley. Now, let's get Sid Mudley onto the stage, into the hot spot here. And Sid and his son and his mom's at the races, and the whole family, Mesha. They're a wonderful, wonderful family, and they're just loving their racing. And a bit like Kelly Haddon earlier on, a young owner, new into the industry, well, so is Sid Mudley. Sid, it gives me great pleasure to stand here next to you. Please come a little closer and talk to you, because after many conversations, how passionate you are about the game. You've backed horse racing, and here you are. Look at the thousands of people before you.
Warren, I'm just shocked. I'm actually still lost for words. I just can't believe I got the 1 and 2. I mean, I knew the horses were, you know, were well, they were good. You know, we planned. I took 2 months to plan, and we were aiming this race, you know. So I'm just happy to be here with my mom, and also with my son, my family, you know, a few friends, and that's why I'm in racing. You know, listen, it's just exciting. Yeah, and also, sorry, well done to Frank and his team, and to the jockey, Caden. I even told him in the parade ring, I said, Caden, I said, you're going to win today. He started laughing. But I'm very happy. And also I want to thank Cheve. Cheve is my son. and also the whole team that's been behind all the hard work in the stable. And yeah, so we look forward to much success in the future.
Well, we look forward to it as well. There is, to start filling your trophy cabinet, is some wonderful silverware, goldware from the team, and absolutely fantastic. Madison Valley, the team with Madison Valley, and Chevet as well, and Misha's here, and Sid's mom, and I'm going to step out of the way. And to all connected to Madison Valley, hearty congratulations. It's a 1-2 in the gold vase, DSTV gold vase, for the team that belonged to Madison Valley. 1-2, the exacta for Mr. Sid Mudley. On the big stage is Sid Mudley on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day.
Stamina DSTV Gold Vase Grade 3. Raise a Hallelujah. Let rip from the 3,000 meter marker. They'll come past the winning post on 2 occasions. There's a mad scramble for the lead. 6 of them going towards the winning line for the first time. Rockfall, one-way traffic. Shoot the Rapids is diving through between runners to get into a prominent position. Not far off the action. We have him behind runners, none other, as they move around the back of the tote board there, and Rockfall has the lead. Rockfall in front by a length and a quarter, and as they're out of view, we can't see the runners at this stage. Now they come back into view from behind the tote board, and now we can paint the picture. Breeze Over's deeper out, one-way traffic, Dance My Lord. Then further back in the running, Explosive Bond. Raise a Hallelujah's mid-division as we read back through the field. As they go down towards the final 1,700 meters, prime example amongst the back rank with Down to Business. Indian Ocean just ahead of this runner. Explosive Bond, they 13 lengths off. So Rockfall paints the picture 3 parts of a length. Breeze Over second, Tax Haven the maiden on the outside. Then we have Shoot the Rapids at the rail. Barcy Rockford, Dance My Lord. One-way traffic, back in 7th spot, 5 lengths off them. They're not going all that hard. Nebraska, Madison Valley further back in the running. None other. Red Cap on the outside. Indian Ocean. Explosive Bond tries to get a little bit closer at the rail. A length and a quarter, prime example. Down to Business. If you had to cast a rod, first to last, 15 lengths in it. Rockfall ticking along 3 parts of a length. Breeze Over's right there with Tax Haven. Shoot the Rapids in the box seat. Black Cap at the rail back in 4th. As they go past the 1,000 meter marker, Barcy Rockford's on the outside. Daniel Muscat has one-way traffic, mid-pack. At the rail, Madison Valley, Nebraska, none other. Indian Ocean, Raise a Hallelujah. Explosive Bond, Down to Business at the 700. They're now 10, 11 lengths off the leaders, and prime examples at the back end of the field. DSTV Gold Vase Grade 3. Homeward Bound, 500 to go. Rockfall the one to get a hold of. Shoot the Rapids in stealth mode. Breeze Overs around them, Tax Haven. Dance My Lord between runners. Madison Valley's trying to close in. On the outside, one-way traffic. It's a tight gap between runners. Madison Valley down the middle. Madison Valley, Shoot the Rapids. Nebraska's running a cracker on the inside. One-way traffic's getting into it. The last 100 meters, Madison Valley, Shoot the Rapids. Madison Valley from Shoot the Rapids. Nebraska third, and maybe one-way traffic back in that 4th position. So, there we go. 1-2, Madison Valley from Shoot the Rapids. Frank Robinson, 1-2, the full set of silks. Caden Brewer for Mr. Sid Mudley, bred by the Clifton Stud by a half a length. In behind these Nabras, one-way traffic, so 1-2 for the stable of Frank Robinson. 3, 7, 12 as they go to the line. Raise a Hallelujah, nowhere to go the extreme outside as they fanned across the entire turf, coming to the 300. And down the centre of the course, it is Madison Valley with the big payday, the grade 3. The two Frank Robinson stable runners get close together, but as they hit the line, it is going to be number 3, Madison Valley, the Mumbo in Seattle, bred by the Clifton stud at 13 Rand 10 and 420 the place.
So now the focus changes to the 2-year-old fillies for race 5, the Zulu Kingdom Explorer Golden Slipper Grade 2 over 1,400 metres. On screen now is number 9, You Bring Me Joy, to be ridden by Sean Veal for the Mowing stable. So Rahil, we've dealt with the stayers and the older horses. For the next 2 races, we're focusing on the 2-year-olds. And as Warren was saying in that post-race interview, that Caden Brewer and others in his sort of age group are the future of racing. So are these 2-year-olds that we're going to be seeing in action in races 5 and 6.
Yeah, absolutely. It's now time for the 2 grade 2s this afternoon here. And, well, race number 5, 15 minutes to get those bets on. And after race number 4 was the start of the pick 6, that pool got to 15 million rand. So it was a massive pool that you played into in that pick 6. And I guess you can say that you've got the result that you wanted in leg number 1, with a number of the fancied horses being beaten there, and Madison Valley coming through to win. Well done to Frank Robinson and Sid Moodley. But race 5, and the horses are in the ring. And here's number 6, which is distinct from the Glen Cotton Yard. Cabello Mazzaniane takes ride. Now, this filly is one of many that come from that form line behind Quid Pro Quo in the Alan Robertson, the grade 1 on sprint day at Hollywoodbets Scottsville. And she was beaten 3 lengths. She showed a lot of speed early on. And she's the filly that Gimmy's Countess got caught behind.
Yeah, Gimmy's Countess was a very unlucky loser of the Alan Robertson Grade 1. She was caught on the fence, but we're saying that she's an unlucky loser. She needs to turn that form around to show that she was indeed an unlucky loser that day. They all go up from 1,200 metres at Hollywoodbets Scottsville to 1,400 metres around the right-handed turn here at Greyville. To Quid Pro Quo's advantage is the fact that she's drawn in pole position. She's won her last 3 starts, including the Grade 1. Trained here locally now by Baron Boertis, and Samanga Kamalo, who's won on Quid Pro Quo the last 2 starts, gets the ride again. Makes the job a lot easier if you're drawn in Gate 1.
It does, but she is going to need to make use of gate number 1, because last time out she was sluggish out those gates, and she was caught in a pocket, was number 1 Quid Pro Quo. And like Gimmy's Countess, if this filly got beat, she would have been an unlucky loser as well if she was beaten on the day. So there were 2 horses to take her from the race. The winner that beat Rodeo Drive, who we saw Frank the form last week, and the horse that finished in 4th position, Gimmy's Countess. So there's going to be lots of attention on these 2 fillies in this race, and those are the 2 fillies that we've taken out from that sprint day run. But here's an interesting horse in the form of number 3, Katiwe's Destiny, because Mike de Kock, when interviewed prior to this filly running, he was quite upbeat at Hollywoodbets Scottsville 13 days ago, that he thought that she would have gone well in the Devonair Stakes, and she won last time out, and she's a filly that could run a huge race. But Alistair is standing by with an interview.
Thanks very much, Graham and Rahil. I'm just here with Baron Boertis, who of course saddled this filly, this daughter of Lance, to her first Grade 1 winner. Baron, happy with her? She's in the same shape as she was going into Maritzburg?
Yeah, very full of herself today. I kept her walking just to keep her calm, but fit and well. Hope for the best.
All the best. Thanks so much to Baron Boertis. I was actually with him for only 10 minutes yesterday at Summerfeld, and the operation that he runs and the way that Baron does things, it's Baron's way, but it's an effective way that we know. Just watching them come past me, and I'm waiting for number 7, Gimmy's Countess, who is obviously the favourite in the Zulu Kingdom Explorer Golden Slipper. The Katiwa's Destiny comes past. She is smashing daughter of Buffalo Bill Cody. She's stripped, she's fit, she's defined, she's got everything in the right place. Of that there is no doubt. Still no sign of Gimmy's Countess, not past me anyway. There she is in the background. No wonder she hasn't come past me yet, but that is undoubtedly the horse that they need to beat. She's certainly, from what I can see, imposing. She's well put together, well built, and clearly very racy. Let's see if she can make amends for what happened at Hollywoodbets Scottsville at the start of June. As they go down to the start, let's get upstairs.
Early runner out was number 10, Siberian Winter, the mount of Rachel Venica for Michael Roberts, who of course saddled steered again in the big race. Balance of the field will be leaving shortly, but for the meantime, let's get downstairs to Design.
Yeah, thanks. Nice to have the guys here, and nice to meet Mr. Larry Nestat after a very long time. Kenneth, what a special horse you seem to have on your hands.
Oh, Dee's a shame. She's been wonderful to train, and obviously big day, wide draw, and first time over the distance. But she's well at home and she's working well, and we're just hoping that they have a nice clean race and she's competitive.
Talking about stepping them up, Truth, he's done everything you've asked of him thus far.
He has done, Dees, and you know, this is a step up for him, and yeah, we're taking our chances.
Thanks for that. And Lindsay, last word from you.
Sorry, I didn't quite hear what Candace said, but
she was quite confident about you, filly.
Yeah, well, that's great, because what champion 2-year-old in the Highveld won the sales race in Cape Town. Sure. So she's won in Cape Town, she's won in Joburg, and now she's coming to win in KZN with a bit of luck.
Well, you've had a lot of success with Candace, and maybe another chapter for you.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Guys, the horses are leaving the parade ring, so we'll hand over to Sheldon.
As number 2 whistle the tune passes by. Richard Ferrier's the pilot. Number 3, Katiwa's Destiny. Muzieni. Favara number 4. Grant Van Nikkek. Then number 5, which is Beautiful Rania. Raymond Danielson is the pilot. Number 6, Disdain. Kabela Matsunyani. Full set of silks for number 9, You Bring Me Joy. Then number 8, Just Reckless passing by. Sean Veals on number 9, You Bring Me Joy. Pierce Striker Stratum. Fatal Flaw number 12. There's a nice look at number 12, Fatal Flaw, moving by. Sorcerer Supreme number 14 will sport a red cap, ridden by Serena Woodley. As number 11, Little Ballerina, Gavin Lorena. Number 13 is VJ's Angel, ridden by Kelvin Abib. Goes down with the red earmuffs on. Those will be removed down at the gate. The favourite is number 7, Gimmy's Countess, ridden by Craig Zaki, currently paying $250 and $150 the place. Here's a nice look at number 7, Gimmy's Countess. Race number 5 is the Zulu Kingdom Explorer Golden Slipper, grade 2 for R500,000 at stake. Still have number 5, Beautiful Rania to pass by. Number 4 is Valvara, Grant Van Nikkek. Yellow cap of number 5, Beautiful Rania, ridden by Raymond Danielson. Clock says 7 minutes to post time. Get those bets on. Runners and riders on their way down to the gate.
Welcome back as the runners make their way down to the start for this grade 2 event for 2-year-old fillies, the Zulu Kingdom Explorer Golden Slipper over 1,400 meters. The form suggests that the leading lights could be numbers 1, Quid Pro Quo, 3, Katiwa's Destiny, 7 Gimme's Countess, and 11 Little Ballerina. I have to say, Rahil, I was quite impressed with the way that number 7 Gimme's Countess moved to the gate. She was nice and relaxed and not getting above herself, but there were others to like as well.
Yeah, number 7 Gimme's Countess is a smashing looking daughter of Gimme the Green Light from the Dean Caname yard. She's got quite a bit of presence about her, and well, last time out we all know what happened at Hollywoodbets Scottsville. She had traffic problems, and only over the final 50 do you actually see this filly actually quicken up, and the manner in which she hit the line would suggest that she's absolutely going to love 1400 meters, and I think that with a bit of luck in running, she's the filly that they all need to beat. Now, we've got to have healthy respect for number 1 Quid Pro Quo, because she's a filly that has won 3 races. She's drawn in 1. Samanga Kumalo knows her well. She's a Grade 1 winner. No other horse in this race has tasted success at Grade 1 level just yet in their career. She's a filly that Baron Botas has always said from the start he believes that she will go further, and I'm hoping that she makes use of gate number 1, because last time out she was sluggish out, and Samanga Kumalo just had to get at her to ask her to pick it up, and she was also a filly that was caught in a pocket, but once she found a gap, she absolutely quickened up so well, and she won a nice race going away, beating Rodeo Drive. Now, I think that she could be the filly that from gate number 1 they may have to beat her, because she could likely get the run of the race, and she's going in the right direction. So 1 and 7, those are the two that stand out to me, but we both agree that number 3 Ketiwe's Destiny is a good looker, and she's got the attributes to win a race of this nature.
There's no doubt about it, and Mike de Kock is quite excited about her. Are we, as punters and as presenters, being disrespectful to number 8 Just Reckless? I can't believe she's paying 26.20 on the tote for a win and 3.60 for a place. She ruined her chances in the Alan Robertson by hanging out very badly. Of her own accord, she caused her own undoing in the race. But if you go back in the form lines, she gave 3 kilograms to Quid Pro Quo back in February and beat Quid Pro Quo. She went up to the Highveld, and many say that she was a little unlucky not to get closer to Little Ballerina in the nursery at Turffontein. Then she beat the very decent Cape Philly Dark Winter. And even though she hung all over the track at Hollywoodbets Scottsville, she was no more than a length behind Quid Pro Quo, 3/4 of a length behind Gimme's Countess, and yet she seems to have dropped completely off the radar.
I really liked her last time out. I thought she'd go very close to winning. She was a filly that I expected a lot better from, and the yard as well, and she is there on screen. 3.60 rand, 26 rand for a win. There's lots of value about this filly, and when you have a look at a pedigree out of a Silvano mare, Sommerstone, the 1400 meters looks to be ideal. The manner in which she hit the line last time out was encouraging despite hanging, and she does go around the turn for the first time, as do quite a number of these fillies in this race, and hopefully the hanging doesn't become a bad habit of hers, but she's definitely got the ability to make a presence felt in this race.
Yeah, she certainly was her own worst enemy last time out, but that she has ability, there is no doubt. Like Quid Pro Quo, a 3-time winning juvenile. Yes, Quid Pro Quo won the big one, won the Alan Robertson, but Just Reckless on all past form has got to be a better shout than the 25-1 odds currently being shown on the totalizator. Moving to Candace Dawson's filly, the 2-year-old daughter of Ersin Gederick's Little Ballerina. Now, she looked to be one of the best 2-year-old fillies in the country. When she went down to Cape Town, those form lines have turned out to be probably the strongest form lines amongst the juveniles in the country. And she's won 3 times from 5 starts. So you've got Little Ballerina, 3 wins from 5 starts. You've got Just Reckless, 3 wins and 3 seconds from 7 starts. Only last time did Just Reckless fluff her lines. And you've got Quid Pro Quo, 3 wins and 2 seconds from 5 starts. So that form is all strong. And I'm hoping that we see a form result here. I'm hoping that we see the cream rise to the top. But Little Ballerina, you know, chatting to Candace Dawson, she did have a bit of an interrupted program after winning on the 9th of May, or just before winning on the 9th of May, and then coming out of the 9th of May race, not 100%. So I'm sure she's had a wonderful prep. She's got an awkward draw to overcome, but she does have it all to do here.
It seems that way, according to many punters, and the way the market is sort of shaping up. And I think what we must understand is that she's a filly that she was going to be all the rage if she had run in the Allen Robertson. There was lots of talk about her heading into the race, and once there were sort of pre-noms as such, and there was confidence around her. And yes, she didn't take a place, but she takes a place here, and she's got a lot of ability, Little Ballerina, and personally, it wouldn't be a surprise if she were to pop up and win, because I think that she's got that much class about her. I think 1400 will suit her as well, and she's a talented filly that could win a fair share of races.
Very much one for the shortlist, number 11, Little Ballerina. I think the shortlist of 5 would certainly be numbers 1, Quid Pro Quo, 3, Katiwe's Destiny, 7, Gimmy's Countess, 8, Just Reckless, 11, Little Ballerina. Richard Fourie has the ride for Glenn Cotton on number 2, Whistle the Tune. Won one of the traditional lead-in races to this event when she won the Debonair Stakes on the 8th of June, but on past form seems well held by Quid Pro Quo.
And when you have a look at that run to One Stripe, she's held by Little Ballerina as well on that run to One Stripe in the Cape Nursery. So I think she's got a work cut out here, more for trifecta quartet inclusion.
Perhaps one of the outsiders that could be thrown into the back end of trifectas and quartets, despite the very poor draw, is number 14, Sorceress Supreme. Her form is good.
She has good form. She wasn't disgraced last time out, and you'd get the feel that 1400 meters will suit her, but she's going to need a lot of luck in running from that deep barrier gate.
Showing 11 rand 80 for the place. Okay, so we're just about due to race. You've been in top form, Rahil. Give me the name of the horse of the filly that you expect to be the one to beat.
I think it's between the 1 and 7 gram.
We're not going to differ on this occasion. Quid Pro Quo, Gimmy's Countess, the leading lights, but Katiwe's Destiny, Just Reckless, Little Ballerina, the ones that might pick up the pieces if they don't perform to expectations.
Race number 5 is the Zulu Kingdom Explorer, Golden Slipper, Grade 2, R500,000 at stake. Gimmy's Countess is moving up. You Bring Me Joy, Whistle the Tune, Katiwe's Destiny, Beautiful Ronnie with the yellow cap. The favourite Gimmy's Countess in box 7, paying 270 and 170. Siberian Winter stepping up. Fatal Flora is set. Sorceress Supreme, Barrier 14 red cap. Just Reckless. Distinct to come forward. Quid Pro Quo. White sleeves and cap. Quid Pro Quo. 1400 meters. Handler to come clear. And gate 9. You Bring Me Joy went up. Flags up. Races on. Favourite Gimmy's Countess, slower length when the starter said go, and as third to last, going to slot onto the rail for the first 200 metres, Gimmy's Countess. A little bit of jostling early on, but Katiwe's Destiny got a clean break. Disting and Fatal Floor right there in the early stages as they jostle for position past the 1,000. Little Ballerinas in the vanguard, Whistle the Tune right at the rail, followed through by Quid Pro Quo. Beautiful Rania, VJ's Angels 3 around them. Then comes Siberian Winter. Vavara's further back in the running. Gimmy's Countess, 10 lengths to make up. Further back, You Bring Me Joy, Just Reckless on the outside, and Sorceress Supreme is the trailer. Fatal Floor and Pierce Stratum at the top of the lane. Catch Me If You Can, a length and a quarter. Disting, Fatal Floor the outside. VJ's Angel makes an early dash for him on the outside, the 2 shades of purple. Katiwe's Destiny on the inside. Gimmy's Countess still got 4-5 lengths to make up. Whistle the Tune on the inside. Fatal Floor, Quid Pro Quo exploding through on the outside. And Quid Pro Quo becomes electric. Electrified has fire in the eyes to win it. Second position, Fatal Flaw, VJ's Angel in a photo. Along the inside, Just Reckless doing some late progress as they hit the line. It's tight for the minor positions, but number 1, Quid Pro Quo, lands the grade 2. Samanga Kamalo, Borum Butters. This individual sprouts wings and takes off. This is for Mr. Khalil, who also bred Quid Pro Quo. Fatal Flaw second. They went past so quick, we'll wait for the judges for the minor positions. So, Fatal Flaw. Favourite Gimmy's Countess was slower length when the starter said go. Was at the back of the field. Never looked dangerous, but Quid Pro Quo makes the way to the outside and lengthens that stride. Still running around a bit, but there you can see Samanga Kamalo giving everything to Quid Pro Quo. With the big crowd around, Quid Pro Quo's running in, running out, but run straight into the winner's box. So well done to all concerned. Number 1, Quid Pro Quo. 420, place favourite, 160, joint with 7.
That was a 5-star performance. Quid Pro Quo didn't get away to the best of starts, gave up the advantage on the inside gate, but Samanga Kamala had full confidence in the daughter of Lance. She's now a Grade 1 winner and a Grade 2 winner here on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day. She's won her last 4 races in a row and seems headed towards possible Equus champion 2-year-old filly honours, Rahil.
Graham, she's very good. Once again, as expected, she was sluggish out the gates, but that did not worry Samanga one bit. He knows what this filly is capable of, and he just allowed her to find her feet, and once the doors open up, the gaps were there. This filly absolutely lengthened towards the finish, and she's won a great race here. She's actually left the opposition standing still here. She's won in a manner of a good filly, and 1600 meters, should they go that route, it's likely that they're going to go that route at the end of July. It looks to be Quid Pro Quo all over, because Gimmy's Countess, well beaten. I think she's run 5th or 6th, but she never laid a finger on this filly Quid Pro Quo. We all expected her to sort of get closer, if not turn the form around, but she just did not produce a finish that we thought that she would. But take nothing away from this filly. Job well done to Baron Bortas. He made a bold move a few months back to come to KZN, relocated, but it's been a move that has proved to be very, very good for him, and he's trained a Group 1 last time out, now Group 2, and this filly, well, more to come.
And we must take our hat off to Gerald Khalil. Owns and bred this filly. He's been a loyal supporter of the sport of horse racing in South Africa for so many years. It was great to see him at the Bloodstock South Africa KZN yearling sales, which were held at Suncoast on Thursday. And he was very excited. He was looking forward to this race, but obviously there's always a little bit of nerves. But any doubts that this filly didn't fully deserve, as you made the point that she might have been an unlucky loser herself, so any doubts that perhaps there were unlucky losers behind her, she won flashing up late in the Alan Robertson. She still had a bit of work to do with 200 meters to go here today, but she just lengthened and went past them, and clearly she won the Alan Robertson Grade 1, despite what now seems that 1200 meters might be on the sharp side. And the point you make about her possibly heading towards further Grade 1 glory over 1600 meters in 3 weeks' time, that'll depend on how she comes out of this race, but she's already done absolutely nothing wrong. She's won 4 times from 6 starts and been second on the other 2 occasions. There's the flying dismount from Samanga Kamalo, and he's enjoying a very, very good day here at Hollywoodbets Greyville today. And Baron Bortas, as you said, made a life-changing decision after training for so many years. I think he was training maybe 25 years on the Highveld. He was a former jockey himself, Baron Bortas, and decided to make the move to KZN. And not even he, as he made that move, would have thought that he would have enjoyed a Grade 1 victory in the Alan Robertson and a Grade 2 victory in the Zulu Kingdom Explorer Golden Slipper. So he must be absolutely over the moon, and I'm so pleased that he was able to pick up a horse like this from Gerald Khalil. And Lance, very much an underutilized stallion. and he certainly, this filly has put him on the map.
Absolutely, and I'm sure that Warren Bortas, well, he's gonna just rave and rave about this filly because she's certainly top class, and where to from here, we'll have to wait and see, but one thing is for sure, the sky's the limit.
So there we go, number one, Quid Pro Quo. Second favourite behind Gimmy's Countess, who looped the field a little wide, found nothing in the straight after a slow start. She had every chance. Quid Pro Quo put her in a place today, put the rest of the field in their place today, and she's certainly, right now, the best 2-year-old filly in South Africa.
I welcome on stage this afternoon for the KwaZulu-Natal Tourism and Film Zulu Kingdom Explorer Golden Slipper, the grade 2 for R500,000 that's just been won by Quid Pro Quo. Reverend Musa Zondi, he is the MEC for the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs. Mr. Sada Naidu, who is the chairman of Gold Circle, and the MEC of Sports and Culture, Mr. Kahula. Gives me great pleasure, gentlemen. Lovely to have you on stage with me today. Quid Pro Quo has put up a scintillating performance, and part of the team is the groom, and the groom is Asitandile, who has gone off to deal with his horse. He will get his money, 2,000 Rand on behalf of Hollywoodbets and on behalf of Gold Circle, and 1,000 Rand from TKZN. So 3,000 Rand goes to Asitandile, and we wish him well. He has a champion on his hands. The jockey, I want us to make some noise as we call upon, ladies and gentlemen, Samanga Khumalo. So it's the party stage. It's the party stage, and you're certainly setting the scene.
Wow, you know, the crowd rolling, and it just reminds me of olden days with heavy metal. But you know, back to this filly, she's really, really marvelous. And going that distance, I did say to Mr. Bortas, they're going to have to find a really fast one to stop over further. And Mr. Bortas was always a little bit worried because you know, he doesn't know how good she is, because he as a trainer, he don't get on top of them to feel, you know. And yet we put a leg over, and we get to understand, wow, I ride over 100 horses a month, and this horse here always gives me chills. So I plan my day to come work her during the week, you know, just to see where she is. You know, I don't look at, oh, wow, I was supposed to be riding in PE or whatever, so I just had to go put a leg over, and I think it paid off today, knowing that she's in a great state. And she didn't get out the best as I could, but I was happy where I was. Came top of the straight, just aimed her, and it was a little bit, you know, she wants a clear run. I had to take my time to get her in a clear, and once I pressed her, it was game over.
Do you think, before you go and receive your prizes, do you think we can get the crowd to make whoop whoop with you on the count of 3? Do you think we can do it?
Obviously, we just have to thank Mr. Bortas and thank the owners, all the connection, the doctor who does the hard work at stable, Monty, my doctor, Phil, you know, all the people behind Bling Khumalo, and again, you know, to my sponsors, Maurice Fontaine for Hobos Drift, well done to them, and again to Hollywood. So we'll try and get the crowd. Let's see.
All right, on the count of 3, let's go. 1, 2, 3. Whoop, whoop. Absolutely wonderful. Byron Botus, Samanga, don't leave that behind. For goodness sake, don't leave that behind. Well done. You've joined by some esteemed gentlemen on the presentation, and they're most welcome. Let's get, come this way, Samanga, once you're done. Ah, the atmosphere is electric. It certainly is. To the exit, Samanga. Thank you very much. Byron Botus is the trainer. He's moved recently to KwaZulu-Natal. He's trained many a top horse. Where are you, Byron? We don't bite. Come and join us. The smile tells a story. You, in the lead-up, you were always of the opinion that it's the horse to beat. Well done, Byron.
Yeah, you know, the filly, it helps when you have the better one. You know, it's not easy, but these horses don't come along often. Leading into this race, before the Ellen Roberts and myself and Monty and the owner and Samanga, and we discussed it and how to, when to gallop and what to do. Into this race, we just took it easy, and Filly's work was good and everything about her. And today at the races, full of beans, I wanted to climb over the stable door, and we just kept walking and kept walking just to keep her calm. I've learned a bit from Mr. De Kock and Terry today with the earmuffs, the crowds and the noise. But she's good. Gerald, as the owner, been here a long time, deserves it. Samanga has always been my jockey. We won this race a good couple of years ago with Port of London, the Colts version. And they're just grateful to have a horse like this. And also thankful to World Sports Betting for all their support.
Byron, there's the team on your left. Please take your trophy for the Grade 2 Zulu Kingdom Explorer Golden Slipper. Make sure you look forward at the sea of cameras, in front of you, Byron. And there's Sada, Reverend Musa Zondi, and of course Mr. Kahula. And well done, Byron. Hearty, hearty congratulations. We'll see you in a moment. Now, this is the gentleman who's passionate, who knows how to breed a good horse, who's just absolutely adores horse racing, him and his wife, Gerald and Karen Khalil. And they're on the big stage, the most humble people you'll ever meet. Gerald, wow.
Thank you very much, Warren. Thank you.
She certainly, this is just really cemented, you know, and shown that she's really, really good.
She's a good horse. She's busy writing her own page. That's all I want to say. She's writing her page. A good story.
It is a good story, Gerald. And to you and Karen and your whole family, hearty congratulations.
Thank you very much. I want to say thank you to Lance. What a nice stallion he is. And I think he's going to get stronger from here. And also to Byron, his crew. And Samanga, what a ride. Thank you.
Well done, Gerald. Gerald accompanied by his wife, Karen. There's the team on your left. There is the trophy for the Zulu Kingdom Explorer Golden Slipper, R500,000. And it's gone the way of Quid Pro Quo. And the breeder, of course, was also Gerald Khalil. We'll just get to the right page. He's by Lance out of a shake mare called Delightful Diva, bred by Gerald and Karen and owned by Gerald and Karen as well. Samanga Kamalo, the whoop whoop man, is in the winner's box again.
Pro Quo. 1400 meters, handler to come clear, and gate 9, You Bring Me Joy went up. Flags up. Races on. Favourite, Gimmy's Countess, slower length when the starter said go, and as third to last, going to slot onto the rail for the first 200 metres, Gimmy's Countess. A little bit of jostling early on, but Katiwe's Destiny got a clean break. Disting and Fatal Floor right there in the early stages as they jostle for position past the 1,000. Little Ballerinas in the vanguard, whistle the tune right at the rail, followed through by Quid Pro Quo. Beautiful Rania, VJ's Angels 3 around them. Then comes Siberian Winter. Vavara's further back in the running. Gimmy's Countess. 10 lengths to make up. Further back, You Bring Me Joy, Just Reckless on the outside, and Sorcerer Supreme is the trailer. Fatal Floor and Pierce Stratum at the top of the lane. Catch Me If You Can, a length and a quarter. Distinct, Fatal Floor the outside. VJ's Angel makes an early dash for home on the outside. The two shades of purple. Katiwe's Destiny on the inside. Gimmy's Countess still got 4 or 5 lengths to make up. Whistle the Tune on the inside. Fatal Floor, Quid Pro Quo exploding through on the outside. And Quid Pro Quo becomes electrified, has fire in the eyes to win it. Second position, Fatal Floor. VJ's Angel in a photo. Along the inside, Just Reckless doing some late progress as they hit the line. It's tight for the minor positions, but number 1, Quid Pro Quo, lands the grade 2. Samanga Kamalo, Borum Butters. This individual sprouts wings and takes off. This is for Mr. Khalil, who also bred Quid Pro Quo. Fatal Floor second. They went past so quick, we'll wait for the judges for the minor positions. So, Fatal Floor. Favourite Gimmy's Countess was slower length when the starter said go. Was at the back of the field. Never looked dangerous, but Quid Pro Quo makes the way to the outside and lengthens that stride. Still running around a bit, but there you can see Samanga Kamalo giving everything to Quid Pro Quo. With the big crowd around, Quid Pro Quo's running in, running out, but run straight into the winner's box. So well done to all concerned. Number 1, Quid Pro Quo. 420, place favourite, 160, joint with 7.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. The first of those graded features for the juveniles, the Zulu Kingdom Explorer Golden Slipper, Group 2 for 1400 meters. And owner and breeder Gerald Career, Alistair. I mean, what a big moment for him. I know it was a huge moment for him at Hollywoodbets Scottsville, but I'm just talking about the stage that he's on today on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day. A massive moment for a guy that's just passionate about breeding.
And a quiet, unassuming man. You know, Gerald's always kept a low profile. And, you know, he's always sort of smattered his horses around the country. He's got a few with Gavin Smith and Abacha. He's got quite a few up in Johannesburg with various trainers. Quite a few here. Garth Puller being another trainer of his. And Baron Boertus has taken a daughter of Lance out of a mare by the Sheikh and got her to win a grade 1 and a grade 2. And dare I say, the grade 2 over 1400 here on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day was more impressive than the grade 1 at Hollywoodbets Scottsville. And had that been an extra furlong, i.e. Gold Cup Day at the end of the month, she might have won even more impressively. She's got to be a seriously good filly. Brilliant to see. Nice for the small guys. I mean, that's why we're in racing, to dream big.
Yeah, she is the leader of the pack when it comes to Equus Honours now. Will she take a place in the Itegwini on Gold Cup Day? Well, we'll have to see once those noms come out. Overall, thus far, the way the exotics have panned out, if we have a look at the Barpot Place Accumulator and, of course, Jackpot 2 that was in race number 5, there were some fancied results, but some results that were finds.
Yeah, I think there's overall been a balance, but the first leg of the pick 6 with the Frank Robinson 1-2 with Madison Valley in the DSTV Gold Vase, after that first leg paying nearly 14 Rand, and myself included, Gimmy's Countess looked like the banker on the day, one of the bankers on the day, and she failed to get a blow, and she never looked like winning, unfortunately, did Gimmy's Countess. So pick 6 worth 75 Rand after 2 legs. That will obviously elevate. There'll be a fair spread of tickets, certainly in the Hollywoodbets Durban July and in the Post Merchants later on. So I think there'll be a lot of punters that'll be saying, right, if we can just come out on the other side of those 2 legs of the pick 6 with a fair spread and likely punters going wide on those 2 legs, then they could be looking at a memorable dividend.
We are 18 minutes away from the running of race 6, as most of the horses have made their way into the parade ring 14 runners go to post here. With a lot of time left, the tote board is an indication where the money is. Number 11 is the top one at 3 Rand 30, and that is the Unbeaten Truth from the Candace Dawson stable. But let's have a look at a few in the ring, Alistair. Number 3, Cat's Pajamas. Well, talking about the first leg of the Pick 6, wow. Frank Robinson, congratulations and well done to owner Sid Moodley. Sean Veal takes a ride here on this son of Rafif. His post-maiden runs don't inspire you much when you have a look at what the others bring to the table. But that said, he's got a good draw.
I query him over the trip. First thing, Sid Moodley and Frank Robinson, or as you mentioned already on the board. I mean, a 1-2 in the DSTV Gold Vase, you don't get any better than that. You can see him stamping his front legs down with a little bit of authority, the son of Rafif. He's I know Rafif's produced a Derby and a Wilgebos Drift Oaks winner, but by a stallion who was obviously an out-and-out sprinter, out of a mare who was a very good sprinter. So I put a query about him over the trip. This is a very interesting runner indeed, number 2, Cosmic Speed. On Hollywoodbets Scottsville, ran 3 3/4 of a length behind Proceed. I'm of the opinion that with the swing around and the draw D's, that he'll finish in front of a stable companion. He's dangerous, and he's a very well put together son of Quarari. He's so racy. He's got it all. Everything's in the right place. He's got all the attributes, number 2, Cosmic Speed. No surprise if he won it.
The big attention for this race day, when you have a look at panel discussions, when you speak to regular race goers, or if you speak to people that want to have an interest on the day, is for the Hollywoodbets Durban July. But in most quarters, this horse has grabbed a lot of talk, number 2, Cosmic Speed. And you can see why. The draw last time out, you mentioned at Hollywoodbets Scottsville, it's a massive swing around. Horse Pistol Pete coming through from that form line. This individual, for Craig Zaki, I'm looking for something to just give him a bit of confidence now. Not that he's racing badly. He just needs to get his head in front. Maybe this could be the race that could put his head in front and just boost him going into race number 7.
Yeah, settle the nerves before green with envy. One thing I will say, it might be a tad controversial. I've never said this. Sean generally sacrifices looks for performance. This horse has got looks. When a Sean Tarry horse pops at you, stand up and take notice, because he does pop.
Yep, he's got 2 in the race, numbers 2 and 14. Of course, he's got the Group 1 winner, which is Proceed. But number 2, Cosmic Speed, there is a buzz around this individual. And then we go on to horse number 11. This is the current favorite, Chut, Candace Dawson, Gavin Larena. And already nice to have met Larry Nested after a long, long time. Gary Player, Ralphs, of course, Lindsay and the team are on course here. Son of Heavenly Blue. He's just been amazing thus far in his career, Alistair. I watched him win first time out, I was impressed. But when I watched him win last time out, I said this could be something special.
He's freakishly good. Okay, so a lot of people want to know, he was in for Hollywoodbets Scottsville. He was scratched. He was at the top of the boards at the time of scratching. He obviously didn't have the easiest prep into the Hollywoodbets Scottsville race meeting. And it just would have deflated everybody had he run below par. The expectations are that this horse is going to run a huge race. The draw's not going to be easy, but we believe that he's got enough gate speed to get across. You know, if things go according to plan, and hopefully they do, we could be in for something. He's won nothing yet. Let's get that across. Proceed's a grade 1 winner. He's in here. Makazole, who we're looking at now, Great Plains. They were close together in a grade 3 here on Hollywoodbets Gold Challenge Day. So there's taking, and there's also Winds of Change, who's gone keeps going close at a very, very high level. All these horses have got black type to their name. And number 11 Proceed hasn't got, rather number 11 Truth has not got that yet. So now it's time to sort of pull up your socks and go that extra level, but the belief is that he's got it in him to do it.
I'll tell you what, you've touched on a salient point, because this is where I'm going to come in with an argument. You mentioned what the others have achieved and what he has beaten, but look at what the handicapper thinks of him. He's given him a rating of 112 against a Group 1 winner, which is number 14 at a 112. That is the handicapper's notion of where he finds the source in the pecking order.
Future Swing is 3rd favourite in the Hollywoodbets Durban July, has won a few black type races and is rated 110. Yes, I know we can make the argument. We're not going to go down the wait for age avenue now.
I'm just saying this is early in their careers, and it is a guy that we're going to be using moving forward. But this is the starting point, and this is where they started this horse at.
Yeah. to be fair, it is what it is for now. We'll learn a lot more today.
Okay, 11 Truth. We'll see if the handicapper's got his sums right, marking the source up against a horse like number 14 Proceed. Talking about 14 Proceed, well, it is shown Terry with two very big hopefuls here, and one of them is already a Group 1 winner. Richard Ferree has opted to go for this ride. He makes some strange decisions, like the one in the Hollywoodbets Durban July, where he made us wait, but then he played his hand, and he went for the Justin Snate run at Future Swing. Here, he was adamant that he wants to ride this horse.
And primarily out of the service that they did each other by taking out the Grade 1 at Hollywoodbets Scottsville, there's an element of loyalty. I mean, it probably wouldn't sit well with Connections had he jumped ship from a Grade 1 winner. Now, Proceed's got a number of questions to answer. The one question he doesn't need to answer is his undoubted class. He's got to answer the question of whether he can go 1,400 metres, and he's also got to answer the question of whether he can overcome the draw. I reckon Richard will probably ride him for luck, like he did at Hollywoodbets Scottsville. He got himself out of trouble and won going away on that occasion, really producing an unbelievable finish over the closing stages. He's by giving me the green light out of a out-and-out sprinting mare, but he's got an element of class, does number 14 Proceed. I mean, he's, after all, the only Grade 1 winner in this race, so he's the one probably with a target on his back here.
I want you to give me your thoughts once we hand over to, after we watch them go on to post about the maiden, number 6, Winds of Change, because he's the most interesting runner for me in the field. He's got a rating of a 107, but he's been just fantastic in classy company against the best of his generation. And although he hasn't won a race yet, he could certainly rise to the occasion today. Horses being led out by number 1, Taxi to the Moon. That is Tony Peter and Calvin Habib. Let's hand over our race commentator, Sheldon Peters, to call them down. Race number 6. You got 11 minutes to get your bets on, and we are almost there for the big one. Can you believe it? Time has flown by. You need to jot down this time. You don't want to be caught napping in whatever bet you're playing. 1600 hours, 4 p.m. is the Hollywoodbets Durban July.
There's race number 6, the Durban Golden Horseshoe Grade 2, R500,000. Number 3, Cat's Pajamas passing by, Sean Veal. Number 1, Taxi to the Moon, Calvin Habib. Makazoli, number 4, ridden by Daniel Muscat. A look at number 5, Wahid. Muzi Yeni is the rider. 12 Randa, passed by number 7, China Berry, Serena Woodley. With some anti-pose support from long odds about number 7, China Berry. Sunset Riot, number 8, Caden Brewer. 6, Winds of Change, JP van der Merwe. Stands side as Cold Shine, number 9, ridden by Gareth Wright. Golden Rule, number 12, Diego de Gouveia. Number 2 is Cosmic Speed. Craig Zaki for Sean Terry, the Karori. Number 11, Truth, next up. 2 from 2, Gavin Larina, Candice Dawson. Number 14, Proceed, and Richard Ferree moved on by. Now number 13, the Specialist, Samanga Kamalo, in hot form today. Number 10, Great Plains, Pierce Straydon.
Yeah, we've had a nice look of them going down to post with 8 minutes to play into race number 6. And yeah, the Azzy Yard, as we've come to know, Michael has passed that on to Adam. How to turn on their houses. It can be a feature race day or just one of our race days that we experience here on our South African racing calendar. They just have this knack, and that's it. Talking about knack, on cue, number 6, Winds of Change. What you've made of him thus far, Alistair, you know, I've had long chats with Adam about him, and he's obviously a horse that's highly rated, and he deserves his position in this field against what he's raced again and the lengths that he's finished behind them.
Bit of a nearly man, but I think we might be coming into a zone now. You know, if you consider that he is a half-brother to Grade 1 winner that Mark de Kock trained, obviously Safe Passage, and also a half-brother to another Silver Sanctuary who runs in the Ridgemont Garden Province in race number 8 later today. I think that we're now probably getting into a zone, number 6, Winds of Change. You know, he's run with some top horses. On debut behind Roman Agent, that was an excellent run where he came with a sustained finish over the closing stages. He then ran in the Cape of Good Hope Nursery when finishing second behind probably the best 2-year-old in Cape Town, at least in the form of One Stripe. And he's just, you know, almost failed to get there. He should have won his third start. That was the day when there was a lot of rain up in the Halfveld, and they moved the race meeting from the straight course to the Vaal Classic track, and he had the 1,200-metre turn to negotiate. Drawn 7 out of 7. You know, if it was 7 out of 12, you probably argue that you could get away with it, but with no horses on his outside, he just had a horrible run through, and he ordinarily might have beaten Don't Cry For Me. And then he's obviously run at big group level in 2 runs after that. JP van der Merwe gets on board for the Aussies for the first time. He's interesting. I don't think he'll be far away, number 6, Winds of Change. I would put it like this: I would like him in my pick 6 rather than against the not having him in.
Well, Justin Snaith has got 2 runners here, number 4, Makazole, and horse number 10, Great Plains. Speak about Makazole, and we were just talking about, you know, Daniel Muscat, and you know, when you look at his frame and how tall he is, he's got the will to keep his weight at a certain level, and compliments to him for that, because he's a seriously talented rider that we watch on a regular basis with our feed from the UK. And South Africa has been a very happy hunting ground for him, Alistair. When we look at the WSP Met and what he managed to achieve with a horse like Double Superlative, where he's back for you know, the second time to partner him on our greatest race on the continent. We wish them well with Double Superlative, who's not had the ideal prep. But coming back to a horse like Makazole, this individual last time out, considering where he was drawn and how he was ridden by Craig Zaki, which was forward, I think the race could suit him this afternoon.
I went into the Hollywoodbets Dolphins gate crash of the belief that Makazole might finish in front of Great Plains, and the way that Great Plains quickened from well behind him, I've changed my opinion. I think that Great Plains is pound for pound a better horse than Makazole, but I still think there's enough ability there. Going back onto the Daniel Muscat argument, after doing an episode of Taking the Reins with him, what struck me is his appetite and desire to do the hard yards. There's no such thing as no in Daniel Muscat's vocabulary. You know, I reckon that the phone call, whether it came from Nick Johnson or Justin Snaith or Jonathan Snaith or whatever the case may have been, I reckon when the phone call came, it wasn't even hello, it was yes, I will be there at Hollywoodbets Greyville. He is obviously sponsored by Hollywoodbets as well. It's amazing to have international flavour on this day. Traditionally, we do have, if you think over the years of various, a lot of them South African jockeys that are based overseas that come back for this day, and Daniel's the only sort of travelling Wilbury this time around. So awesome to have him here. Can Makazole turn it around with Great Plains? My opinion today is no.
Yeah, number 10, Great Plains, as Alistair touched on, he's of the opinion that Great Plains could be the right one of the 2 from the yard. His win last time out in that Gatecatcher Stakes, the confidence that Richard Fourie had in the horse, I think that is the way you're going to have to read it, because from that draw he had no issue at all to drop him to last. He knew that this horse could turn it on turning to the straight, and that's exactly what he did. He had a lot of ground to make up. It's a short run in at Hollywoodbets Greyville, but it did it very, very easily. Number 10, Great Plains. Now, we've spoken about Terry's 2 runners. We've spoken about Justin Snaith's coupling, the Adam and Mike Azzi, number 6, Winds of Change. What about Mike de Kock and number 5, Wahid?
This is interesting, Wahid, because in the gate crasher, he had 0 luck in running, and it was no fault of Raymond Danielson who rode him on that occasion.
He did not settle that day.
He did not settle, and the elbows were out, and they made, not that it was a matter of Raymond, you're going to be 3 wide, we got it in for you. The elbows were out at graded level, and they made sure, oh, sorry Raymond, that's where you're going to have to sit. And halfway through the race, for the passage that he took, you would have been forgiven for thinking, well, this horse is going to run out the back door, but he stuck around and ran a good third to Great Plains. After chatting to Michael de Kock quite a few times this week, he's of the opinion this is a seriously good racehorse, but he's only going to get better when he goes over a little bit further, which is interesting, being by Time Thief out of a Toreador mare, Toreador obviously by Danehill. His last run was very good. It puts him on the radar. I just wonder whether he won't be more suited to the Grade 1 and Gold Cup Day over 1,600 metres rather than the 1,400 here on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day, but I respect him.
I'm inclined to think that, and last time out we have to give credit to the horse. What he was asked to do, the fact that he didn't settle, the amount of energy that was spent and used up for 3/4 of the race, he looked like he was going to go out the back door once they turned into the straight, but he didn't let down. He didn't throw in the towel. He fought all the way to the line, and I was actually surprised that he stayed on to finish third. At one stage of the game, down the straight, I said, not in the top 4 after what he's been through, but he showed what a good horse he is, and that's the type of horse you want, especially when they're young juveniles, the horse that enjoys the fight, and he did that. Number 5, Wahid. I'm making the surprise package here. He's paying 11 Rand 80 and 4 Rand 10 in a wide open betting market on tab. Alistair, when you have a look at that tab betting board, just 4 runners in single figures. Number 2, 640, 10 at 550, 11 380, and 14 at 550. The balance, there's lots of value.
Dees, I keep glancing, and the market has been quite stagnant for a win pool of nearly 600,000 Rand. Obviously, we've got World Pools joining us for the next 2 races for the Grade 1s today at Hollywoodbets Greyville. But with that said, the fixed odds market, early doors, Cosmic Speed opened up 8-1 rather, which was crazy. It shortened into 5-2, but there's been an ease in the market after the canter passed. China Berry found a little bit of early support, but Truth Who opened up 5-2, according to my source here. It eventually drifted out to around 3-1, but back in now to 5-2. So there's been the latest plunge has come on number 11 Truth, and then number 14 Proceed has also lingered around the 11-2 mark as far as the fixed odds is concerned. So market, whether it's tote, whether it's fixed odds, not revealing too many clues, and it's just about race time.
When you look at what we've discussed the form horses, the horses that bring the proven CV thus far in their very short careers. Anything else from your side that could muddy the water?
I want to talk about number 12, Golden Rule, out of the fantastic mare Taking the Piece, who nearly captured the Wilgerbos Drift Triple Tiara. He's a beautiful son of Canford Cliffs. When he turned up at the World Sportsman in Cape Town, met on debut, he caught the eye immediately on the way down to the start and ran 4 to Raymond Agent, where he cleared quite a lot of runners in the closing stages. He could only go back home and win, or what was his former home, and he could only go back there and win. He beat Global State. He looked very impressive in the process. This is a big step up, and he's been off 113 days, but there's something to like about this horse overall, number 12, Golden Rule.
Alistair likes 12, Golden Rule, as a roughie. I like number 8, Sunset Ride. The clock says due, and it is race number 6, the Durban Golden Horse. Grade 2, 1,400 metres. It's for a stake of 500,000 Rand, and horses are going to be called into line shortly. Let's hand over to our race commentator, Sheldon Peters.
Thanks very much, Dees. Runners starting to phase up. This is for the Durban Golden Horseshoe, Grade 2, 500,000 Rand at stake. Cat's Pajamas is ready. Taxi to the Moon and Kelvin Abib. Cosmic Speed and Craig Zaki moving forward. China Berry, Serena Mudley. Sunset Ride and Caden Brewer. Cold Shine, Gareth Wright. The Specialist and Samanga Kamalo. Barrier 12 is Golden Rule, Diego de Gouveia. Pierce Stradham's on number 10, Great Plains. Macazoli's in. Daniel Muscat. For the first 4 gates occupied. 5 and 6 open. Wahid. Wins a change. And barrier 12. Golden Rule's a little unsettled. Truth has come forward. Sunset Riots in 8, Cold Shine 9, Proceed and Richard Ferree 14, Gate 11 Truth, just to settle in, wins a change, just about set, they locked, they loaded, they are racing away from the 1,400 metre marker. Little bit of scrimmaging towards the back end early on, but Taxi to the Moon got a clean beginning, a flawless break. Running off the track there is Sunset Riot. So that's Sunset Riot with the yellow caps run off the course. Truth. Makazoli's right there. Cosmic Speed, the red cap on the inside. We're head past the 1,000. Winds of Change, white sleeves, orange body. Chinaberry proceed further back. Great Plains spots them 9 lengths, start with Cold Shine, and then behind these runners the Specialist, and I'm not sure Sunset Riot's been pulled right out of the race on the outside. About to be homeward bound and Taxi to the Moon by a length and a quarter. At the rail, Cosmic Speed, the red cap. Makazoli, Truth, just 2 lengths to make up with Gavin Loreen on the right-hand side. Towards the inside, Cat's Pajamas, Wahed tries to get closer. Great Plains hooked to the extreme outside. Cosmic Speed at the 300. Makazoli's running a big race. Proceed's now starting to come through the pack. Truth on the outside. Yes, Proceed at Cosmic Speed the last 100. Cosmic Speed, those hit the front and going great guns. Number 2, Cosmic Speed gonna win it. Proceed second. Cat's Pajamas maybe in a photo with the Specialist and behind these runners, but number 2, Cosmic Speed, found the early money, had the draw, and Craig Zaki for Sean Terry. The Karari rises to the occasion. So there we go, the value selection. Cosmic Speed, after running second to Proceed, opened up around 8 and 10 to 1, and they absolutely snapped that up down 5 to 2 at one stage. The Coons, Naidus, the Honourable Mr. Kruger, Proceed, and it's, very tight. The Specialist or Cat's Pajamas, and I'm not quite sure what went with the saddle there, or number 8, Sunset Riot. If the stirrups iron broke, we'll find out in the Stipes report. But there we see, Cosmic Speed was in the box seat, waiting to pounce. The red cap gets galvanized into action. Proceed, there you can see Cosmic Speed running around a bit. Proceed had the ground to make up, got to the quarters of number 2, Cosmic Speed, and that's when Cosmic Speeds kicked in, and that's it. Number 2, Cosmic Speed for the victory.
The young horses, they're still learning their trade, some of them more experienced than others, and a lot needs to run smoothly for you in order to get the right result. There will be a few hard luck stories here. There'll be postmortems about this race on the way it went from the jump. But for others, there'll be all smiles, and it's all smiles for number 2, Cosmic Speed, the son of Karari, Sean Terry, breeders, Main Chance Farms, and all the owners. Congratulations to them. Alistair, we spoke about talking horses for the day beside our main event, and he was certainly one of them.
Yeah, the early money suggested that. The impression was that he had turned the form around from Hollywoodbets Scottsville. He's done that. Sean Terry with the 1-2. But Cosmic Speed, everything went right. Not much could go wrong from draw 2. And we were talking about the confidence boost. I think it's for both jockey and trainer, because Sean Terry's had a few perhaps under par runs. I thought Nebraska ran nicely earlier on. But, you know, on a big day, you'd anticipate that Sean would get on the board perhaps sooner than what he's done. And he's done that with Cosmic Speed. And like I said, he's just got all the attributes of son of Karari. He's a very handsome boy, bred by Main Chance Farmers. Well done to Heinrich Kuhn, to Krishen Naidu, and the Honourable Mr. Justice Kruger. But, you know, the way that everything unfolded, there was a lot of scrimmaging, obviously, with Sunset Riot. Whether it was a saddle slipped or whether the stirrups broke, not 100% sure. But, you know, there was a lot of scrimmaging on the outside. Quite a few horses had to take back. Truth was in the open, didn't overcome the deep draw, and Cosmic Speed was bang there. Proceed coming from the second half of the field. He was ridden for luck. But as you say, a few hard luck stories. Sadly, that's what you're going to get on Hollywoodbets Durban July when the elbows are out like they are. But Cosmic Speed, I reckon, had he been sort of drawn anywhere and had things not been as smooth sailing, he might have still come out on top. He's full value for the win.
Well, we saw it in the previous race, draw 1 quid pro quo. We see it in this race, draw number 2, Cosmic Speed. It is a massive plus when you start jumping on the turn, because that is exactly where they do jump once they go over 7 furlongs. And if you got the horse that can hold its position like this horse has, it is a massive advantage of those that are poorly drawn. You need lots of things that go your way, and a horse like Chut was caught in no man's land for most of the race, and don't write him off. He's a horse that's got a big reputation. He's won well in the past, and we'll see where to next for number 11, Truth. What did you make of Proceed's run there, the stable companion, considering the barrier position that he had to jump from? And when Richard let him go in the straight, I don't know if it was by design, but he wanted to get close to the other horse.
Excellent run. He stays. Of that, there's no doubt. He gets 1,400 meters on his head, so I'm sure that he'll be back here for the Grade 1, where again he'll probably have to beat this horse, the stable companion number 2, Cosmic Speed. But excellent run from Proceed, who ran second. Who's run third? It's a dead heat for third between 3 and 13. Caps Pajamas, I mean Sid Mudley. Caps Pajamas, dead heating third. MJ Ludendal's a specialist.
Unbelievable run. Well done to Frank, getting him his horses tuned to the second for this race. They hit the number 1 box. They've run a dead heat third here. 3 and 13 are 2 runners that'll certainly boost this quartet dividend. And you can see it, 2, 14, dead heat, 3 and 13. The favorite was horse number 11, and the scratchings 15, 16 and 17. Yeah, well done.
He's got a bit more colour now.
I can see that. I can really see that. A good boost for him, as we mentioned. I'm not to say that he needed one, but that will just put a spring in his step. Looking at those dividends, Alistair, 210 rand with number 13 and 361 rand with horse number 3. That's what the trifecta paid.
Yeah, and the quartet's going to be interesting reading, considering the big numbers put together in all the pools here at Hollywoodbets Greyville, and those pools will only step up to the nth power going into the World Pools commingled Hollywoodbets Durban July, which runs at 4 o'clock local time. And we're looking forward to it because this really gets the juices flowing. I mean, I've got butterflies, and my book is a lot smaller than a lot of other people who have built up books over the last few months.
Yeah, and let's not forget, along with the Hong Kong Jockey Club World Pools, there is a quartet carryover of 2 million rand. That's predicting the first 4 past the post. You can take a perm, you can play fractional betting on the tote, and the estimated pool there is 15 million in the quartet for local players. But the Hong Kong Jockey Club World Pools race days, was Alistair has touched on, and that is where the action will be. But we're 51 minutes away from the main events. Race number 7, the 2024 Hollywoodbets Durban July, and what a build-up we're in for leading into the race. Warren Lenferner with the interview, race number 6.
We've just seen the running of race number 6, which is obviously the penultimate race to the big one, the Hollywoodbets Durban July. But the Durban, which is certainly the warmest place to be in winter, you wouldn't say this is winter. It's the Durban Golden Horseshoe, a Grade 2 event, which was run for 500,000 rand. On stage with me is Her Worship, Acting Mayor, Councillor Zandile Mjeni. Ma'am, wonderful to have you on stage, and all the other distinguished guests, welcome. The winner of this race is Cosmic Speed, and this horse is beautifully groomed and well looked after by Sia Bolela in Devu. Sia Bolela gets 2,000 rand from Hollywoodbets and Gold Circle, plus an additional 1,000 rand from Durban Tourism. And here is Sia Bolela in Devu, receiving his reward. Well done to you, Sia Bolela. Hearty, hearty congratulations. Your horse looked outstanding. Look forward through there, gentlemen and ladies. Please look forward to the cameras. Let the world see your faces. Let the world see what it's all about, South African horse racing. Next up is Craig Zaki. Please come forward, Craig. We're pressed for time. We've got the Hollywoodbets Durban July to prepare for. Craig, what a wonderful race, what a wonderful win. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks, Warren. This race has been great to me in the past. Last year I won it on Main Defender, who's a really top horse, and this race finds him. Just really chuffed to get it back-to-back years.
Craig, we'll let you go and get ready for the big one. There is your trophy from the team. Well done and all the best for the rest of the day.
Thanks, Warren. All credit to Mr. Terry, his family and his team. He read this race spot on. I think this is a really, really nice horse. Still a bit soft, but he's on the up, which is always good going forward. Well done to all the partners involved. Always a pleasure in their silks. And to Hollywood, beautiful day out here today. Big thanks to them and to my sponsors, Maritz and Bosch. Thank you so much.
Well done, Craig. There's the team on your left to give you your trophy for the Durban Golden Horseshoe. And we call upon Sean Terry. Look forward, team. There they all are. They're all the photographers and videographers and all that goes with it. Let's move along. Absolutely. Congratulations, Sean. Cosmic Speed, great race for you. Well done.
Thank you. Obviously very excited, very strong field. To have run 1-2 is great because it gives us a lot of confidence going forward. Massive run from Proceed, drawn 14. Obviously, I'd like to thank Heinrich Kuhn for trusting my judgment at the sale. Lovely for his daughter to represent me here today, Genevieve, so fantastic for them. And to Christian and to the judge, fantastic that they have bought into the horse, and I'm sure they're going to have a lot of fun.
Well done, because you're a top trainer. You're no stranger to these kind of scenes. Well done and all the best for the best of the day. On the left is the presentation.
Thank you very much. Obviously to Hollywood Bets, what a phenomenal setup, and this event is absolutely unbelievable. I didn't recognize the view room. To Gold Circle, fantastic. To my team at home, and obviously my sponsor, Betway.
Well done, Sean. I'm moving out of the picture. There is Sean Terry, the trainer of Cosmic Speed. This horse was bred by Main Chance Farms, Pty Limited, owned by Messrs. Kuhn, Mr. Krishen, and the Judge Kruger. So there they are. There's the team, Team Cosmic Speed. Lovely to have Genevieve here, who is representing the Kuhn family. But let's see who we're going to talk to here. Here are the owners, part owners of Cosmic Speed. Hearty congratulations. What a moment.
But thank you so much. I mean, this is unbelievable. Firstly, thank you to Sean. Excellent training feats. I mean, this guy just knows his stuff. He just knows his stuff. We leave him to his stuff, and that's it. Heinrich, my China, my mate, well done to him. You know, well done to him. You know, he deserves it so much. I'm here with his daughter. I'm here with a good mate of ours, Judge Kruger. You know, but Heinrich, freaking well done, but down in Cape Town. China, this one's for you, boy, and he won it well, boy. You know, and thanks to everybody at the stable, the families at home that have supported us through all this time. You know, Hester, my Mrs. Diane, everybody, Caitlin, my two girls, Jenty and Chrislyn. Thanks to everybody, Judge and Ann. Thanks to everybody that supported us. This is what we wanted.
This is what they wanted. Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Cosmic Speed, the winner on stage. We're going to leave you all to enjoy the celebration. The team are behind you. The team are behind you for the presentation. Please enjoy it, and we'll talk to you just now as we enjoy the celebrations on stage.
Settle in, winds a change. Just about set, they locked, they loaded, they are racing away from the 1400 meter marker. Little bit of scrimmaging towards the back end early on, but Taxi to the Moon got a clean beginning, a flawless break. Running off the track there is Sunset Riot. So that Sunset Riot with the yellow caps run off the course. Truth. Makazoli's right there. Cosmic Speed, the red cap on the inside. We're head past the 1000. Winds of Change. White sleeves, orange body. China Berry Proceed further back. Great Plains spots them. 9 lengths start with Cold Shine. And then behind these runners, the Specialist. And I'm not sure Sunset Riot's being pulled right out of the race on the outside. About to be homeward bound and Taxi to the Moon by a length and a quarter. At the rail, Cosmic Speed, the red cap. Makazoli. Truth, just 2 lengths to make up with Gavin Lorena on the right-hand side. Towards the inside, Cat's Pajamas. Wahid tries to get closer. Great Plains hooked to the extreme outside. Cosmic Speed at the 300. Makazoli's running a big race. Proceeds now starting to come through the pack. Truth on the outside. Yes, Proceed at Cosmic Speed the last 100. Cosmic Speed, those hit the front and going great guns. Number 2, Cosmic Speed gonna win it. Proceed second. Cat's Pajamas maybe in a photo with the Specialist and behind these runners. But number 2, Cosmic Speed, found the early money, had the draw. And Craig Zaki for Sean Terry. The Karari rises to the occasion. So there we go, the value selection. Cosmic Speed, after running second to Proceed, opened up around 8 and 10 to 1, and they absolutely snapped that up down 5 to 2 at one stage. The Coons, Naidus, the Honourable Mr. Kruger, Proceed, and it's very tight. The Specialist or Cat's Pajamas, and I'm not quite sure what went with the saddle there, or number 8, Sunset Riot. If the stirrups iron broke, we'll find out in the Stipes report. But there we see, Cosmic Speed was in the box seat, waiting to pounce. The red cap gets galvanized into action. Proceed, there you can see Cosmic Speed running around a bit. Proceed had the ground to make up, got to the quarters of number 2, Cosmic Speed, and that's when Cosmic Speeds kicked in, and that's it.
Welcome to the parade ring here at Hollywoodbets Greyville Racecourse. Time now to introduce the 18 jockeys participating in the 128th running of Africa's greatest race. They'll be led out towards their podium by last year's winning jockey, Kabelo Matsinyani, and then we'll introduce them after they've taken their positions on the podium. Here they come, ladies and gentlemen. Here they come, the 18 jockeys participating in the 128th running of Africa's greatest horse race, led out by last year's winner, Kabelo Matsunyane, who's looking to go back-to-back on the same horse, Winchester Mansion, sporting his July sash. The balance of the jockeys will move out in single file and then take up their positions on the rostrum, and we'll introduce them very quickly one by one. Starting with, they say dynamite comes in small packages. Well, Muzi Yeni is a small package, but he is dynamite. Already 2 Grade 1 wins this season on Royal Victory. Please give it up for Muzi Yeni. Riding number 2, Barbaresco. Gavin Larena had to shed many kilos to make the 53.5. Winner of the 2021 Hollywoodbets Durban July and Comedy Dung. Here's introducing Gavin Larena. Our South African champion jockey and record breaker, 3 times a July winner, riding number 4, Future Swing for the Justin Snay stable. Please give a warm welcome to Richard Fourie. And fresh off a Group 2 victory in the previous race on Cosmic Speed, Green with Envy's rider, undefeated this season, Craig Zaki. Having his first ever ride in the Hollywoodbets Durban July and riding for the powerful Mike de Kock outfit. Please welcome on Shoemaker, Diego de Gavea. And also riding for the Mike de Kock stable, riding the 5-year-old son of Rafif Aragosta. Please give it up for Marco van Rensburg, one of the country's leading lightweight riders. Now a special welcome for a man, a young man, a big moment for him, riding in his first Hollywoodbets Durban July at a very tender age, riding number 8 Purple Pitcher, Pilasandi Nkoli. And as we mentioned, riding number 9 Winchester Mansion in the famous Drakenstein Silks, looking to go back-to-back, last year's winner, Cabello Matsunyani. And now the legend himself, the winner of over 5,500 races during his career, 4 times a July winner, looking to go one better at the tender age of 57, riding, see it again, for the Michael Roberts and Nick Johnson outfit, Pierre Stradham. Number 11, Oriental Charm, one of 2 runners in the race from the Brett Crawford stable. JP van der Merwe has won a Met. He's now looking to add the Hollywoodbets Durban July to his CV. Please welcome JP van der Merwe. And riding number 12, Son of Raj, an absolute soldier in the saddle, riding for the Tony Peters stable and for Mr. Stephen Chetty in the red and grey colours. Here's Kelvin Abib. Riding number 13, Meridius. Atandiwim Gutlo was placed 3rd in this race last year. Perhaps he's looking to go one better with lucky number 13. Also riding for the Tony Peters stable, local lad, Atandiwe Mgutla. 14 is Master Redoubt. And coming up all the way from the Cape to partner with the horse he's won on so many times before, the vastly experienced talent of Corne Orfa. Twice a July winner, and what a day he's having. He's already visited the winner's enclosure twice this afternoon. One of the most popular men in racing, riding Cousin Casey for the Sean Tarry stable. Bling, bling, whoop, whoop, Samanga Kamalo. And a very special guest, having flown out from the UK, as he did in January this year when he rode double superlative to victory in the World Sports Betting Cape Town Met. He's back to reunite with double superlative. Give a warm South African welcome to Danny Muscat. Sereno Moodley rides number 17, Flagman. He's got a wide draw to overcome, but he's had a winner today to boost his confidence. Wearing the all-blue silks, once tempted to say of Godolphin, but not of Godolphin, of Larry Nestad and his partners. Please welcome Sereno Moodley. And a man who went oh so close to winning many years ago on an outsider called Smanji Manji. He's got the difficult task of overcoming the worst draw of all today, but he's got the talent and he's got the horse. He rides for Sean Tarry on Future Pearl in the back colours. Please welcome Grant van Niekerk. And last, but by no means least, she's rewriting the history books all by herself. The first female ever to ride in any July in 128 years. Please welcome Rachel Venica. There, ladies and gentlemen, is the class of 2024. We wish you all well, and may you come back safely.
"26 minutes until Africa's greatest horse race. Those are the 18 jockeys, the riders that are employed to take their steeds round the 2,200-metre trip of the Hollywoodbets Durban July. Well documented that number 3, without question, is a scratching. Therefore, number 19, Shishlui, gets a run. Jumps out of Stallgate 3, just remember that. Jumps out of Stallgate 3 does number 19, Shishlui, but there are numbers 1 down to 10. In a few moments here that will live with some jockeys forever. Diego de Gavea with his first July ride, Pilasande Oli with his first July ride as well, and perhaps most importantly, Rachel Venica with her first July ride. Just another moment that she has attached her name towards. You know, remember Gif Funeka being the first black jockey to ride in the Hollywoodbets Durban July with his nibs for Anil Maharaj. And now we got Rachel, who we'll talk about pretty much forever, because you know you get that little souvenir guide for the Hollywoodbets Durban July, and our children will be reading it in 50 years' time, and there'll be a whole chapter about Rachel Venica. Who knows? She might even win it in her first ride with Shishlui. I mean, weirdly, this race always just has some sort of story to it. Is it going to be Shishlui's story?
Yeah, and wonderful for Rachel. You know, last year things went awry and it didn't go according to plan for Rachel. Horse number 10, they see it again. That is definitely Pia Striker Stratum for Michael Roberts. So coming back to Rachel Venica, what we must add is that how things went south for her last year when she did secure a ride in this prestigious race, but she's here this year. Horse was scratched, but to loyalty, the Snake stable given her a ride on the stable companion, or the reserve runner, should I say, Shishlui. I looked at all these names here, and you mentioned you want your name etched in stone. It's forever part of the honors roll when it comes to the Hollywoodbets Durban July. Some of these guys have already got their name there, some of these owners, some of these trainers, but could it be a year for somebody new?
Well, there's the man who had his year for the first time last year, and there's no reason to doubt that he won't back it up with Winchester Mansion. And I'm just thinking, when you look at all these jockeys that are on the podium getting a round of applause from the big crowd here at Hollywoodbets Greyville, who's not nervous? Do you reckon they all got butterflies right now, Hollywoodbets Durban July? They put in the hard yards. A lot of these guys travel to PE on a Friday. They come here on a Wednesday out of season. They go to the Vaal on a Thursday. You got to work hard to make money, obviously. You got to work hard to sort of get into the echelons of being able to ride in Africa's greatest horse race and be noticed. But, you know, I suppose there's always an element of nervousness before you go out on a horse, but, you know, this is what you work towards. There's a man, I mean, he's on the favourite, Craig Zach. He's riding Green with Envy. Yeah. First time that he's been in this position. He's got countless Grade 1s. Yeah. He's been riding for just over a decade. His Grade 1 strike rate, rides to wins, is probably higher than anyone else in the country, yet here he is, and he's on the favourite Green with Envy, and you know, is it going to be his time? Because there's also been many great jockeys, Jeff Lloyd, Douglas White, various others who are worldwide phenomenons. Mace Roberts took his whole career to finally do it on super quality in 1997. They're great, great jockeys who haven't been able to get that elusive sash yet.
Don't be fooled if you have a chat to them prior to the running of this race, whether it's days or weeks before, that they are not nervous, because most of them will tell you that they are not. This is no ordinary race day. This is the greatest race day on our continent, and it's being beamed worldwide. It's the one race that you want to knock off your CV. Alistair mentioned a few guys that haven't got it on their CV. Some of them have tried for many, many years to get it on their CV, which was accomplished. This is a big moment for these guys. Whether you are a jockey or an owner or a trainer, or whether you are the gentleman that takes care of the horse and the gentleman or the stud farm that started off the horse's career, this is holy ground. Everybody in that parade ring that has some association with the respective horses in this field are nervous.
Imagine this story, Pilasande Oli and Stinky Pue.
What a story this will be. Stinky Pue and his luck in horse racing as an owner, he has followed in the footsteps, of course, in Kali. I wish him well, spend some time with him during the course of the week, and he's engaged the services of a young man that doesn't ride as this level more regularly than any of the other jockeys, Alistair.
Absolutely right, but I'm a huge Pillar Sunday fan. Just going back to the point that you were making, the yearling sales that happened 2 days ago, the Bloodstock South Africa KZN yearling sale. We've got an August sale coming up. We've got a ready-to-run sale for Cape Racing sales in October. Nationals, it doesn't matter what sale it is. A breeder breeds a horse to come to the Hollywoodbets Durban July. You dream of breeding your Hollywoodbets Durban July winner. You dream of owning, hence buying, your Hollywoodbets Durban July winner. A trainer looks hard. You know, what are you looking for? I'm looking to win the Hollywoodbets Durban July, and likewise for a jockey. This is what it all comes down to. From the moment you work out, right, that stallion to that mare, that's my Hollywoodbets Durban July horse. It doesn't matter how many you breed, you in the camp of believing that that's going to be the one that makes a name for yourself. Even if you've done it before, you still want to do it again and again, and I'm not using that as a pun. Probably the most decorated Hollywoodbets Durban July horse, Do It Again, who ran 4 times, won twice, never missed the top 4. This is the first year that he's missing, obviously, since he won in 2018. But no matter how many times you do it, the appetite to keep doing it probably escalates. Once you taste that success, you get that sash in front of the winning line on the Hollywoodbets Durban July. But let's talk about them. Number 14, Master Redoute, Andre Nel and Corne Orford team up. There's a school of thought that this horse is underappreciated and that he's the quartet kicker. What do you make of him?
I'm one of them. I've tipped my top 4 and I've given him the minor position of those 4. Master Redoute, I personally think he's had a fair prep coming to the race. I know that he's only had the 1 run in KZN, but that was a tremendous run considering where he was drawn. I would say there was a lot of meat left on the bone when he ran behind Future Swing. He's a horse that is not going to get intimidated in his races. When you watch his wins down in Cape Town, he's a horse that enjoys the fight. He enjoys the scrap. He's a horse that's not going to let down. And that's the type of horse you need once those gates open. And Corne Orford agreed with me when he said, have a look at the weights. There are a few older horses where there's major weight swing arounds. My horse is right in it. Number 14, Master Redoute. 36 Rand 80 and 9 Rand 40.
There's number 5, Green with Envy in the green saddlecloth. Number 5.
Unbelievable. What a coincidence that turned out. These colors, Hollywoodbets, the sponsor of our race and the race day itself, they've introduced this a few seasons back where, you know, saddlecloths will be a certain color for barrier positions, and green is the color of 5.
Does he look better than he did in the Daily News 2000? I liked what I saw in the parade ring on Daily News 2000 day, but there was a school of thought that he looked a tad underdone, which you'd probably anticipate considering this was always the bigger picture. He was able to overcome so much adversity to win that Grade 1 Daily News 2000. Dean Caname has won this race on numerous occasions. Eye of the Tiger, Power King and the Great Dynasty. People are drawing comparisons between Green with Envy and Dynasty. Probably not fair yet, but if he were to win the Hollywoodbets Durban July, then all of a sudden ears will prick. Look how relaxed he is in the parade ring. He's almost enjoying the attention.
Unbelievable. With all the things that are going on around the parade ring, there's lots of noise, there's many people. These horses are not used to these type of conditions on an ordinary race day, but everything Dean Caname has thrown when asked to lift your game to the next level, this horse has delivered and delivered in a big way. When you look at his run in the Daily News, the horse that ran second to him now comes into shot. Talking about lightweights taking on heavyweights, when we look at ratings, this horse was the unknown. I'd like to put it this way to you. What Flagman did that day, he just said, hello. I'm hoping today he can say goodbye.
It was unthinkable 3 months ago that this horse could even be in the debate for the Hollywoodbets Durban July, but the speed in which this horse has climbed the ladder is absolutely remarkable. Has the handicapper just taken that little edge off him? That is the big question. He is a top horse, there's no doubt. For Durban, and also let's refer to the locals. They've had a good day so far, by the way. Barham Boots is now a local. Frank Robinson with a 1-2 earlier on today. There hasn't been a Hollywoodbets Durban July winner, locally trained one, since, was it 1992, a Spanish Galliard. That is a long, long time between rings. Last year we had See It Again come in here as a huge chance, ran second. But Durban will come alive if there is a hometown hero who's able to win it, and there's absolutely no doubt that this horse is in the reckoning. And here's another one, number 1, Royal Victory. And I just want to mention part owner Peter Victor. 18 months ago, we thought he was gone. He was diagnosed with cancer. He went through it all. I saw things at the Vaal on that famous balcony of Culvin's where it was heartbreaking to see such a good man, a man so passionate about racing, going through what he was going through. But here he is, 100% healthy, with a huge chance on the Hollywoodbets Durban July. 2 Grade 1 wins at Turffontein. How well do you think he's been prepped by Nathan Cotson? Because he's taken a very, very quiet route into this race. The noise around Durban is all for this horse, number 1, Royal Victory, Dees.
You know what I've got out of what you just said is that whilst we get to know the horses and the thoroughbreds and their form lines and their progress, a story that's scripted from the stud farm to where they are now in their careers, it is all written, as you know. We get to know those that are behind the scenes. You touched on the owner. Flagman's also got a story. I mean, he's got a big story that he's writing, and this is another chapter of his, because he was not with the Van Zales, and he was purchased by Gavin, and what a purchase he's turned out to be. But coming back to this horse, Royal Victory, Muzi Yeni has had plenty chances where he's run close, he's run places, and he is desperate to knock this off his CV. He's so bullish about this horse, Alistair. The prep has gone smoothly. We know that he is a dual Group 1 winner up in Gauteng, winning the Summer Cup and the Premier's Champions Challenge. But many are of the opinion that this is not his favorite track. Well, let's not forget, as a 2-year-old, he did himself proud here. He's a horse that's had a super prep coming to the race. He's drawn the gate that they wanted, which was Gate 1, and a lot of fans would go for this horse because of the riding arrangements, and that's Muzi Yeni.
Absolutely. There's number 18, Future Pearl. He snuck in through the back door. His love affair with Hollywoodbets Greyville is something to behold, and the way that he bounced back to form by winning the Tab KZN Derby last time, beating Aragosta, who he obviously reopposes. I have a theory that the draw of 18, the wide draw of 18, is not a hindrance to this horse, number 18, Future Pearl. He's one of many horses in this race who has 0 stamina doubts. Can we see something special from Future Pearl under a jockey who can do special things as well? Sometimes he can do, well, he can do anything, Future Pearl, Grand Fanikak, but if everything goes according to plan, this could be the fireworks in the race.
He's a champion stayer, that we know. He showed it last season. Whether it was by design that Sean Terry has opted to go for this race or not, he knows the answer to that. But the one thing that we do know about this horse, he's going to be at his best to try and get the job done for the Becks here. And they've engaged the services of Grand Fanikak. The draw is no issue. He's a horse that's going to be given and taken his medicine very early in the race. The quicker they go, the better the race is going to suit him. Number 10, See It Again, Pierre Stradom, Michael Roberts, Nick Johnson, and Drakenstein Stud. A horse that went so close last year, desperately close behind Winchester Mansion. Could it be his year?
Best horse in the race, carries top weight. He's earned the top weight. I think everyone's got a soft spot for See It Again. Is it possible that he can lug top weight to victory under Pierre Stradom? And I think the big question, will Pierre Stradom ride off into the sunset if he were to win on See It Again? It would be a hell of a way to go.
We've had a look at a few of them as they exit the parade ring with just 14 minutes to go. I'm just keeping a very close eye on our co-mingling pools as we, welcome our viewers from abroad. Hong Kong Jockey Club World Pools. It's going to get to some telephone numbers once we come to race time. The top one on tab is horse number 5, which is Green with Envy. 4 Rand 50, 1 Rand 80. The next best is horse number 10 at 8 Rand 30, and then just 2 other runners in single figures. Number 1 at 8 Rand 80 and horse number 4 at 9 Rand 50. All the horses have exited the parade ring. Alistair, I think it's time to hand over to our race commentator.
Ladies and gentlemen, the field for race number 7, the Hollywoodbets Durban July, 5 million rand, grade 1. Bet with the World Pool. Number 1 is Royal Victory, Muzieni for Nathan Kotson. 2 grade 1 victories in Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal Hopeful. The last KZN horse to win was Spacewalk in 1994 on an objection. Could this be the year that KZN strikes again? The fairy tale story, Royal Victory. Number 2 is Barbaresco, Gavin Arena. He rode Cormetidon to victory in the Hollywoodbets Durban July. The striking grey, Barbaresco, number 2. Next up is the son of Fatura, number 4, Future Swing. Red Hot Richard Ferry for the powerful Justin Snaithkamp. They certainly know how to win the big races, and they'll be looking to add another to the tally. Here's number 4, Future Swing. Number 1, Royal Victory passing by. A look at the favourite, number 5, Green with Envy. Power King carry these colours to victory. Dean Kannemeyer, he knows how to do it. Dynasty, Eye of the Tiger. Big race rider, Craig Zaki. This is for the Kaya stables. As the grey number 2, Barbaresco, makes the way down, cool, calm and collected. Whipping the breeches. Number 4, Future Swing. Full of energy on the way down to the gate. Here's number 4, Future Swing. The favourite, number 5, Green with Envy. Getting the stretch down to the start. Followed by number 6, Shoemaker, Diego de Gabea. Of course, Mike de Kock, Ippy Tombi, Igugu, Bold Silvano, Aragosta passing by. Markov and Rensburg rides. Here's number 8, Purple Pitcher. Felisande Mkoli for Robin Klaasen. The defending champion, Kabelo Matsanyane on number 9, Winchester Mansion. Michael Roberts has number 10, See It Again, Pierre Striker Stratum, the blonde bomber in the full set of sulks. Can See It Again go one better? Number 11, Oriental Charm, JP van der Merwe. Next up, number 12, Son of Raj, ridden by Kelvin Abib. One of only a handful of runners to race with blinkers. Number 13, Meridius. Master Adut. Number 14, Corne Orfa. Number 15, Cousin Casey, Samanga Kamalo. Double superlative, number 16, Danny Muscat. Flag Man, number 17, the All Royal Blue Silk, Serena Mudley. The Stayer, Future Pearl, number 18, Grant Van Niekerk. And in making history, Rachel Venica in the irons, Louis. That's number 19 on the program. 5 million rand, grade 1, Hollywoodbets, Durban July. It's time for Guts and Glory. Ladies and gentlemen, lovely to welcome our homegrown favourites, Mango Groove. Put your hands together for Mango Groove. Ladies and gentlemen, please be up and standing for the singing of the national anthem. Well, already 6-7 horses have been loaded up in the Hollywoodbets Durban July. The 128th running of Africa's greatest race. Future Swing has moved in. The favourite Green with Envy, Aragosta, Shoemaker. The defending champion Winchester Mansion, Kabela Matsunyani. The Hoods on See It Again, Oriental Charms, Sanaraj, Meridius, Barbaresco, Royal Victory, Box 1. Son of Rogers, Restless in 12, Calvin Abib on the side of the gates. Flagman, Future Pearl, set. Hollywoodbets Durban July. Let's all ride this wave together from the 2200 meter marker. Purple Pitcher rousted up early. See It Again's going to drop 2 lengths off. Winchester Mansion, Look Right. Oriental Charms circumnavigating the field with Flagman, looking for first and second position as they're going to race past this 1800 meter marker. Purple Pitchers along the inside. Royal Victory scraping paint just 3 lengths off them. Son of Raj around runners Shoemaker, then Meridius. The grey, unmistakable grey Barbaresco at the paint about 7.5 lengths off them. The pace is half decent as they move down towards the 1300 meter marker. See It Again and Barbaresco. At this point in time, Future Swing and Cousin Casey, the same silks, but Future Swing has the white pom-pom on as they race down towards the 1300 meter marker. Master Adoots behind these runners. Green with Envy, third to last, and Master Adoot ran off the track there for a stride or two. Some jostling. Tlatlui, Shoemaker's uncomfortable and been pulled out. I think he's bled. Shoemaker's bled. Future pulls at the back of the field. And it's Oriental Charm in the Hollywoodbets Durban July, 5 million rand at stake. Flag Man, unbelievable in second. Purple Pitcher third. Winchester Mansion, then comes Meridius Royal Victory. Son of Raj. Tlatlouis on the outside of runners. Barbaresco. See It Again, Future Swing. At the top of the lane. Green with Envy's at the back of the field. 9 to make up. Winchester Mansion, Oriental Charm. Flag Man's running a big race. Royal Victory. Tlatlouis running on. See It Again's on the inside. Trying to close in, Future Swing. Flag Man with an explosive finish. Green with Envy's getting into it. And down the inside. Yes, Cousin Casey flying. Cousin Casey on the inside. Oriental Charm. Oriental Charm from Cousin Casey. Royal Victory's right there. And between runners, Flag Man. See It Again had to be eased at a vital stage. But it's going to be number 11, Oriental Charm. JP van der Merwe, and they find the right wave home. Greg Bortz, Leon Elman, and Miss Gina Goldsmith, Brett Crawford, JP van der Merwe. They wake up the stars today, and it's going to be Oriental Charm. Cousin Casey, Royal Victory, Flag Man, and just look at See It Again. He had to be eased inside the last 100 meters, and Green with Envy in a bit of a rough run race was at the back of the field. A few of them ran out. So let's look. Well, Cousin Casey and Future Swing were in exactly the same silks. Just the pom-pom on Future Swing eased up. See It Again's between them. And now you'll see Cousin Casey, Oriental Charm runs across, and See It Again has to be checked. So See It Again, his stride and momentum broken. He was trying to go through there, and then you can see Pierce Stratum. The gap shuts there, and he has to take action. But Oriental Charm, this was bred by the Shively stud. Hollywoodbets Greyville, this is where dreams are made of. And Oriental Charm, JP van der Merwe, Brett Crawford, they at it again. The Vercingetorix out of the Grey Zenmare. Number 11, Oriental Charm in the Hollywoodbets Durban July.
Well, we're here with the winning rider, JP van der Merwe. What a moment, JP.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. He wasn't easy. He just never dropped a bit on me. I think 800, 900, then eventually dropped a bit on me. And I knew I needed to ride him as confident as I could. And she's his gutsy. Yeah, I thought we did it the hard way, never left me, but I'm in a straight. He just gave me more and more and more. Awesome.
Ladies and gentlemen, JP van der Merwe.
after winning last year's race with Winchester Mansion, and they've gone ahead and won it in 2024 with Oriental Charm. He was a 3-year-old, came in under the radar here. You have to have a handy galloping weight here, a strong front runner, and here you can see the winning rider, JP van der Merwe, returning back. They're going to take a quick photograph, and then I'm going to step into the camera shot over here. Give it up for the winning horse, Oriental Charm. Now joining me over here is JP van der Merwe. What a ride you gave that horse, JP. It was splendid. Your very first winning July ride. You must have known coming into the race with a lightweight you had to be handy. All the horses winning from up there, but you had challenges from all sides. You just kept on pressing it, kept on going for you.
It wasn't that easy. He does it a bit aggressive. 3-year-old, still a colt. So he's a boykie, so he always takes you on. I knew he was a big runner, but I need him to settle for a furlong. I knew if I can get him to drop the bit for a furlong, he's going to be tough to beat because he's gutsy and he's just a proper racehorse, and he just doesn't stop and he gives you to the line. But I knew I just needed him to relax a bit. He broke beautiful, and I took my time to get over. I wasn't going to help anyone else out, and he still did a bit hard. He never left me. I think 800, 900, he only dropped a bit. But from there, I just rode him confident, and I could feel the challenges came to us, but he just fought to the line, and well done to the whole team. It's not been an easy season for my owners, Mr. Boris and Gina. We've been trying our best, but it just everything took a while to unfold. But I'm just grateful for this winner, and I just want to thank God, thank my family, and my wife. Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely emotional. Well done to you. What a ride, JP, and you can be very proud. You won a Met, you've now won a July.
This is a bit easier when you do get opportunities. What a year it's been for me. It's my 5th Group 1 this year. I can't believe it. Like, my boss asked me to stop traveling. Said he wants me to work. He wants to work the horses. So I never had most of the winners, probably half of my winners normally, but 5 Group 1s on my name. Very grateful for the season I've had. Very grateful for opportunities. Thank you to everyone.
All the best, JP. Go well. Let's talk to the winning trainer, Brett Crawford. I want to get Brett into the picture over here. Brett, what a training feat for you. This horse has come in under the radar. Brett and James, his son, because James is a major part of your operation. You guys have to be chuffed. Now, there was that ongoing battle between the two of you on who was going to win. You were in this horse's camp, Brett. Your son was in Winchester Mansion. Just shows you the years of experience go your way today. But whatever it is, congratulations. What a fantastic win.
No, thanks, Nico. I must first and foremost say to JP, great ride, really. Unbelievable. It was a flawless ride, and James prepared him on the high felt to the tee. He looked absolutely amazing, and he's just been a horse that's progressed with each and every run. I couldn't be happier for Greg and Gina and Leon. They're stalwarts in the game, and nothing better than to win for them. They're so well deserved.
You guys have got the winning formula, James. Last year you prepared the horse up in Joburg, and you ended up coming down here and winning. The same with Oriental Charm. Exactly the same preparation as last year's winner, Winchester Mansion. You guys have to be ultra proud of yourselves, and you can put a feather in your cap and you can party all night long. Last year you went overseas directly after the win. I hope you're not going away again this year, because you nearly didn't return.
I don't think I'll make my flight if it was tomorrow, but I do plan on going away, but that's only later on. Still got many fish to fry, but yeah, as my dad said, to Greg and Gina, they do so much for the game. It's so well deserved for them. The horse had a flawless prep. He did exactly what Winchester did last year, and it's funny because even his small mannerisms where, saddling him at the box, when he did the exact same thing as Winchester last year, where he refused to go into the box to saddle. So, it's so funny, but it's awesome, and to have the second year in a row with my father is just
it's a great moment for you, the Crawford team. Congratulations, Brett and James Crawford. Well done to you. Well deserved.
Thanks, Nico. Appreciate it.
And now the big moment for the winning owners. I don't know if Greg Bortz is around here, but we'll try and catch him for a winning interview. Obviously, we did speak to him a bit earlier, but we are going to cross over to Mango Groove in a moment, and then we're going to go back for the winning presentations of the trophy. We'll catch up with Greg Bortz shortly.
Dance it, man. What's the matter with you?
Okay, what a day. And what a pleasure to be with you. I'm not going to bore you with endless words. We would love to play a game with you. It involves 3 essential things. The first one, you've got to do this. Now, what do you imagine the second thing is? Exactly. Now, the third and most important thing, we want to hear your voices. We're going to make you sing with us whether you like it or not. We're going to count you in, and you're going to go crazy. Are you ready? Of course you are. Here we go. Are you ready for dance or chorus? Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dance, dance, dance. That's beautiful. Keep it coming. Dance, dance, dance. Dance some more. You know you've got to dance, dance, dance. That's definitely your song. Thank you so much, guys. You're amazing.
We are trackside here for the presentation of trophies for the 2024 5 million rand Hollywoodbets Durban July, the 128th running of the race. And have we ever seen a braver front-running performance by any horse such as we saw from the Vercingetorix Oriental Charm today? Congratulations, obviously, to all the connections. The presentation party today includes, from Provincial Government, the Honourable Premier, Mr. Tami Ntuli; from National Government, the Honourable Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Mr. Dean Pearson; the Honourable Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs of South Africa, Mr. Belen Kosini Schlabisa; the Acting Mayor, Mr. Zadili Mayeni. From Hollywoodbets, there is Miss, and of course the Chairman of the Circle, Mr. Sadanaidu. From Provincial Government, we have the MEC of Finance, the Honourable Mr. Francois Rogers; the MEC of Sports, Arts and Culture, the Honourable Mr. Ntuli Kowala; and the MEC of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, the Honourable Reverend Musa Zondi, as well as the City of Durban Speaker, Tabani Nayawasa. So that's our presentation party. We're going to get straight into it. Congratulations all round to the wonderful performance from Oriental Charm. First up, the man who takes care of him every single day. Please welcome on stage Mr. Younger Dadamazi. As you can see from the bib, it says Champion 2024. During the course of the week, I was watching one of the many platforms where we had panel discussions, and I distinctly remember Michael de Kock saying that JP van der Merwe has got to be one of the best front-running jockeys in the country. He's more than just a front-running jockey. He's ridden 5 Grade 1 winners this season already, and a superlative effort to get Oriental Charm home after having to do all the donkey work up front, headed in the straight, rallying strongly, and getting home. Please put your hands together for an outstanding performance in the saddle. Here is JP van der Merwe. To win 1 July is a dream of many trainers in this country. To win back-to-back Julys for any stable is outstanding. Last year with Winchester Mansion, this year with Oriental Charm. The Brett Crawford Racing Team, Brett and James, father and son. What a moment, what an absolute moment for Team Crawford Racing. It's already said, I can get used to this. I'll be back next year, try and complete the hat-trick. Wonderful training feat, remembering, of course, that the horses go up and down from the Highveld to KwaZulu-Natal, a strategy that the Crawford Racing Team has employed over the last number of seasons with a huge amount of success. But of course, somebody has to feed the horses, somebody has to buy the horses, and if there's a most worthy winner for the amount of dedication, money that is put into this game, along with Gina, and we're mindful that Leon Allen is in Miami. We miss him here today. Ladies, the highlight of his own in career. Please welcome Greg Bortz and Gina Goldsmith, proud owners of Oriental Charm. And lastly, the breeder is acknowledged. What a wonderful Vercingetorix progeny ran first and second. I've known the Costa family for so many years, from generation to generation. The pinnacle of racing, from any point of view, is winning the Hollywoodbets Durban July. And it gives me extra special pleasure today to congratulate and welcome Vaughan Costa from Shively Stud. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes the official presentation of trophies following the running of the 128th Hollywoodbets Durban July. Once again, let's hear a big round of applause for our winners. Oriental Charm, JP van der Merwe, the Brett Crawford Racing Team, Messrs. Greg Bortz, Leon Allman and Gina Goldsmith, and Vaughan Costa from Shively Stud. Thanks to the presentation party, of course, led by Gold Circle's chairman, Mr. Sadhu Naidu, who is now presenting the silver salver to Vaughan Costa, who also gets the sash. And any moment now, we're going to get the picture that every owner, breeder, trainer, jockey dreams of. Raise it all up, ladies and gentlemen. There we go, the winners of the 2024 Hollywoodbets Durban July.
Flagman, Future Pearl, set. Hollywoodbets Durban July. Let's all ride this wave together from the 2200 meter marker. Purple Pitcher roused it up early. See it again, he's going to drop 2 lengths off. Winchester Mansion, look right. Oriental Charm circumnavigating the field with Flagman, looking for first and second position as they're going to race past this 1800 meter marker. Purple Pitchers along the inside. Royal Victory scraping paint just 3 lengths off them. Son of Raj around runners, Shoemaker, then Meridius. The grey, unmistakable grey Barbaresco at the paint, about 7.5 lengths off them. The pace is half decent as they move down towards the 1300 meter marker. See it again in Barbaresco. At this point in time, Future Swing and Cousin Casey, the same silks, but Future Swing has the white pom-pom on as they race down towards the 1300 meter marker. Master Adoots behind these runners. Green with Envy, third to last, and Master Adoot ran off the track there for a stride or two. Some jostling. Tlatlui, Shoemaker's uncomfortable and been pulled out. I think he's bled. Shoemaker's bled. Future pulls at the back of the field. And it's Oriental Charm in the Hollywoodbets Durban July, 5 million rand at stake. Flagman, unbelievable in second. Purple Pitcher third. Winchester Mansion, then comes Meridius Royal Victory. Son of Raj. Tlatlui's on the outside of runners. Barbaresco. See it again, Future Swing. At the top of the lane. Green with Envy's at the back of the field. 9 to make up. Winchester Mansion, Oriental Charm. Flagman's running a big race. Royal Victory. Tlatlui's running on. See It Again's on the inside. Trying to close in Future Swing. Flag Man with an explosive finish. Green with Envy's getting into it. And down the inside. Yes, Cousin Casey flying. Cousin Casey on the inside. Oriental Charm. Oriental Charm from Cousin Casey. Royal Victory's right there. And between runners, Flag Man. See It Again had to be eased at a vital stage. But it's going to be number 11, Oriental Charm. JP van der Merwe, and they find the right wave home. Greg Bortz, Leon Elman, and Miss Gina Goldsmith, Brett Crawford, JP van der Merwe. They wake up the stars today, and it's going to be Oriental Charm. Cousin Casey, Royal Victory, Flag Man, and just look at See It Again. He had to be eased inside the last 100 meters, and Green with Envy in a bit of a rough run race was at the back of the field. A few of them ran out. So let's look. Well, Cousin Casey and Future Swing were in exactly the same silks. Just the pom-pom on Future Swing eased up. See It Again's between them. And now you'll see Cousin Casey, Oriental Charm runs across, and See It Again has to be checked. So See It Again, his stride and momentum broken. He was trying to go through there, and then you can see Pierce Stratum. The gap shuts there, and he has to take action. But Oriental Charm, this was bred by the Shively stud. Hollywoodbets Greyville, this is where dreams are made of, and Oriental Charm, JP van der Merwe, Brett Crawford, they at it again. The Vercingetorix out of the Grey Zenmare. Number 11, Oriental Charm in the Hollywoodbets Durban July.
Well, day of dreams, isn't it? And it's Oriental Charm's turn. The 128th running of the Hollywoodbets Durban July belongs again to Brett Crawford, JP van der Merwe, Greg Bortz, Gina Goldsmith, Leon Elman. Just a stat, he was the second lowest earner coming into the Hollywoodbets Durban July. But that matters not in hindsight. A masterclass of placement by Brett Crawford for the second year in a row. And I think when we get to 2025, there'll be quite a few that will be trying to use the same techniques to qualify their horse for the Hollywoodbets Durban July off a generous rating, Dees.
Yeah, talking about ratings and the part that one takes to try and get in the right position with regards to weight coming to the Hollywoodbets Durban July. It's all calculated, and they've timed it to the tier like they did last year with Winchester Mansion. They went the route, the 1900, the Cup Trial, and he's coming with 53 on his back. But you need the horse, and one has to complement the stable, because the way the race was run, and we knew where the pace was going to come from, he was one of the runners that was going to race forward. But to run 2200 meters at Hollywoodbets Greyville on this occasion against that quality of field, and to not be headed, I think he was, by Flying Man down the lane, just for a moment, but to fight on the way he did. He's a horse that promised a lot. I remember him very clearly from Cape Town, but this is his crowning moment. And well done to the Crawford team. You mentioned the back-to-back. I must pay compliments to Shively as well. You know, they bred the horse. And what a moment for Brett and his son James.
Absolutely, and you spot on, because I was going to get to the horse in a moment, Dees. JP van der Merwe, a positive ride start to finish. Brett Crawford, master of placing, and obviously, you know, for Greg Bortz, it's one thing to invest money into the game as an owner, but to invest money into the game and keep it alive, like him and Mary Slack have done, sensational, and Owen Heffer as well. It's just reward. Brett at Shively's done. But you're right about the horse. When he won on debut at Hollywoodbets Durbanville, he almost won out of fright rather than flight. But that was the clue, the absolute determination, the relentlessness not to be headed. He had every right to be headed on debut. He had every right to be headed here on the biggest stage of South African racing, and he didn't. Unbelievable horse. He's got the heart of a lion. As you say, I think he was headed by Flagman as well. And also, let's talk about those horses just in behind. Oriental Charm obviously winning the Hollywoodbets Durban July. What a run from Cousin Casey in second. Saw it every inch.
And from that draw, and he was not helping Somango Kamalo in the the beginning of the race until he tried to relax him and settle him. But wow, what a performance from him to get up for second, showing that he is very capable of recapturing his juvenile form. This is his favorite hunting ground. His best runs have all been at Hollywoodbets Greyville. The third horse, number 1, which was Royal Victory, great run from him as well. He was one of the older horses that many were touting as the possible winner in the race, and he's run a game race. And then for 4th position, it was number 17. You know, you had to go and ride the race that you want to, and the horse that's got gate speed, poorly drawn out at 17, he looked to have the right spot behind the right horse coming into the straight, but that definitely took its toll over the final furlong or so.
Do you want the biggest certainty out of this year's Hollywoodbets Durban July? Flagman will win a grade 1.
100%.
Whether it's the Summer Cup, whether it's the Mets, whether it's next year July, whether it's the Champions Cup over 1800 meters, this horse has got it all. He was probably a tad unfortunate with the penalty from the Daily News 2000, and we can argue that till the cows come home, and I know that the retort from the handicappers will be, but hang on, Flagman's pretty much confirmed that rating. Green with Envy's not. So we can have that argument until we blue in the face. My opinion is probably the 127 that was given to Green with Envy probably compromised Flagman by a length or two, but that is the certainty out of this year's Hollywoodbets Durban July, that Flagman will win a grade 1 sometime in the future. See it again, unlucky in 5th, door closed in his face. Was he winning the race? No, but honest run from a legend of a horse.
Yeah, there's 2 incidents with See It Again. I mean, the one when, unfortunately, we had a shoemaker who had to be eased out of the race, I think due to epistaxis. That was the one incident when Pierre had to switch out, causing, Master Redoubt, one of the horses, to go very wide. And then over the final 100 meters or so, you'll watch the race, you'll have some post-mortems, but we're going to take nothing away from this gutsy performance, this performance of class, start to finish, we'd want to call it, for a 3-year-old that has etched his name in history, winning the Hollywoodbets Durban July. So have the breeders, and the owners, and of course the son of Vercingetorix. What a moment for them all.
It's not Shivali's first winner. They bred Legislate as
Correct.
well. A decade ago, incredible. Just a few other words. Barbaresco travelled well through the race, given every chance by Gavin Larena. Probably didn't get home over 2,200 metres. And people are going to turn around, they're going to chastise Craig Zaki for the ride of Green with Envy. I'm going to defend him, I'm going to stand in his way, I'm going to be his bodyguard with a statement. Green with cousin Casey, the runner-up, came from exactly the same place. I would argue that Green with Envy was just a little bit off colour today. Wasn't his run. He'll be back to fight another day. Of that, there's no doubt. That, for me, no fault of Craig Zaki, Green with Envy's run.
Yeah, no, the acceleration that we used to see, not that turn of foot that we used to see, not that Green with Envy that won the Derby, not that Green with Envy that won the Guineas, and even that Green with Envy where everything went wrong for him in the Daily News and he still managed to get the job done. He was not the same horse that we used to see. That is why he was on top of the betting boards, because of his CV coming into the race. But we have to say that where cousin Casey was positioned by Samanga Kamalo and Craig Zaki on number 5, Green with Envy, that was an indifferent performance from him.
Good luck to the Equus panel doing 3-year-old Colt.
Now, that is a tough one now, because I mean, this race has definitely thrown something in the works, but we'll see when they sit down and debate on who is the leading 3-year-old come the end of July. 16 minutes before the start of race number 8, and this is one of the premier races over a mile for the fillies, the Ridgemont Garden Province Stakes. It's a Group 1 for a stake of 1.5 million. 11 runners go to post and horses are in the ring. Number 4 is Bavarian Beauty, who was an Equus star as a young horse. Is she the same filly? Somewhere I'll go, well, she can possibly bounce back to her very best, having won at this high level as a juvenile at Hollywoodbets Greyville. Number 4, Bavarian Beauty, Calvin Habib and Tony Peter. What you make of her chances against this quality of field, Alistair? She's one of the big outs in the field.
Sounds of life last time in the East Coast Radio Tibashina Stakes behind Green with Envy when going off to the front and folding the deck late. She's a bit quieter than what I normally know her. She can be on her toes. She can be a bit energetic in the parading. Today she's quite docile. Don't know how that's going to translate into performance. I think that from the 2-year-old career, I think others have quickened past her.
Yeah, number 4, Bavarian Beauty. She's a big price, 19.95 rand. 20 a place. Horse number 8 is also one of the lesser fancied, and this is Humdinger from the Mike de Kock yard with Pierce Stratham up. She's a 5-year-old, daughter of Water Winter. She's already won 7 times in her career from 32 outings and in excess of 1.4 million in stakes. Many are of the opinion that her best distance or optimum distance, or where she's most effective over, is 1,400 meters. But there is a train of thought that if given the race and the way the tempo is run, she could get away with it.
Well, where's she going to be? Her running style is to get as close to the front, if not in front, but there's so much pace around her that it might set up perfectly for her with Raskova and Red Palace likely to go to the head of affairs because they are just quicker than number 8 Humdinger. She is such an overachiever, Humdinger. I wouldn't leave her out of my trifectas and quartets, despite the fact that this is probably a furlong best of her absolute best.
Well, it was forecast that the wind is going to get stronger as the day progresses.
Not a breath, Dees.
Not a breath. The weatherman's got it wrong there, Alistair, because we were keeping a close eye on this race and the weather because it was going to suit one horse ideally, and that's number 10 Raskova. That happened last time out in the South African Fillies Guineas, where it was a belter of a tailwind. Craig Zaki took full advantage of the conditions and he rode a tactical race. Today they were hoping that the conditions are going to sway their way. It's not, but she is nevertheless, a strong front runner who seldom tires when the fight is on.
She was given an epic ride by Craig Zaki to win the World Sports Betting KZN Fillies Guineas when beating double Grand Slam. I think if you ran that race again, I think Craig Zaki had double Grand Slam's number. There was just no way she was getting past. I respect her chances. Again, is she a Grade 1 winner? Many times over, a grade 2 quality horse, but can she come to the big occasion? This is where we'll know a lot more about it. Very, very good top 3 chance race go, but I don't know if she's got the legs to turn over the boom 3-year-old fillies of her generation in this race.
Well, we usually refer to what is known as the best weighted, Colin, to try and separate the horses that stand out in these weight for age races. But I say this because this race is known to spring a surprise. It's happened in the past where lots of tickets have been thrown into the bin come race number 8 with the leg to go in the pick 6, and that is where those big dividends are being declared. Do you see it that way this year with a horse like Happy Chance possibly causing an upset?
Happy Chance has been so sparingly raced as a rising 5-year-old. She's obviously had a couple of issues. On her day, she can be very dangerous, but I just don't know if she's quite good enough. There's Double Grand Slam making her way out onto the course. There's 12 minutes until the Ridgemont Garden Province Stakes, 1,600 metres for a stake of 1.5 million rand. Let's get upstairs.
Thanks very much, Alistair. Runners coming out onto the track. For the Grade 1, Ridgemont Garden Province Stakes, 1.5 million rand, up for grabs. Number 3 is Double Grand Slam, Richard Ferry. The current favourite at £2.90 and 140 with a companion. The Ready Emuffs on Double Grand Slam. The last 3 victories all over 1,400 metres. She looks in tremendous shape, as fit as can be. Double Grand Slam. Will she put it to bed over the mile? Number 4, Bavarian Beauty, ridden by Kelvin Abeb, 19 Randa. Number 3, Double Grand Slam, and Richard Ferry passing by. Then the turn of number 4, Bavarian Beauty. Red Palace is number 5. Anthony Andrews with a companion. Asia Pambile, Rachel Venica. Number 5, Red Palace moving past. A green cap on number 9, Hold My Hand. So Lee should be able to distinguish Hold My Hand, the green cap. So Silver Sanctuary will be in the full set of silks. There's Asia Pambile. Number 10, Raskova, Craig Zaki, 8 Rand 10. Number 8, Humdinger. Pierre, Striker, Stratum, the Blonde Bomber. On her toes, Humdinger. Paying 10 Rand to win. Here's a look at number 8, Humdinger. Trying the trip for the first time. Number 2, Mrs. Browning, daughter of a thief. Gavin Lorena for Sean Terry. Will she get the mile? That's the $1 million question. Been up to the 1450. In the full set of silks. The adrenaline, the blood, will be pumping through the veins of J.P. van der Merwe, winner of the Hollywoodbets Durban July. Number 10 is Raskova, Craig Zaki. Number 2, Mrs. Browning. 6, Silver Sanctuary. The quicker they go, the better for Silver Sanctuary. And now you'll get to have a look at number 2, Mrs. Browning. See how she stretches to the gates. Going to turn at about the 70-metre mark. In the Verner's colours, number 2, Mrs. Browning, Gavin Lorena. Head 3 parts down. Number 11 is Celtic Rumours, Grand Vernicker, and Happy Chance, number 1, Kabela Matsinyane. 1 of 2 for the Hollywood Syndicate. Here's number 1, Happy Chance, 12 Rand 10. 11 Celtic Rumours moving on by. And that's paying 11 Rand 6 tie. There's a look at the runners on the way down to the gate. You got 7 minutes to place your bets.
I see the tote is taking a different complexion now from around 8 to 10 minutes ago, because one horse continues to shorten and shorten dramatically, and that's number 3, Double Grand Slam. It looked to be leveling itself out at one stage, but we know come race time, money starts pouring in for the likely horses that is going to end up the top one, and number 3, Alistair, has attracted plenty betting.
It's been a black day for Justin Snaith so far. Hopefully this will be the one to drag him into the number 1 box. Number 3, Double Grand Slam. Her win in the East Coast Radio Tibashina Stakes needs no introduction. It will be a race that will be replayed many, many, many times. A lot to do with the filly, but more to do with Richard Fourie breaking that 25-year standing record of Anthony Delpech and getting to 335. I think he's currently on 360 for the season. That's just the impetus and the dominance that Richard Fourie's brought to the season. D's the big question. Can she go the extra 200 metres? Does she have the running style? Does she have the temperament to go the extra 200 metres? She got ready enough. That has been the case for her forever. She, as a younger 3-year-old, she could do funny things in the race, could Double Grand Slam. Sometimes she'd travel a little bit too hard and stay on. Sometimes she wouldn't travel at all. The next start she'd just be fast asleep and not get a blow in, as she showed in a couple of starts down in Cape Town Summer Festival. Now it looks like she's ironed out those issues. She looks like she's thriving in Durban with 3 runs. She could never miss in the Umzumkulu at the end of March. But I think the key run here, comparing apples with apples, is the World Sports Betting KZN Fillies Guineas, where she ran second to Raskover. Is she just not got the legs to get the extra 200 metres? That's the big burning question. We know that she's a quality filly. She's pound for pound probably the best 1,400 metre horse in the country. Sadly, this is a grade 1 over a mile, so if something's going to stop her, it's probably the trip, and that's probably where it opens up for a 3-year-old contemporary.
And that's where I have a slight concern with her rating as well, because it was a star quality field. There were horses in that Mallorca that were way above her in the weights and their ratings, and she ran 3rd behind a super talented horse, Equus Horse of the Year in Princess Kala, and they hammered her 104 to a 115. She then wins over 1,400 and goes to a 117. That 118 of hers was also from a 117 to a 118. I don't know how much to read into that rating of 118 over 1,600 meters, because she's yet to win over the distance. Yes, she punched above her weight against that quality of field behind Princess Kala, but I'm almost certain that both Richard Fourie, Justin Snaith are adamant that this will be no issue for her. Otherwise, why race her? Number 3, Double Grand Slam. There is plenty of talk of her being the right horse in the race, but I have a lot of respect for the proven horses over the distance, like number 6, Silver Century.
So I love the Mark de Kock, Justin Snaith dynamic on our official Hollywood Bets panel discussion that was done here during the week and flies on Supersport and Gallop TV. Both of them reckon that this is their best chance of a winner on the day. De Kock, Silver Sanctuary, my best of the day. Snaith, Double Grand Slam, my best of the day. You talk about the rating of Double Grand Slam. You know that she's confirmed it, but I hear what you're saying. She's confirmed it over 1,400 metres. She's not quite confirmed it over a mile. So that's going to be, as I said, the big question mark. If she won, would my ill-fated pick 6 still be alive? Absolutely yes. But Silver Sanctuary, let's go back to the Will Avington 2000, because like the Daily News 2000 was a mess of a race, perhaps less so than the Daily News 2000. She stayed out of trouble from an inside draw. For me, she won easy in the margin suggested of 3/4 of a length. But now we're talking about a filly that this is probably a little bit low on the spectrum in terms of 1,600 metres. 1,800 metres, no contest, close the books, racing certainty. Is she going to be doing her best work a little bit too late, or we just got to super confident jockey with the stars aligned for 2 Grade 1s on Africa's greatest race day.
Besides being super confident, I mean, he knows her best. He's won 3 times for 2 seconds. So if there's any jockey that you'd want to have on her, it will be JP van der Merwe. But I heard on that show that you're talking about that Richard Fourie actually opted to go for number 3 double Grand Slam ahead of number 6 Silver Century.
Richard Fourie got it wrong an hour ago with Future Swing. It's the only thing he's got wrong the entire season, to be fair. What I will say about Silver Sanctuary, you're not going to pick her in the parade ring. She's unassuming. Her mother was unassuming. She was so good with my Sanctuary, but also she never stick out on the parade ring. Her full brother, Safe Passage, also never looked flashy but got the job done. Silver Sanctuary, another one. You look at the other 11 or the other 10 horses in the race, and Silver Sanctuary doesn't jump off the page, but boy, her performance is outstanding. JP van der Merwe just got off to take the weights off the back. She looks like Silver Sanctuary. That translates to a big run.
Well, it's 2 minutes before the off of race number 8, and I'm still waiting for the win. It hasn't arrived. Everything is still. And number 10, Raskova, she was hoping for some assistance today, like it did last time out. But she's a super talented filly. She's won 4 races. And Craig Zaki, what a ride from him last time out. She is also one of the leading contenders in the field. If there is to be a runner that is going to come out of left field, which horse would it be?
I want to talk about Red Palace because she could be anything from the front. My left field...
Candice Bass Robinson, just the one runner today.
It's always been the plan. She was only going to be in and out of Hollywoodbets Scottsville. She scored Grade 1 success with October Morn. This was a bit of a last-minute decision on the back of her coming back to life when winning the Stormsplay Stakes at Hollywoodbets Kenilworth at the end of May. She's overcome her terrible habits at the starting stalls. She was sadly scratched in the World Sports Betting Grade 1 Cape Fillies Guineas in December when the school of thought was, well, Beach Bomb won. Red Palace also got very close. Anyway, that was left out there. And then she ran second the Hollywoodbets Cape Guineas just 2 weeks later to Snow Pilot. So those are her capabilities. She's going to be the pace angle along with Raskova. What worries me about both those fillies is that are we going to get into a situation where both of them cut through it and kind of fall into a hole together? My fly in the ointment, always going to be number 8, Humding. I've got such a soft spot for her because, like I said, she is such an overachiever.
Yeah, Duncan Howell seems quietly confident about his chances for the Hollywood Syndicate on number 7, Asia Pambili, where things went horribly wrong for her in the South African filly sprint. And then one horse who I've been waiting for Sean to possibly try over further. She's been doing so well over shorter. We know her pedigree. We know how well she's related to Aragosta, and that's number 2, Mrs. Browning. She's very friendly in the betting market. 12 Rand 20 and 3 Rand 20. If she takes to the extra distance, I think that she could be the upset. But I'm told that they're loading race number 8, the Ridgemont Garden Province Stakes, Group 1, over 1,600 meters. Sheldon Peters with the call.
Thanks, Dees and Alistair. Runners for the Ridgemont Garden Province Stakes, Grade 1, 1.5 million rand. 3/4 of the field already set. Hold My Hand will sport the green cap alongside Raskova. Asia Pambile, Silver Sanctuary's ready. Double Grand Slam. Waiting on Bavarian Beauty. Celtic Rumours. Mrs. Browning moved up to 2. 1,600 meters. Celtic Rumours, box 11, vacant. 10 is Raskova, 9 Hold My Hand, 8 Humdinger, 7 Asia Pambile, 6 Silver Sanctuary, Red Palace 5, Bavarian Beauties 4, Double Grand Slam 3, Mrs. Browning 2, and a Happy Chance in box 1. Gate 11, Celtic Rumours, the hood's on. The Ridgemont Garden Province Stakes, Grade 1, 1.5 million rand. Balance of the field waiting. They've got the hood on Celtic Rumours, spinning her around, giving her every opportunity. Now they've confused her, and that makes her go in the right direction. Celtic Rumours, handlers up, hoods off. 1600 metres, and away they go from the 1600 metre marker. Celtic Rumours lost for the time being, and that looks like Hold My Hand could be second to last from that view. Mrs. Browning, Humdinger and Raskova, the first trio to respond into the turn. Happy Chances along the rail, joined by Bavarian Beauty, Red Palace's 3 around runners, double Grand Slam mid-division. Silver Sanctuary, Hold My Hands a little bit strong as the speed's not hot, and Humdinger just towing them along. Pierre Stratham doing things his way at the 1,000-metre peg. Red Palace further back in the running, Asia Pambile. Silver Sanctuary's at the rail, and Celtic Rumours has dropped anchor. In front, Humdinger going to try and make each and every poster, winning one past the 700, 3 parts of a length. Rask over at the quarters, second, then Mrs. Browning third. Bavarian Beauty, Hold My Hand. Happy Chance, they're going to start to stack up as they homeward bound, 550 to the judge. Double Grand Slam, got about 6 lengths to make up. Top of the lane, Humdinger and Pierre Stratham, they go for home. Raskover's down the middle, Bavarian Beauty. Mrs. Browning towards the inside, Silver Sanctuary. They're coming from everywhere. Double Grand Slams trying to close in. Happy Chances running a big race at Humdinger over the last 200 metres. And here's Happy Chance now coming into the lead. Raskover's charging late, and Humdinger's fighting right back. Humdinger and Happy Chance. Humdinger, Pierre Stratham, a brilliant ride from Happy Chance in second. Pierre Stratham at his absolute brilliant best. He's brought Humdinger back for the victory. Double Grand Slams involved in that third position. Well, this is where Pierre Stratham shows his wow factor, the ability, just showing the stick, and Humdinger comes back by a whisker. Pierre Stratham's brilliant, different class. Happy Chance, double Grand Slam third, Raskova fourth. Always question marks over the mile, double Grand Slam. She's a 1,400 metre horse. And Humdinger, the mile, up the alley. Pierre Stratham allowed them to move up. He had more in the locker. Hands and heels, Humdinger, for the powerful Mike de Kock stable. And number 8, Humdinger, I can't believe 15 rand 20. Unbelievable value about Humdinger. Happy Chance went on a winner, but Humdinger, Pierre Stratham, just look at that talent. He was on the panel last night, and he's just superb. When it comes to jockeyship, there's not too many around who can live with Pierre Striker Stratham, the blonde bomber.
Yeah, fantastic. We've witnessed a great ride here from Pierre Stratham on number 8, Humdinger. She will now be an 8-time winner, Alistair. Just want to have a look at what is that first stake check. Well, it's just under $1 million. So let's just add $1 million to that. 224 million for 180,000 rand purchase. That is where I'm heading.
Look what was said about overachiever Humdinger, but bred by Ridgemont. They've won the Ridgemont Garden Province Stakes. Mike de Kock take a bow, but more than that, Pierre Stratham, excellence. The man is from a different planet. That was Dead and Berry. We were sitting in Hollywood. Happy Chance, couldn't be happier for Hollywood for everything that they've gone through in the last 24 hours, losing one of our good friends, Carl Johnston. And, you know, obviously the association between Ridgemont and Hollywood, it would have been an unbelievable story. Happy Chance at 31 rand to win. The second biggest outsider in the race. All over a winner, D's, and Humdinger and Striker had other ideas.
It's amazing how this Crawford team, continue to go and use this idea. I mean, it's nothing novel, but I mean, this is what's working for them. Traveling the horses down to and fro, bringing them to Hollywoodbets Greyville or to KZN, sending them back to Gauteng, come back, and it seems to be working for them in such a way. They've obviously, got this down to a T now on the way it's supposed to be done, because this horse Happy Chance, when she came to Hollywoodbets Greyville last time out and raced in the Tiburtina Stakes, I did have a word with James Crawford, and he was very, very happy with the run, considering it was a first run back since February in Cape Town. So that was a tremendous performance to let her come on in the way that she did from that run to now.
Rating from altitude. There's got to be a method to the madness, and under the obviously watchful eye of James Crawford. But don't worry, Brett is calling every shot from Cape Town when he's not in Johannesburg. But it's, as you say, working a charm, because yes, it's another successful Hollywoodbets Durban July Day, but it was oh so close to a Grade 1 double. As for double Grand Slam, you can make the argument that she probably didn't quite reach a mile. She was unlucky. Mrs. Browning didn't leave her alone over the closing stages. She got squeezed a double Grand Slam, doing her best. Led out late, doing her best work late. Would she have got there? Unlikely, but she'll be back to fight another day, because she's still shown a fair amount of ability in defeat.
Those colours are the colours of the International Racing Club. Joe Namata and Mike de Kock, the trainer, also has a share. Bred by
Ridgemont Highlands.
Sponsors of the race?
Ridgemont Garden Province Stakes. But you were right, because in your scene set for this race, this race has a history of throwing a spanner in the works on the day. It was nearly a puncture with Happy Chance. It's turned out to be just a spanner in the works with Humdinger. But yet again, the Ridgemont Garden Province Stakes comes to bite a few in the backside. Silver Sanctuary didn't get away well. She wasn't left alone in the closing stages. Horses went across her. She fought in the early part of the race. Obviously not her day, but now it's being led in by strikers. Mrs. Krisner on the right-hand side. You can't miss the man in the red tie, the legendary Michael de Kock. Grade 1 win, number 140, I believe.
Wow, keeping total. I've lost count after 100. 140. Mike de Kock, the globe-trotting Mike de Kock, whether it is home, which is South Africa, or on the international stage, you can't keep him out of the limelight on these big race days. There is something about big race days that bring the best out of the best, and it's done here with Mike, because he didn't have a strong hand. Things went horribly wrong for Shoemaker. He mentioned on all the panels that he did, Aragosta and Shoemaker, not the ideal horses that he'd like to have, but they qualified for the race. But I say you can't keep him out of the limelight, because he's added another Group 1 to his name.
Who's going to be paying for the next round of golf between Stradum and de Kock? Because, I mean, you can get... Pierre doesn't
no,
pay.
He doesn't pay.
He doesn't pay. He'll be pocketing every cent.
It's Mike. Mike
and
will
Mike
definitely
pays
take
with
that.
a smile, because he inevitably wins the money on the golf course afterwards.
Yeah, he does pay with a smile when I collect. Yeah, wonderful. Race number 8, and we got one more to go before we close off the Pick 6, Alistair. But we must remind our valued racing fans out there that there are 3 jackpots on the day, and jackpot number 3 does start in race number 9, where there's a 500,000 rand carryover, and the estimated pool to try and get it right, races 9, 10, 11, and 12, is 3 million rand.
The Ridgemont Garden Province Stakes, the Grade 1 for 1,500,000 has been run, and it's been won by Humdinger. And what a humdinger of a finish. What a humdinger of a finish we were treated to. This lady in front of the stage agrees. Ridgemont are the sponsors of this race, and they've bred the first and the second horse past the post. So well done to Ridgemont. The groom gets 2,000 Rand on behalf of Hollywoodbets and Gold Circle, and another 10,000 from Ridgemont. So 10,000 Rand from the sponsors, Ridgemont, and altogether our groom will receive 12,000 Rand from Ridgemont, Hollywoodbets and Gold Circle. And his name is Sonile. Sonile is on stage, and he goes home with 12,000 Rand. Congratulations to you, Sonile. Well done. On stage with me is Mr. Craig Kieswetter from Ridgemont, and of course Maya Shetty, who is the chairperson of Gold Circle Racing. Pierre Stradham, the man of the moment. Pierre, a ding-dong tussle to the line. Did you think you had it?
At the line, yes, but also down the straight, she wanted to lug in, and I thought when I change the whip and let her go, change the legs, she's going to find a little bit extra. So when the second horse couldn't get past me, I knew, okay, I've still got a little bit in the tank. Yeah, like Mark de Kock also says, one of the most gutsiest horses you can ever find. She just never gives in. And then well done to Mark as well. We discussed before the race there was a lot of pace, like almost too much pace, and very often it plans out completely different, no one goes. So we decided, well, we are going to commit to lead, obviously within reason, and when it worked out we got to the front and no one chased, we took advantage of that. And just well done to Joe as well, Glistening Events. It's his first Grade 1, and we've become good friends, and I'm happy to have run his first one.
Yeah, your podcast that you have with him is well received, but Pierre, to you and your family, well done.
Thank you. Do you watch it as well?
I do watch your podcast. I think I do. You've got two good podcasts going.
Yeah, it's competition, eh? How many followers?
Pierre, there's Mahesh Chetty and Craig Kieswetter. Pierre Stradham, ladies and gentlemen, the winner aboard Humdinger. Mike de Kock is up next. Michael, if there ever is a mare that deserves this Grade 1, it's her.
Absolutely. I've said in all the time I've trained her, all your life you want to own horses like this that just absolutely try every time they run. I was always a little bit suspect of the mile, to be honest, but I think we witnessed today a bit of mastery here from Stradham. I mean, the old dog still got it a little bit.
He certainly has the old doc, and that was a powerful finish and a great ride.
No, it was a super ride, a great result. Obviously, the other filly was very disappointing. I mean, we'll address that, but right now we'll savor the moment. Well done to the partnership. They've been very patient with the filly, keeping her in training for an extra, and obviously well done to the breeders. If they want to buy her back now, it's going to cost them a bit more than they sold her for.
Michael, there is the team on hand to reward you with some wonderful champagne and trophies. Ridgemont Garden Province Stakes Grade 1 has gone the way of Humdinger. It's lovely to have Joe DeMata at the races today. Glistening and International Racing Club. He owns this in partnership with Mr. Mike de Kock. Joe, what's it like to have Mike de Kock as a partner, as an owner?
Oh, he's all right. He's all right.
If there's anyone, as I said to Mike, that deserves this Grade 1, it's this filly.
She's been unbelievable. From the moment we bought her, Ziggy, Mike de Haast, everybody ever involved, she's just been progressive. She's tough, and Mike's just got the best out of her.
Lovely to have you and your team at the races, and all that you do for racing we appreciate, and this is a big one. Well done.
Yeah, I think we all try our best in different ways. My way is special because obviously I'm a genius. But I really want to thank Pierre Strader, because Pierre and I are good friends. We've been friends for a long time. And to have our Group 1 winner with Pierre is just unbelievable.
Joe, there is the team on hand, lovely trophies, lots of alcohol to consume and enjoy. And here, ladies and gentlemen, is Joe DeMata from the International Racing Club Glistian Events. And, of course, he owns this with Mike de Kock. So that's Joe DeMata, Humdinger. Yes, that's it. That's a wrap for the Ridgemont Garden Province. Great festivities on the presentation stage. Craig Kieswetter is getting them going.
Handlers up, hoods off. 1600 meters, and away they go from the 1600 meter marker. Celtic Rumours lost for the time being, and that looks like Hold My Hand could be second to last from that view. Mrs. Browning, Humdinger and Raskova, the first trio to respond into the turn. Happy Chances along the rail, joined by Bavarian Beauty, Red Palace's 3 around runners, double Grand Slam mid-division. Silver Sanctuary, Hold My Hands a little bit strong as the speed's not hot, and Humdinger just towing them along. Pierre Stratham doing things his way at the 1,000-meter peg. Red Palace further back in the running, Asia Pambile. Silver Sanctuary's at the rail, and Celtic Rumours has dropped anchor. In front, Humdinger going to try and make each and every poster, winning one past the 700, 3 parts of a length. Rask over at the quarters, second, then Mrs. Browning third. Bavarian Beauty, Hold My Hand. Happy Chance, they're going to start to stack up as they homeward bound, 550 to the judge. Double Grand Slam, got about 6 lengths to make up. Top of the lane, Humdinger and Pierre Stratham, they go for home. Raskover's down the middle, Bavarian Beauty. Mrs. Browning towards the inside, Silver Sanctuary. They're coming from everywhere. Double Grand Slams trying to close in. Happy Chances running a big race at Humdinger over the last 200 meters. And here's Happy Chance now coming into the lead. Raskover's charging late, and Humdinger's fighting right back. Humdinger and Happy Chance. Humdinger, Pierre Stratham, a brilliant ride from Happy Chance in second. Pierre Stratham at his absolute brilliant best. He's brought Humdinger back for the victory. Double Grand Slams involved in that third position. Well, this is where Pierre Stratham shows his wow factor, the ability, just showing the stick, and Humdinger comes back by a whisker. Pierre Stratham's brilliant, different class. Happy Chance, double Grand Slam third, Raskova fourth. Always question marks over the mile, double Grand Slam. She's a 1,400 meter horse. And Humdinger, the mile, up the alley. Pierre Stratham allowed them to move up. He had more in the locker. Hands and heels, Humdinger, for the powerful Mike de Kock stable. And number 8, Humdinger, I can't believe 15 Rand 20. Unbelievable value about Humdinger. Happy Chance went on a winner, but Humdinger, Pierre Stratham, just look at that talent. He was on the panel last night, and he's just superb. When it comes to jockeyship, there's not too many around who can live with Pierre Striker Stratham, the blonde bomber.
Yeah, wonderful moments in that previous race with Humdinger winning the Group 1, the Ridgemont Garden Province Stakes. Congratulations to all the winning connections. And now we move over to the last leg of the Pick 6, the big one. If you're running with a ticket into the Pick 6 in race number 9, well played thus far. It hasn't been smooth sailing. It hasn't been the freeway, Alistair. There have been a few speed bumps along the way, so I think the guys that have a percentage or a ticket, they've done well.
Roadblocks. I'd say roadblocks. They're blue lights flashing.
Sure.
Spotlights pull over, so for a lot of people. But there are some that are clinging onto the edge of their seat going into the post-merchants race number 9 on the card D's.
One of the races I've been looking forward to, and I'll tell you why. Not because there's quality in the race, but because there's so much of talk in the race.
It's a race that I've been looking forward to for the right reasons, and that I don't really have much of an idea. There's also very keen on to run into the first 3 in this race, but traditionally the post-merchants throws a bit of a spanner in the works. This race obviously used to be run isolated on its own 2 weeks before the Hollywoodbets Durban July. I love the fact that it's been put into Hollywoodbets Durban July Day. I think it's definitely got a place because July Day never had that sprint race leading into the Mercury Sprints at the end of the month. So here we are, and it's certainly in its place, and wonderful that the Post still support this race, obviously with the power of Hollywoodbets as the flagship sponsor.
Talking about power, the lights are on. It is night racing now at Hollywoodbets Greyville, the Theatre of Dreams Post-Merchants Group 2. It's for a stake of R500,000. And let's begin with horse number 1, Cafe Culture. Lucinda Woodruff, you've done an excellent job with this 4-year-old, already a 6-time winner, the son of VAR. 1,200 to 1,400 meters. He's got a record with Richard Fourie, just the 3 rides, but for a win that came last time out, which was a superb performance at Hollywoodbets Kenilworth when he was punted into 33 to 10. He won a good race that day. He didn't race with the blinkers that day, Alistair, but I look at his form with the blinkers, and he's had 4 wins with that headgear.
Richard Fourie's chosen Cafe Culture, much to the chagrin of many people around. I mean, Richard's phone, every time nominations open, Richard's phone rings, and there are all sorts of people who want Richard to take the ride. That's natural. 350 winners for the season, 360, I beg your pardon, for the season. Regarding Cafe Culture, Lucinda Woodruff's brought only 1 horse to KZN this season. It's Cafe Culture, obviously with an eye on the post-merchants. He carries 54 kilos. He carries himself well. He's a big, bulky horse, but he carries himself well. Now to draw one, he's not one to totally ignore. Here's the best-looking horse in the ring, and I don't care what you say. He is a rocket.
If you want to paint a picture, and I mean literally, if you're an artist and you want to, to have an oil painting of a horse, I mean, this is one that will be in the top 3 or maybe even the top 5 on today's card that they'll possibly choose. He gets draw number 10 now. He hasn't been straightforward when he first started off his career. Remember, he's a horse that likes to be the manier, likes to take control, but I like the fact that he's been more easy on his riders of late.
Watch him go down to the start, because he always goes down to the start head deep into his chest. It's almost like he's showing off, which he's doing in the parade ring. Grant Fanikak takes the ride at number 15, King of the Gauls, the super talented and probably under the radar as far as the handicapper is concerned. His win at Hollywoodbets Kenilworth, and this is grade 2 level, and I'm going back to the 2nd of December, which was a class 3 at Hollywoodbets Kenilworth. But you have no idea how the Southeaster was pumping that day. Horses don't win in the manner that King of the Gauls did on that occasion. He simply doesn't stay. His next 2 runs, 1,400, 1,600, he doesn't stay. Ignore those 2. He won the in-full flight handicap, that of course a listed feature. They skipped the Golden Horse Sprint at Hollywoodbets Scottsville with an eye on this race. Their big aspirations for him as a 4-year-old, for number 15, King of the Gauls. This will set him up in good stead. I think he'll be in the first 4 with a little bit of luck, as you say, draw 10, but with a little bit of luck he can get right into the camera. Wouldn't blow me away if he won.
You can see when the sprinters walk into the ring, they are more fiery. Some of them are more alert than others. And this horse, he looks to be tuned to the T, number 15, King of the Gauls. Horse number 11 in shot is Quasi for sure. Well, he is a horse that's going to be dropped out, I would suspect, from the draw. Hope for some good fractions to be set up front, and hopefully doing his best work at the finish, because that's the way he enjoys racing. I know in the in-full flight, it was different tactics that day where he kept up with the speed, but I think he just came out fresh. He was his first run since February, and he tried to match strides with the horse King of the Gauls. It was not to be, but he's a talented horse. I don't know what went wrong in the Golden Horse Casino Sprint. I can't tell you in the Golden Horse Sprint last time out, but he faded to a pulp. He actually ran way downfield, and that is not his form.
Strictly on pure mathematics, D's, Quasi for sure should turn the form around with King of the Gauls on the run and the in-full flight. He comes in here, fairly well treated by the conditions of the race. This is probably the unluckiest horse.
That was a big weight, 63 and a half.
It was, and he didn't disgrace himself at all, finishing second behind King of the Gauls. He is probably the unluckiest horse in the country not to have earned some black type, for reasons that we remember from 18 months ago. Tristan Godden takes the ride. Is he the same horse? That's the big question.
Number 5 in shot is the current top one. This is the favorite. This is the horse that's most popular on the tote. His name is Melech. Roy Magna, nice to have you in town. John Finlaysons, and of course Raymond Dennison. That's horse number 3. That's paying R9.30 and R2.40. But the horse in shot now is number 5, Cruise Control. The Hollywood Syndicate, Anthony Delpez, Ball and Stud, son of Kerrari. Yeah, Sean Veal has been mentioning this horse with a lot of confidence coming to the race. This is his best ride on the day. A horse that came from Kabeja to the Golden Horse Sprint to run a superb race. The jockey is very confident.
The Hollywood pre-party on Thursday, he was barking from the rooftops about number 5, Cruise Control. Why wouldn't he be? He was a superstar in Kabeja. Came to the bright lights of Grade 1 level of Hollywoodbets Scottsville and nearly turned everyone over. I mean, he was a winner 100 metres from the line and gone undone by unbelievable horse in the form of Lucky Lad and obviously I Am Giant and At My Command running second and third. Those are proper weight for age horses, weight for age sprinters, milers, and Cruise Control punched well above his weight. I'm a believer in this horse now. In PE he was a certainty most of the times he ran, and now he comes to the Grade 2 Post Merchants on Hollywoodbets Durban July with a lively chance.
Yeah, number 5, Cruise Control. Sean Beale says, I learned a lot from this individual last time out. I've been there daily to work him, and I am confident that he is the horse to beat. He's the current top one, number 5, Cruise Control. Horses being led out by number 1, Cafe Culture. Sheldon Peters to call them down.
Grade 2 Post Merchants over 1,200 meters. We're looking at Cafe Culture and Richard Fourie. Currently showing up at R7.60. Quasi for sure, Tristan Godden. 8, Texas Red, Malacela Cachedi. Number 15, King of the Gauls, Grant van Niekerk, and 9, Teflon Man, Muzieni. 14, Anfield's Rocket, Felisandem Corley. Number 16 is Countdown, Dennis Schwartz. The 5 horse, Cruise Control, Sean Veal. 12, we're looking at Anfield's Rocket, Felisandem Corley. Here's number 4, Golden Sickle, Kelvin Abeb. Those red earmuffs will be removed at the start. About 9 minutes to race time. Number 3, Malek, Raymond Danielson. Yes, number 3, Malek, Raymond Danielson.
8 minutes to go until the 2024 post-merchants to Grade 2. They make their way down to the 1,200 metres mark, and the current favourite is number 5, Cruise Control, the horse that Dees and I were speaking about as they were leaving the parade ring. But Dees, there's obviously more to this race, and I refer to history when coming up with an opinion for this race, because if you look at the best weighted column, it's led by fillies, Golden Sickle and Winter Greeting. They lead the way. The conditions of the race do set up for potentially fillies to take out this Grade 2 event. As we have a look at the super talented number 6, Taylor the Comet, and Samango Kamalo make their way down to the start. He was desperately unlucky in the Gold Rush, but we'll get to him in just a moment. Fillies have a good record in the post-merchants due to the structure of the race. Now, Sean Terry, we know on a big day, is absolutely deadly. He's already had a 1-2. On cue, whoa, there goes number 7, Winter Greeting, under Serena Woodley.
Wanted an indication with your fancy?
I like Winter Greeting quite a lot, yeah. I thought her run in the South African filly sprint was good, behind October Morn, when obviously running against her own sex. And the Senior Santa, 100 metres from home, she was an absolute certainty, was number 7, Winter Greeting. And then she just kind of tied up over the closing stages when Lucky Lad and a few others got the upper hand, but she was hard up on the outside, was Winter Greeting. For me, everything sets up for her. The structure of the race, the draw, the way the race is likely to run. And I like what I saw on the way down to the start from number 7, Winter Greeting. Am I off my rocker?
You're not. Because I'll tell you something else. You know, now that you bring up the best weighted column, and you have to look at it. You know, Golden Sickle, Winter Greeting, Time for Orchid, Scratch, Royal Aussie Scratch. These two horses have now separated themselves from the balance of the field, or should I say the opposition, the way the weights are structured, and they could be the way to go. Coming back to Winter Greeting, for me, she ran a blind up last time out, considering where she was drawn down the lane at Hollywoodbets Scottsville in that South African fillies sprint, running third, a good run. And Serena Woodley has won in the past, so that is a big plus as well, which was 3 starts back, and that was a fluent win over 1,000 meters. 53.5 on her back. Sean Terry goes in quite confident with his chances. I did have a word with him. He likes his filly in this race, and he just needs things to go his way, because it can get tricky. We know 1,200 meters, you're jumping on the bend. It's a draw, which is midfield in this field of 16 runners. Number 7, Winter Greeting. She'll be held up for a run, and I think the weight could tell once they turn into the straight. So your first choice, number 7, Winter Greeting. What she paid, 13 Rand 60 for a win, and as much as 5 Rand for a place. That's tremendous value. I know it's competitive, but I think you could be on the right horse here.
Biggest each-way Monty I've ever seen. But you've also got a bit of a shrewdie here, Dees.
Yes, I like number 3, which is Malek from the Roy Magnus stable at 11.10 and 290 with 5 minutes to go. Last time out, you had to watch the start, and if it was not for the severe interference that this horse did encounter, I think that he could have finished much closer than the 2 lengths behind Lucky Lad. We know how brilliant Lucky Lad was on the day. It was ridiculous to see how he quickened over the final 200 meters to win that race. But this is one of the runners, and you just look at the 400 to finish. Whilst Lucky Lad looked like he was low flying, this horse ran it in 22.1 seconds, and he was the fastest finisher.
Lucky Lad should never have won the Golden Horse Sprint. Trademark of an unbelievably good horse. He runs tomorrow, by the way, at Turfentine in his prep run for the Mercury Sprint at the end of the month, does Lucky Lad. And when you watch Melek again, never in a million years should he have run 6th, 2 lengths behind Lucky Lad. He was tangled up at the stalls. I've seen horses just not get into the race and run 16th out of 16 after the starts that he had, and also drawn hard up on the outside. You referred to Winter Greeting not having the best of draws on the day. Well, Melek, perhaps worse off with draw 16 out of 16. He did unbelievably well to run 2 lengths off. I was at Summerfelt yesterday when he got off the float, because Candace Dawson and Roy Magner are sort of boarding with Michelle Ricks at her yard at Summerfelt, her unbelievably pristine yard at Summerfelt. And I saw Melek get off the float and arrive. He's travelled very well, that I can tell you. I'd be happy with what I saw yesterday. He's most definitely got the capabilities of getting a blow in here. He's a good horse. He's got something about him.
Just some information leading up to the race. We mentioned the confidence of Sean Veal. Well, it was something that was unplanned, but it happened at Hollywoodbets Springfield Park on Thursday, where Raymond Danielson and Sean Veal found themselves in the same room with each other alongside Alistair Cohen and myself.
The smoking section. And you were the only smoker.
Sure, and we knew how good, how confident Sean Veal was, and we pushed that to Raymond Danielson, and he didn't want to throw in the towel. He was as confident as Sean about his chances, but the one thing that he did say is that things need to go his way with his horse, because he doesn't have the gate speed to match strides with the early pacemakers, but if he has the horse turning into the straight, he could be picking them up.
Raymond switched on over the last 2 months or so. He is unbelievably good, 13 or 14 Grade 1 winners in his career. But he kind of goes through stages, does Raymond, where, you know, he gets despondent quite easily, and someone's got into his head. I actually think it was Johnny Gerudis has got into his head and given him a shake. And ever since those words, and I think Mark de Kock's also quite instrumental, because we all love Raymond. We play a lot of golf with him. He's a supremely talented golfer, but you know, his bread and butter is riding horses, and he's a supremely talented jockey. And up on the Halfveld of late in October morning at Hollywoodbets Scottsville at the start of June, that's the Raymond that we know. So I think by default, out of a good draw, he's going to be a lot closer than usual. He's got the acceleration. It's just a matter of whether he's good enough, and I think he is, like I said, good enough to give things a shake.
The more I try to paint a picture on how I think things are going to work out here, I see two races. The front runners versus the runners coming from off the speed. And that's the way it is usually with sprint distances. Will this race be more suited to the front runners, or do you think it's something to come from off there?
There's so much pace in this race. I wouldn't go front runners per se. I'd say just in front of midfield is where the winner's going to be.
Like a winter greeting position.
For my sake, or Melek probably will be, I reckon they'll be right next to each other, turning for him. There's 1 minute to go. I want to talk about number 6, Taylor the Comet. A supremely talented horse. He's been off 161 days. I believe there was surgery done, if I'm not mistaken. I'm under correction. He was brutally unlucky in the Gold Rush, in the Cape Racing Gold Rush at Hollywoodbets Kenilworth on World Sports Betting Cape Town Met Day, when he finished 3rd behind Rapidash. There's drone footage of how unlucky this horse was. He probably should have won, but he didn't, so that's the pull that we've got to take. I reckon that this is probably a run to bring him on, but watch out for him doing his best work late, number 6, Taylor the Comet.
And he has followers. He's 7 rand and 330. And then number 9, Teflon Man. I know it's always been Dean's aim to try and get him into this race, which he has qualified him. He comes into the race under the radar, 52 kgs, number 9, Teflon Man, and he's paying 9 rand 50 and 3 rand. And I must just say that looking at those silks there, the orange and the blue, King of the Gauls, yep, Dunford, King of the Gauls. He was turned out superb, and he went down his usual himself. They are loading race number 9.
2 post merchants over 1,200 metres, over half the field installed. Melek coming forward, countdown is in. Quasi for sure stepping up. I Am Giant, Anfield's Rocket, the purple cap. I Am Giant with the stripes to come forward. Cruise Control and the filly Golden Sickle. Melek stepping up. Cafe Culture's in pole position. Teflon Man's in. I Am Giant is ready. At my command, Winter Greeting. Texas Red. Grade 2 post merchants. 1,200 metres. Ready. They sprinting away from the 1,200 metre marker. Golden Sickles right there shortly after the start. King of the Gauls has got a good position. Also moving right up there is I Am Giant. They're followed further back in the run at this stage as Countdown, as we just wait for this angle to change as they move towards the 600 metre marker. So out in front now is King of the Gauls. That shows the way. Back in second is Golden Sickle. Cruise Control's in third position. Then Cafe Culture. Behind that one there is Countdown with the red cap. They're followed by Texas Red. Then comes Winter Greeting and Malak. Further back in the run is I Am Giant as they turn into the home stretch. And towards the outside of that one, I Am Giant's trying to make a move then At My Command. Down the inside, Cafe Culture. 300 to go. King of the Gauls is the leader. Cruise Control's moving in. Down the inside, Cafe Culture, Malak. Towards the outside of that one, there is Countdown. But it's Cafe Culture over the last 100. And Cafe Culture has gone clear by 2 or 3 over the last 100. And Cafe Culture's going to win it. Second will go to At My Command. Maybe Teflon Man third and Malak fourth. Number 1, Cafe Culture, the VAR. Wins it, Lucinda Woodruff, Richard Faree for the full odds Drews. And they win it and bred once again by Richmond. Win number 7 from 18. Pays up 470, a joint tote favourite. Take note, horses 1 and 5, both showing up as joint favourites. Get that confirmed. Second, number 13, At My Command, Teflon Man, Malak. And then came Cruise Control, and they were followed by Countdown. So as we look at the head-on, and the winner sneaks through towards the left-hand side, and that's Cafe Culture. And that goes on to score 7th win from 18 in the Grade 2 Post Merchants. As I say, the 2 joint favourites get it confirmed, and it's Richard Faree for Lucinda Woodruff, and for Fullard Drew, and it is bred by Richmond. Until the 10th race, there's still 12. Back to the studio.
Yeah, brilliant Richard Faree here from draw number 1, which is such a big advantage when you have that gate position over this 1200 meter trip. And with those blinkers back on, as we mentioned, Lucinda's done a tremendous job for these owners, these stalwarts of the game, these colors. Now a 7-time winner from 18 start. Ridgemont Highlands, another winner, Son of Far. Richard Faree has got it right with his choice of ride here over this 1200 meter trip. Tremendous win, because once he hit the front, that was it.
Well, impressively did number 1 Cafe Culture. Credit to Lucinda Woodruff, 1 horse to have made it up the end to for champion season. With this race in mind, will he hang around for the Mercury Sprint? I guess that's a question we can ask. But you talk about stalwart owners. You think of Red Badge, you think of Capel, you think of there was a top filly, Ray, who of course won the Fillies Ganesia, more than a decade ago, and she's turned into quite a mare. Fullard and Drew, Mike Fullard, James Drew, Leanne Drew. They have a box at Hollywoodbets Kenilworth called the Midnight Box. They've been stalwarts of racing for many years. You think of our colleague, our former colleague Stan Ellie, who trained so many winners for this combination. And here's Cafe Culture, Lucinda Woodruff's only horse in Durban, with Richard Faree on board. This is why Richard chose Cafe Culture. We spoke about the only wrong decision Richard's made all season. That was to ride Future Swing, but straight back on the horse, straight back into the winner's enclosure. For what it's worth, as Craig was referring to, 2 horses were paying $4.70 a win, so we needed to get tote favourite checks. Tote favourite, the winner, number 1 Cafe Culture, D's.
Yeah, 2, 10 and 17 were their scratchings. That horse that wins will bring those horses into whatever exotic you have played here. But I can't get the dividend just yet on what was being reflected in a pool of 15 million today. But where I last saw was 223 tickets were going into the last leg with a minimum dividend of 67,000. So we'll wait for that dividend that's being declared in the Pick 6, and it has 372,172 rand is what you collect today if you've caught that Pick 6.
Day of Dreams, 15 million into that pool, 372,000 rand a dividend. Well played if you managed to catch a piece of that. Even the PA, 7,213 Rand. Mammoth dividend at Hollywoodbets Durban July Day. So well done to all those at quarter piece. Second win to number 13 At My Command. Is he turning into a little bit of frustration At My Command? Second again. It's probably one of those frustrating horses that Brett Crawford probably looks at and say, right, you've got all the ability. Why are you not winning? What can we throw at you? Is it blinkers? Is it a change in tactics? I'm convinced that At My Command's got something to come, but I think he's probably not quite been figured out. He's definitely got it in him to scoop something quite important. Because remember, as a 3-year-old, he's always on the heels of Charles Dickens.
Sure, and the fact that they've brought him back to the minimum trip now to try and guide him the way forward. He's run 2 great races in the Golden Horse Sprint, running second to Lucky Lad, and of course here earning a stake jet for Kaya Stables. That's number 13 At My Command. So we are not done, because that was the start of Jackpot 1. It's a nice result for you if you've come through with the minimum spend in Jackpot 1, which started off in race number 9, but we still got 3 more races left. Race 10, which is the Compendium Insurers Brokers Handicap, a listed race over 1,600 meters. Race number 11, the penultimate race on the card. We're still on the turf for that Bedford, the Bees FC Pinnacle Stakes for fillies and mares, and we end off on the Poly.
Are we parting to the sounds of ABBA downstairs, Staying Alive? It's certainly alive down here at Hollywoodbets Greyville. The Post Merchants Grade 2 has just been run, and it's been won by Cafe Culture. Gives me great pleasure to welcome onto the stage Jockeys Nair, who's the editor of the Post newspaper, and Dr. Manfred Rover, the director of Gold Circle. Manfred and Jockeys, lovely to have you with me on stage. Isn't it wonderful? Okay, let's get busy and call upon Sinethemba Jefu, who is the groom of Cafe Culture. Sinethemba Jefu, he gets 2,000 Rand on behalf of Hollywoodbets and Gold Circle, and another 1,000 Rand from our very generous sponsors, Post. To all our sponsors today, thank you very much. It's been a wonderful, wonderful day, and as you heard from Craig upstairs, still plenty more action to come. But here is Sinethemba Jefu. Congratulations and well done. Ridgemont Highlands, Ridgemont have bred Cafe Culture, so they're certainly having a good day at the office, but we'll congratulate them in a moment. Richard Ferree is the man who did duty from the best gate aboard Cafe Culture. Well done. Gate 1 obviously helped, but a lovely win for Lucinda.
Well, not really. A one draw with a horse like this is a bad thing. He doesn't stand really well, and unfortunately with the way they draw now, so the horses draw 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 will go first, and he's got a reputation, and for some odd reason it was overlooked today. So he did play up a bit, jumped a bit sluggish, but he's a good speed horse, and anything around the turn he's phenomenal. 4 months ago, myself and Sean Veal, we saw him won with Bernard on, and we said, hey, this is the right horse for this sort of race. You know, this post merchants at Greyville. This is this sort of race that will suit him. And you know, obviously his rating was still low at that stage, but you know, he kept ticking all the boxes and winning all the right races. And when he won last time, I said to Lou, hey, the way he won, we have to come here. You know, and just well done to Lucinda Woodruff and a team and our owners. Thank you very much for taking or making the trip, and you know, obviously everybody behind the scenes has helped with the journey of this horse, and just great to be in the winner's box after a day I've had. You know, so this makes the mood a little bit better.
Richard, there's Jurgis and the doctor who will do the presentation for you.
Thank you very much, and also to the post merchant sponsors, thank you so much, and to my sponsors at Winning Form, thank you.
Well done. Richard Ferrie, our champion jockey. He's broken all records set before him. And here is Manfred Jurgis and Richard Ferrie. Lady Power, you heard from one of the owners earlier on. It's about Lady Power. And here is Lady Power. Her name is Lucinda Woodruff, and she is the trainer of Cafe Culture. Wow, to be on a stage and on this evening, Lou, with your supporters around you, and to hear from Richard that you've targeted, you know, this race, must be just such a fulfilling feeling.
Well, Warren, it's a huge milestone for me, put it that way. It's my first run at Greyville, and it's a winner. So I have so many people to thank, but I think we must start with James and Mike and Leanne. They're not just owners, you know, we're super, super close family friends, and it's my first feature race winner today as well as a trainer in my own right. So to have it for them is so special because they've backed me from the beginning. So I must just say all thanks to them. To Richard, he's been so wonderful in guiding me with this horse. He rode him, I think he ran second on him about 4 months out, and he said, yo, this will be a nice post-merchants horse. I said, I know, that's what I'm trying to do. And he stuck with him. He won his last race, we galloped him, and you know, it's just been so professional, and you can see why he's the champion jockey. So just huge thank you to Richard and to Ken Nicol, his agent, for all the work he does with him. To Richmond, who bred him, well done to them. It's wonderful having another winner for their stud farm. And I must just say to my team back home, out to his groom that couldn't be here with him, Samuel was filling in down in KZN with Cafe Culture. Well done, guys. To Simon, my dad, Jean, everybody at the yard. I mean, this couldn't be possible with all of them. So a huge thank you to them.
Lucinda, enjoy the evening, enjoy the celebrations, and I wish you many more graded winners, and just have a wonderful evening and savor the moment.
Thanks, Warren. I must also just say a huge thank you to Nicolette and Dean Canamere. They've been hosting us for the last 2 weeks, and yeah, massive thanks to them.
Lovely. There's Jurgis and the doctor to do the presentation for you. Lucinda Woodruff, of course, the daughter of Jeff Woodruff, so she knows about horses. She certainly does, and here she is in KwaZulu-Natal showing her mettle. Then we're going to reward and congratulate the breeders, and it's lovely to have Amanda and Craig Carey here, along with Craig Kriesvetter. And the team are going to come on and receive the award. And Craig, it's certainly been a wonderful afternoon, come evening for the stud. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's been amazing. And to the Kiswitters' investment in this game, and now to Owen and all the sponsorships, and obviously to Post Merchants, fantastic.
Lovely.
And Mike and James have been my longest standing clients probably ever. So it's so loyal to us, and it's been amazing. Thank you very much.
I look forward to talking to them, but in the meantime, please accept the Breeders' Award from Jurgis and Manfred. And Amanda, all the very best to you as well, behind the scenes, Amanda Carey. Now it gives me great pleasure to call upon the Fullards and the Drews, the Fullard and Drew family, loyal supporters. Their colours have been around for a long time. Mike, James and Leanne. James. Yep, supporters of the highest order of the stable, supporters of the highest order of horse racing, well done.
Anyway, Warren, it's so exciting to be here. Well done, certainly to Lucinda, to Richard. He earmarked this race. I think Gold Circle and Hollywood have put on an absolute superb show. Well done, certainly to Lulu Woodruff and to everywhere concerned. Really over the moon. Well done to Ridgemont. See, Boss Man's above us. He's standing there. And well done to everybody, and I'm really proud to be here.
Well, we're joyous to have you here. Well done.
Thanks, Warren. It's was really so exciting for us, you know. And we've been very lucky at this course, and we've had a couple of real nice winners here. But every time it means something special, and I must say you guys do a great job up here.
Thank you very much, and please enjoy the celebrations. Go and join Yogus and go and join Manfred. And to call the team up and let's take as many photographs as we can and enjoy the moment. That's the running of the Post Merchants. It's gone the way of Lucinda Woodruff's Cafe Culture.
Ready? They sprinting away from the 1200-meter marker. Golden Sickles right there shortly after the start. King of the Gauls has got a good position. Also moving right up there is I Am Giant. They're followed further back in the run at this stage is Countdown, as we just wait for this angle to change as they move towards the 600-meter marker. So out in front now is King of the Gauls, that shows the way. Back in second is Golden Sickle. Cruise Control's in third position, then Cafe Culture. Behind that one there is Countdown with the red cap. They're followed by Texas Red, then comes Winter Greeting and Malak. Further back in the run is I Am Giant as they turn into the home stretch. And towards the outside of that one, I Am Giant's trying to make a move then At My Command. Down the inside, Cafe Culture. 300 to go. King of the Gauls is the leader. Cruise Control's moving in. Down the inside, Cafe Culture, Malak. Towards the outside of that one, there is Countdown. But it's Cafe Culture over the last 100. And Cafe Culture has gone clear by 2 or 3 over the last 100. And Cafe Culture's going to win it. Second will go to At My Command. Maybe Teflon Man third and Malak fourth. Number 1, Cafe Culture, the VAR. Wins it, Lucinda Woodruff, Richard Faree for the full odds Drews, and they win it and bred once again by Ridgemont. Win number 7 from 18. Pays up 470, a joint tote favourite. Take note, horses 1 and 5 both showing up as joint favourites. Get that confirmed. Second, number 13, At My Command, Teflon Man, Malak. And then came Cruise Control, and they are followed by Countdown. So as we look at the head-on, and the winner sneaks through towards the left-hand side, and that's Cafe Culture. And that goes on to score 7th win from 18 in the Grade 2 Post Merchants. As I say, the 2 joint favourites get it confirmed, and it's Richard Faree for Lucinda Woodruff, and for Fullard Drew, and it is bred by Ridgemont. Until the 10th race, there's still 12. Back to the studio.
parade ring for race number 10, the Compendium Insurance Brokers Handicap, a listed feature. Over 1,600 metres, a field of 14 to face the starter. Let's have a look at them. The current favourite is 3. We'll get to that in a moment. And pictures number 8, Navajo Nation, now the ride of Diego de Gouveia for Robbie Hill. And off 4 kilos lower than Oriental Charm, ran 4 lengths to Oriental Charm in the Cup Trial on Hollywoodbets Gold Challenge Day. His penultimate start, also off level weights, ran 2.5 lengths to Green with Envy. He's mixed it with the best of his generation. He's not as good as the best of his generation, but the fact that he's been there and now drops in class makes him a very interesting chance, number 8, Navajo Nation. Well produced in the parade ring. To be in good terms with himself. There is number 11 on the card, the Shepherd. Here's a horse that's of interest. Gareth Wright up for Peter Muscat. And this horse has climbed the ladder slowly but surely, but to a level that makes him of a big threat in this race, the son of Captain of All. I remember when he was beaten at prohibitive odds twice as a youngster, but he's got to grips with life now, the son of Captain of All. And last time, although being in receipt of 10 kilograms from Dave the King, ran 3 lengths to Dave the King, and in behind him was Royal Victory, who ran an absolute smasher in the Hollywoodbets Durban July. So there's number 11, the Shepherd. He doesn't give much away in the parade ring, the son of Captain of All, but his performance levels are certainly high. That looks like Mike de Coxgroom, the famous Setu, with number 7, Mary's Green Light. Marco van Rensburg on the daughter of Gimme the Green Light, owned by Wilgebosdrift. Mary Slack ran to That's My Baby last time. She meets with That's My Baby again. It looks like she's been a little bit stop-start, that every now and then she shows her capabilities and then kind of drops the bundle on occasion. But Mike de Kock has already tasted grade 1 success, and a listed feature would certainly go down well with the pedigree of number 7, Mary's Green Light. That is obviously the big target for her tonight. On we go now to number 2 on the card, and that is Lady Heist, the daughter of Time Thief, under Kabelo Matsanyani. Glenn Kotson is the trainer. She meets Get Impressed yet again, and certainly at the weight turnaround, there's every opportunity that they'll finish next to each other yet again. She finished in front of Hollywoodbets Durban July, run a double superlative on that occasion, but I think it's fair to say that double superlative was in need of that run, so it's hard to get a glean of whether she ran above herself or ran to herself, number 2, Lady House, but there's no doubt her recent numbers suggest that she is on the up. There's number 5, Get Impressed, for Greg Bortz. What a day. This is what he dreamt of. I remember chatting to Greg long before he was obviously at the situation that he's in now, heading the charge of Cape Racing. I remember chatting to Greg saying, you know, why racing? And growing up in Essenwood Road, just a few blocks up, always wanted to own a racehorse and have a runner in the Durban July. Now he's had a winner in the Hollywoodbets Durban July. And how many times have we seen almost a double dose of action with certain lucky people along the way? If you think over the years that you get one on Hollywoodbets Durban July, lightning can strike again. Number 5, Get Impressed, is a huge chance on his win to Lady Hust last time out. There's number 1 on the horizon, and Raymond Danielson out early. This filly is just stepped up time and time again. She's never been out of the top 3. She was full value for a win last time over Little Mary Sunshine. She's been well placed by Lucky Hoodalakis. I've seen far worse performed 5-time winners rated higher than number 1 on the horizon. She started her career as a 4-year-old, so that probably gave her a little bit of an advantage from the handicapper, and that couldn't really get stuck into her being a 4-year-old and not having any weight for age, and potentially taking the low road into racing. Life is getting harder for her time and time again, but she's out of a very crucial draw 1, which we've seen to good effect a few times this evening, including half an hour ago with Cafe Culture. Going down with Red Emma, she can be a bit dicey on behaviour sometimes, but she is taking in her surroundings and the busyness of Hollywoodbets Greyville in her stride. There goes number 8, Navajo Nation. The rest of the runners look like they're leaving the parade ring, so those are the first 2, De Gouveia and Danielson, leading the others down to the start. The current favourite is number 3, That's My Baby, from the Sean Tarry stable. Rest of them out on course. Let's get upstairs to Craig.
Thanks, Alistair. It's number 11, the Shepherd, Gareth Wright. It's got a companion. "12 minutes to race time." Here's number 13, Arena Trogon, Tristan Garden. Passing by, number 11, the Shepherd. 14, Money Heist, Kelvin Habib. 13, Arena Trogon. Number 2, Lady Heist, the filly, Kabela Matsinyani. 4, Noble City, Ant Mahulo. 7 horse, Mary's Green Light, Marco van Rensburg. 9, Lady of Power, Muzieni. 5, Get Impressed, Richard Faree. 4, Noble City. 7, Mary's Green Light. 9, Lady of Power. 5, Get Impressed. 10, Former Gear. Yes, 5, Get Impressed. 6, Grinkov, JP van der Merwe. And there's now 10 minutes to race time. Number 12, Mr. Master Starter, Craig Zaki. Race over 1,600 meters.
Race number 10, 1,600 meters the distance, and here with the trainer Lucky Udelakis, who's brought a number of runners down for the meeting here at Hollywoodbets Greyville on the Saturday, and one of those is number 1, On the Horizon, 4-year-old daughter of Jadpot. And Lucky, thanks for giving me a bit of your time here. This filly, she's a good filly. She's won 5 times from 8 starts, and last time I thought a nice win. She knuckled down deep to get the job done. Draw 1, 1,600 meters. What's your thoughts heading into the race?
Yeah, last time she won 1,800 and she actually only got going a bit late. I put her in this race. It's not ideal, you know, running in a handicap against the boys, you know, with a girl. And yeah, but it's a listed race, trying to get some black type on her. I've made no secret she's got a problem. So yeah, I thought it was a nice race. The owners are in Natal at the moment, so we'll give it a go. She's well.
Thanks very much. All the best, Lucky.
Thank you.
Thanks to the trainer Lucky Udelakis there with these comments regarding number 1, On the Horizon. It looks to be a bit of value in race number 10. She's certainly a filly that has got quite a bit of ability, and she's in terrific form at present. So let's see how she does go here in race number 10.
Thanks very much, Raheel. Yep, approximately 8 minutes to get your bets on for the 10th race. The listed event over 1,600 metres, Compendium Insurance Brokers Handicap. Listed level, the favourite is number 3, That's My Baby, 4.7 and 2.2. Let's start with her, Alistair. For Grant van Niekerk, Sean Terry, solid, consistent form. And her last 2 runs were here in KwaZulu-Natal, and they were 2 very good runs.
She was off for a long time, Warren. She tried the Douglas White Tegweni Stakes, where she wasn't disgraced behind Bavarian Beauty, and then forgotten about for 9 months after chatting to Sean Terry after her win here at Hollywoodbets Greyville on Daily News 2000 Day. He was very pleased that she came to hand as quickly as she did. Her run in the Secretariat of Turfentine was excellent, coming back from a 9-month break. Last time I think the weight may have just got to her. She may have been a tad unlucky as well when she was running on strongly behind Malcolm's Dream. That was when Mark Dixon, I think, had a good double at Hollywoodbets Scottsville. Ron Fanikak, I think, will get a tune out of this daughter of Master of My Fate. I'm surprised to see her favourite, though, I must be honest. I thought Sean Terry, even though he's had a 1-2 already and ran second with Cousin Casey in the Hollywoodbets Durban July, I would have thought that there would have been more ripe plums than number 3, That's My Baby. Not that I'm writing her off by any stretch of the imagination, but I think the race, although she's a 4-90 a win favourite, I wouldn't have put That's My Baby as the horse at the top of the boards.
To Lady Heist, I was impressed with this Time Thief filly in the parade ring. Maybe the team will be able to get us a lovely shot of her behind the pens or on her way to the pens. She's for Glenn Kotson and, of course, Gavin Almanza, Kabela Matsinyani. She's a strong, solid filly, and she just runs a good race every time she comes to the race course.
I can't work out the last run whether she's run well above herself in her Pinnacle Stakes, because we have Double Superlative there who ran off 125 or something. Let's actually get that accurately reported. Double Superlative in that Pinnacle Stakes ran off 124. Now, he obviously needed the run, so he ran well below his rating. But did Lady Heist step up her game that dramatically last time? What I will say is I think the market has swayed, even though you could probably argue that That's My Baby was probably a run short. Lady Heist is 1.5 kilos better off for a short head beating. So that's what surprises me in the discrepancy in the market. I think Lady Heist is alive here.
I agree with you. 962 Rand, Lady Heist. On the horizon, a Judpot filly out of a sale from Seattle mare for a Lucky Hoodalakis, Raymond Danielson. They get the ace gate, so they should hopefully get a lovely smooth run in transit. She looked very good too, I thought, and that interview with Raheel and Lucky, well documented. She's got her issues, but if all things go sweetly for her, I'm sure she'll be there when the numbers go up.
How's draw 1 gone today? Quid Pro Quo, the winner of the Zulu Kingdom Explorer Golden Slipper. Happy Chance nearly won the Grade 1 Ridgemont Garden Province Stakes. Cafe Culture dotted up in the Post Merchants out of draw 1, so that's the advantage out of the inside draw. Her problems are well documented, but her performance is well documented. She's always interested me in that she started her career as a 4-year-old, therefore the handicapper couldn't get too carried away. So she was an absolute Monty in the early stages of her career, but she's not lost any of the gloss of her form, number 1 on the horizon. She's a real street fighter. She runs above herself. I thought her last win over 1,800 metres at Turfentine was out of the top draw when beating a good filly in the form of Little Mary Sunshine. She's got every opportunity here, number 1 on the horizon.
Get Impressed, the owners, of course, Greg Bortz, Gina Goldsmith. I'm sure the festivities are well underway in their suite. They own this with Gary Player, and he's won 2 out of his last 3, and I make him a massive runner.
Justin Snace had a little bit of a rough afternoon, so there'll be nothing like this to put a smile on his face, because I'm sure he'll be walking around muttering away to himself. Richard Faree takes her out on Get Impressed for Greg Bortz, Gina Goldsmith of Oriental Charm fame, and Gary Player of Gary Player fame. I thought his last win was workmanlike over Lady Heist. What I didn't like about Get Impressed was just the way that he went down to the start, throwing his head around. Something might have just been a little bit uncomfortable with the son of Vercingetorix. He has his quirks. Now the red earmuffs have come off. Now he can see everything around him. Richard Faree giving him a reassuring pat. A little bit of a sweat developing as well with Get Impressed. I made him a big chance. I'd loathe to leave him out, but I think that he's just getting himself a little bit worked up. That's my worry I have with Get Impressed. Just getting wiped down by the stall staff. He's on edge a little bit. That is the question mark that I put against him, albeit on the other side of the coin, big chance if he doesn't just sort of give it away and run his race before the race.
Yeah, let's hope he doesn't overboil. Indeed, the son of Vercingetorix, you're quite right, well picked. He is getting a little sweated up, is Get Impressed. Let's go and talk about the Aussies runner. Mr. Jagan Nair owns Lady of Power, and Muzi Yeni the pilot. And you said you touched base with the Aussie team.
Yeah, they're quite confident of a bold showing from this daughter of Master of My Fate. Now, when you look at all the fillies in this race, and this is obviously a handicap, Lady of Power's got something that Lady Heist, That's My Baby, and On the Horizon, and Mary's Green Light don't have, and that's some bold black type for winning the first leg of the Wilgerbos Triple TR as a 3-year-old in the Gauteng Fillies Guineas. Her rating has dropped steadily. She remains off a 101 after trying the Tab Oaks trial, but she's back to the same distance that she won a Grade 2 over. She's been presented like an Aussie horse, like an absolute picture. From a 109 to a 101, and showing recent sparks, she's run half a length to Melek, she's run 3 3/4 lengths to Bingwa, 2.5 lengths to Litigation. There's nothing of that quality here. She's totally underappreciated, and for me, she is the big each-way play in the Compendium Insurance Handicap.
Yeah, a horse Lady of Power, 19 Rand a win, and a whopping 5 Rand 50 for a place. So 19.5 and 5.4, huge value.
I'll be shocked if she's out the first 4, and she can win.
Yeah, okay, so include number 9, Lady of Power, in all your bets, ladies and gentlemen. The stable are upbeat of a good performance. There's value out there, 20 Rand a win and 5 Rand 40 a place, Lady of Power. Very quickly, one quick comment before we hand up to Craig. Mary's Green Light, number 7 in the pecking order.
1 or 2 others are put ahead of her, Warren, but not impossible that she sneaks into the money. On the run to That's My Baby, That's My Baby's down 0.5 kilogram, and Mary's Green Light is down 2. So that puts her 1.5 kilos better off for, let's call it a 1-length beating when she was doing her best work late. I think she's capable of getting into the money, number 7, Mary's Green Light. But of the fillies, I'm quite confident that the first filly home will be number 9, Lady of Power, with a lot of respect for number 1 on the horizon. I just want to make mention of number 13, Narina Tragon, out of the Great Beach Beauty. Tristan Godden takes her out for Mike Miller. The draw's obviously awkward, but since arriving in Durban, he's been nearly a revelation by winning the King's Cup and also the World Sports Betting Sledgehammer at Hollywoodbets Scottsville, beating Malenza Yokuruduma. I think his career best was probably last time when he ran 1.5 lengths to Oriental Charm in the Cup trial. Excellent effort. For me, he was never going to get into the Hollywoodbets Durban July, but if you think he is of sufficient grade 3 quality, then he ought to be of listed quality. I can see him getting right in there. But they're loading up for race number 10. Let's get up to Craig for the call.
Insurance Brokers handicap over 1,600 metres. That's My Baby goes in. On the horizon's in. Grinkov. Noble City coming in. Get Impressed. Mary's Green Light. Never Nation. Lady of Power. Former Gear. Mr. Master Starter. Narina Trogon. Money Heist. We're awaiting the Shepherd. 1,600 metres. The Shepherd backs out. Ready. That dispatch from the 1,600 metre marker. Not a bad beginning, this one. Lady Ice, one of the first out. Former Gears right there. It looks like Get Impressed is near the rail. They're followed just on the outside by the Shepherd. Then comes Money Heist. Narina Trogon between runners. Lady of Power, that's the orange with the white sleeves, is about 4 lengths off the leader. Then Navajo Nation. Then we drop back along the inside on the horizon. Mary's Green Light. Noble City is third to last. Grinkov and Mr. Marsh the starter. The last 2, they're about a dozen lengths off the leader. 900 metres to go. Lady Heist the leader. Former Gear is second. That's My Baby's at the rail third. The Shepherd's fourth. Then 3 of them lining up. Navajo Nation, Get Impressed, and on the outside of that one, the Lady of Power. And then we drop back to Money Heist, Narina Trogon, Mary's Green Light. On the horizons near the rail, then Mr. Master Starter. Noble City is second to last, and Grinkov's the trailer. Homeward bound, 500 to go. Lady Ice, Former Gear. Down the inside, That's My Baby. Get Impressed comes out. Then the Shepherd. Behind that one, Navajo Nation, Lady of Power. And it's Former Gear, Get Impressed. That's My Baby on the inside. Navajo Nation's also running on. And on the outside, Money Ice. Get Impressed, Former Gear. And on the outside, Money Ice. Narina Trogon on the inside. And Narina Trogon exploding through down the inside. And Narina Trogon has won it. Second will go to Money Ice. Then Get Impressed. Maybe Mary's Green Light fourth. Number 13, Arena Trogon, makes up the ground and wins it. Mike Miller, Tristan Godden for Drakenstein Stud, and Mr. Morgan Governor, the Silvano. And there's the salute from Tristan Godden on the big Hollywoodbets Durban July day. Second to number 14, Money House. Third, number 5, Get Impressed. And the fourth position, I think Mary's Green Light. Number 7, that runs then for Gear behind that Noble City. So the winners, 3 off the left with the pink cap, and just waiting for that split to open. At this stage, it's Get Impressed for Gear. And there's the gap now for Narina Trogon, who sneaks through at the rail and goes on to score its 5th win from 18 starts. And number 13 pays up 960 and 3 rand. Tote favourite was number 5, and that's Get Impressed. That's the running of the 10th. There's still 11 and 12 to come. Back to the studio.
So Narina Trogon is the winner of the Compendium Insurance Brokers Handicap. Number 13 on the card, Mike Miller and Tristan Godden. They team up in the colours of Morgan Governor, the son of Silvano out of the great Beach Beauty. What a revelation he's been, Narina Trogon, since docking in Durban, Warren.
Absolutely, Ali, and Morgan Governor has supported the stable in a big way, and every winner he gets he deserves. And Tristan Godden, you can see this victory really meant a lot to him. He punched the air and gave a bit of a salute, and what wonderful drone footage we've received all day, and really great drone footage. To watch it from this angle is outstanding, world class in actual fact. And Narina Trogon, yep, a revelation since relocating to KwaZulu-Natal. He's by Silvano out of Beach Beauty, so he's certainly got the blood flowing through those veins. And well done to the Miller team. They're no strangers to the winners' enclosure.
Mike's had an unbelievable season, Mike Miller. He's obviously got a lot of horses. I think the biggest string in KZN is Mike, but he's delivering with the numbers. He, as we know, is prolific, especially with his 2-year-olds. But this is testament that the older horses are still giving him a lot of cheer. He now takes his career earnings past 600,000 rand. Does Narina Trogon. Had to weave his way through. He's done a great job in taking out this race, Warren.
Absolutely, and a great ride from Tristan Godden. And there's a man on screen, Sterling Miller, who certainly is passionate about his racing, passionate about his dad's stable. He owns a lot of horses all over the country, and he's a youngster that is doing so well.
More Sterlings in the game, please. You talk about putting your money where your mouth is. He's not afraid to dig into his pocket. Big run from the runner-up, number 14, Money Heist, also from a deep draw. No surprise, but he's always shown his capabilities, has number 14, Money Heist. He's probably under-delivered, but he's now starting to do a lot better, the son of Kimmy the Green. Now, I thought Get Impressed ran a lovely race in third. He was given every chance. He might have lost his race before the race was run, so there's probably a little bit of extra gloss. Might be a trifle disappointing that he's gone off his tote favourite, but I thought the way that he performed before the race and behind the stalls, he's actually run nicely in third, so probably more ticks in the boxes than crosses with number 5, Get Impressed. And the first filly home was number 7, Mary's Green Light, staying on nicely for that 4th position. There was a lot of scrimmaging up towards the inside. It was probably a little bit of a messy race, but Narina Trogon was also mixed up in that scrum and was able to overcome it all and take out race number 10. There are 2 more to go here on Hollywoodbets Durban July. Don't go too far away.
Congratulations to everybody concerned, and he's won in fine style here. First up, we're going to get the winning jockey, who is Tristan Godden. Tristan had to take his medicine from that wide draw, but he certainly rode with confidence once they turned into the straight. Superb performance from your horse.
Yes, definitely it is. You know, if you look at the form, he ran behind Oriental Charm, beaten a length and a bit. Obviously, he didn't get into the July, so this was the second option. Look, the draw, it wasn't easy from the draw. We were looking to go forward, and then the race panned out that there was a lot of speed in the race. Somehow I ended up on the fence, and it was just a matter of me waiting and making the right decisions at the right time.
You mentioned the form line that was to the fore in the main event, which was the Hollywoodbets Durban July. And you guys had high hopes for this horse once you entered him for the July.
Yes, look, he had done nothing wrong since coming here. He'd won a feature, 2 features. He'd beaten Group 1 winners, Group 2 winners. So yeah, he didn't get in, as we say. It would have been nice for Mr. Governor and the team. But yeah, look, we'll take it with both hands. I must say big thanks to Mr. Governor. Big thanks to the whole team at home. They're having the confidence and trust in me. And just to ride a winner on a day like this, whether it be a maiden or whatever it is, it's so special, you know. Well done to the sponsors, Hollywoodbets. It's turned out to be an amazing day.
Well, you've won one of the races on the biggest stage in South African racing. Congratulations to you, Tristan. And that's your winning momentum from Jonathan Robertson. Well done to the winning jockey, Tristan Godden. He's done a fine job here with his horse, Narina Tragon. Mike Miller is the winning trainer, and Mike nominated this horse for the Hollywoodbets Durban July, and unfortunate for the connections that he did not get in, which was a bit of spill to follow, Mike, because I chatted to you, the team, and you guys had high hopes for his horse of possibly getting into the big one.
We were hoping so, that, we were just saying now that we think maybe 16 is his distance, not maybe 2-2 wouldn't have been in game. So it worked out for us.
You had a few choices on where you could have placed him today. You chose this race.
We chose this race because we couldn't find a draw in any races. So we went for the mile.
And then Morgan, who is unfortunate not here with us today, but Sterling will represent him. He's been a fantastic supporter of yours.
He has, and he found this horse online, and this is his 3rd listed race he's won this season. But Morgan is a good owner to have. He supports you all the way.
Well, it's the team effort, as you always say, so congratulations to the Mike Miller team.
Thank you very much, and to all my owners, thank you.
Well done to winning trainer Mike Miller. The guys have done an outstanding job with this horse, Narina Tragon. And then Sterling Miller, who is the son of Mike Miller, is going to represent owner Morgan Governor, who has supported the stable in a big way. And I'm sure you'd like to say a few words on behalf of Morgan Sterling, who is one of your loyal patrons.
Yes, Steve, thank you very much. Morgan's been an unbelievable client. He's been super loyal over the years. I think he's had his colours for close to 40 years, so he deserves all the success. So a big thank you to him. A big well done to the whole team. I'm just lucky enough to stand here today, but it's a massive team effort. Craig, Lily, all the boys at home, and to Tristan, unbelievable ride.
I'll give our best to Morgan, and all the best moving forward with this fellow. He's certainly not short of ability.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Steve.
Well done to owner Morgan Governor, who is the winning owner of Narina Tragon. And that is it with the betting presentation. Thank you, Jonathan Robertson. Thank you, Candice Pillay, for coming and assisting us with the winning presentation. And that's race number 10. It belongs to horse number 13, Narina Tragon.
Ready? That dispatch from the 1600-meter marker. Not a bad beginning, this one. Lady Ice, one of the first out. 4 McGear's right there. It looks like Getting Pressed is near the rail. They're followed just on the outside by the Shepherd. Then comes Money Heist. Narina Tragon between runners. Lady of Power, that's the orange with the white sleeves, is about 4 lengths off the leader. Then Navajo Nation. Then we drop back along the inside on the horizon. Mary's Green Light. Noble City is third to last. Grinkov and Mr. Marsh the starter. The last two, they're about a dozen lengths off the leader. 900 metres to go. Lady Heist the leader. For McGear is second. That's My Baby's at the rail third. The Shepherd's fourth. Then three of them lining up. Navo Nation, Get Impressed. And on the outside of that one, a Lady of Power. And then we drop back to Money Heist, Narina Trogon, Mary's Green Light. On the horizons near the rail. Then Mr. Master Starter. Noble City is second to last. And Grinkoff's the trailer. Homeward bound, 500 to go. Lady Ice, for McGear. Down the inside, That's My Baby. Get Impressed comes out. Then the Shepherd. Behind that one, Navo Nation, Lady of Power. And it's for McGear, Get Impressed. That's My Baby on the inside. Navo Nation's also running on. And on the outside, Money Ice. Get Impressed for McGear. And on the outside, Money Ice. Narina Trogon on the inside. And Narina Trogon exploding through down the inside. And Narina Trogon has won it. Second will go to Money Ice. Then Get Impressed. Maybe Mary's Green Light fourth. Number 13, Arena Trogon, makes up the ground and wins it. Mike Miller, Tristan Godden for Drakenstein Stud, and Mr. Morgan Governor, the Silvano. And there's the salute from Tristan Godden on the big Hollywoodbets Durban July day. Second to number 14, Money Heist. Third, number 5, Get Impressed. And the fourth position, I think Mary's Green Light. Number 7, that runs then for McGear. Behind that, Noble City. So the winners, 3 off the left with the pink cap. And just waiting for that split to open. At this stage, it's Get Impressed for McGear. And there's the gap now for Narina Trogon, who sneaks through at the rail and goes on to score its 5th win from 18 starts. And number 13 pays up 960 and 3 rand. Tote favourite was number 5. And that's Get Impressed. That's the running of the 10th. There's still 11 and 12 to come. Back to the studio.
Time now to talk about the penultimate event on tonight's card. Today's card, it's the Brentford Football Club Pinnacle Stakes for fillies and mares. They're going to race over 1,200 metres on the turf, and 23 minutes away, top of the hour, 7 o'clock. Ali, while we have a look at that field and obviously wait for the horses to filter into the parade ring, just to reflect on the day, the crowds. When I was standing on the stage up front earlier on, I said to my colleague, it's going to be a belter, it's going to be a cracker. And she said to me, why? I said, because not normally is it so busy before the first race. And before the first race, the course was packed.
So I've only been out front for, I think, a combined total of 15 minutes today. And that was for the Hollywoodbets Durbanville. I kind of snuck out followed them onto the track and watched the race with Nico Kritsiotis, yourself, and Dees Diamond. And look, the Hollywoodbets Durban July was the Hollywoodbets Durban July. There was no doubt the vibe was going to be sensational on that side of the track for Africa's greatest horse race. But I think you're probably better qualified to talk about the crowd in the front. I mean, I've been domiciled to the back. All the venues look like they've been open. It looks like everyone's had a whale of the time. Some punters haven't. I'll be in that queue.
Me too.
But yeah, I mean, look, what we have noticed about a lot of big days, and I noticed it when I was at the Dubai World Cup, not that I really want to bring up those days, but a lot of the big race days, and you see on the RTV coverage from the UK, is that they're utilising a lot of the space of all the race courses. And parking here today, I mean, I can't tell you where I park. I don't want to walk to my car, in all honesty, but that's how many people were here. And that's how spread all the facilities are. And yeah, there are a lot of people who are here at Hollywoodbets Greyville who don't have the slightest interest in the 12 races going on. They're here for the social event. You and I and a lot of others and people watching this broadcast are obviously here for the racing. But that is what the Hollywoodbets Durban July does. And from what I could see, I mean, there were people, there were tents, there were marquees, facilities, activations, all the way towards the 1,000 metres mark. It might not look that case on camera, but more of Royal Durban golf courses being utilised as opposed to back in the day. I mean, I was watching reruns at Gold Circle we're posting on social media, for example, Pomodoro. I watched that one yesterday, so that sticks in my mind. And you could see all the facilities all out to the 400 metres mark, and it kind of invited a stadium atmosphere, but I think for the right reasons and not to make it such an intimidating venue for the horses. All of that sort of only builds from the 200, but there's more space being utilised in the middle of the golf course. So as far as I could tell from back here for most of the day, it looked like an extremely well-attended Hollywoodbets Durban July. And I hope those that are, you know, those once-a-year racegoers, of which there are many here, feel the urge to come back. There's racing tomorrow at Turffontein. There's racing on Tuesday at Hollywoodbets Kenilworth. There's racing on Wednesday up the road at Hollywoodbets Scottsville. There's racing most days of the year, and hopefully there are one or two whose interest have been piqued. And for those who are race goers, whether they've had a good or bad day, you know, hopefully we continue to strive for that dream of owning winners, backing winners, being winners.
Yeah, absolutely well put, well said, and I agree with every word. It's just been fabulous, and yeah, to have been part of the team Hollywood, working with Hollywood Gold Circle and you know, all other parties in the lead up. It's a lot of hard work, and it's just so very rewarding to see sites like we see on TV currently. And Mango Groove, I mean, how great were Mango Groove? And Claire Johnson, I had the privilege of being with her yesterday afternoon, doing an interview with her and spending some time with her and her whole band, 11 Mangoes, as she calls them. How great were they?
They've just got such a place in South African history for what they represent and the music that they've produced, and you know, just to hear some of their great songs, and Claire Johnson singing the national anthem. And what struck me is that you would go to Hollywoodbets Kings Park, you go to Ellis Park, you go to the Cape Town Stadium, the PE Stadium, Bloemfontein, Nelspruit, where the Springboks play a lot of their games. I mean, I think those 6 venues are probably the most used. And I was just thinking, you know what, at Loftus, there we go, 7th, how could I forget Loftus? At Loftus, they're going to be belting out the anthem as loud as we were at horse racing at Hollywoodbets Greyville. Just a beautiful thought.
Yeah, good thought, beautiful thought. You're quite right. The horses, ladies and gentlemen, have started to filter into the paddock. And we start with this beautiful Visionaire filly from the Dennis Bosch stable for Messrs. Bridge Mahon and Kobush and Puller. Rachel Venica, the rider, and takes some valuable weight off her back. Is drawn a bit wide, is La Premiere. Just a little erratic for me, gives you a good one, a bad one, good one, bad one, but on very best form. I think she could be included in trifectas and quartets, and she's been presented to the public beautifully.
The sequence of good one, bad one probably suggests that tonight's a good one. Yeah. Her run to Teflon Man actually adds a little bit of shine. Teflon Man ran a lovely race in the Post Merchants, running 3rd. Under sufferance, La Premiere from a bit of an awkward draw, but what she has got is local knowledge, like quite a few here don't. So, yeah, I do put 1 or 2 ahead of her, I must be honest.
Agreed.
But not impossible that she runs into the top 4.
That's the Visionaire filly bred by Woodmore Manor Stud. 11 La Premiere. Dennis Bosch, of course, has had a winner today already. Here is number 5, Just Be Lacquer, and we were just chatting in the studio a moment ago. I know this is not the last race that infamous Fox used to run in, but it's close enough to the last race. And Candice has done well in these events on these big days, and this horse, Just Be Lacquer, so beautifully named, such a South African word, lacquer, and for Ralph's Racing and the team, it was a solid fluent victory last time, beating Good Queen Bess.
I love the touch of the Brentford bibs that Corsi and Bongilo are wearing here, with Nathan Pinnock's number 5, obviously represented by Just Be Lacquer. I love the association with Hollywoodbets and Brentford Football Club, and when you're sponsoring a team in the Premier League, you really are dabbling in the big league. Yes. It's been a frustrating day for Candice, on days like this. How many trainers have brought horses? Approximately 50 horses, 50 trainers have brought horses to Hollywoodbets Greyville, say maybe a little less than that. And, some are going to have memorable days and some aren't going to have good days. So this is Candice's last roll of the dice of what looked like was going to be a good day for the yard. Hopefully she can add a little bit of gloss. Her last one over 1450, beating Good Queen Bess, was full of merit. 1200 is not a little bit on the short side. She will run a huge race.
Yeah, she did. Certainly looks good. She's been prepared impeccably. Here's number 4, Shy Folia, for Gareth Van Zyl, Hollywood Syndicate, Richard Ferrie, Claverflay Stud, and of course the Peters family have had the naming rights to 2 of these horses. And here is Shy Folia, cosily drawn, and she's been running on in her last 2 starts, and I make her probably the horse to beat.
A lot of people do. She is the overwhelming tote favourite. A little bit worried about what we've seen from the South African filly sprint form tonight, Warren.
Good point.
Look, it's grade 1 form. We're comparing grade 1 form and not grade 1 form. So I think from that point of view, Shy Folia deserves her place at the top of the boards. She is the likeliest winner, with Richard Ferrie on board for Gareth Van Zyl. Probably a career best, although it might look it on paper. At grade 1 level, running 5 lengths to October Morn. Showed her mettle, so in these calmer waters, the horse they all need to beat. Very well produced, by the way. Look at how strong she looks. She's nice and docile in the parade ring, but hindquarters popping. A very well defined daughter of William Longsword. She's definitely got. She's catching the eye in the ring.
Yeah, lovely to see Sheldon in the ring as well, with his friends and family, and they'll be looking for a huge performance from Shy Folia indeed. Here is still Shy Folia, the William Longsword that we're going to certainly respect. 10 is Morgan Le Fay for Sandy and Eugene Arundel, and Serena Woodley, the pilot, Wendy Whitehead, the trainer, Wilke Borsdrift and Maritz Fontaine, Rafif filly, strong, lovely, robust filly in the parade ring.
I'm going to pay her a compliment, but not so much today. I don't know what the plans are with Morgan Le Fay. I mean, I would, as a racing fan, like to see her on track for another season. But if she does head off to stud at the end of the season, I would love to see her first progeny. What a lovely filly she is, and she's well bred. She's proper Wilke Borsdrift, Maritz Fontaine royalty out of Laverna. There's a lot of famous names on that pedigree page. She's a 5-time winner, obviously. A little bit of black type, some small black type to her name as a 2-year-old. I'd love to see her progeny one day. Is she the same filly now as she was sort of 12 months ago? I have my reservations. That's the query I have about her.
Yep, it's a fair query to have, and it is, of course, the turf race, and she has had 10 starts on the turf with just 2 places. And I'm sure that Sandy and Eugene and their racing manager and their racing team will certainly find a good stallion for her when she does go into the paddocks, because you're quite right. I'm sure she'll do them proud. Not that she hasn't done them proud on the racetrack, but I agree with you. She certainly will be a beautiful filly for breeding. 2 Shantastic, Dean Cannemeyer's runner for Hollywood Syndicate, Wilke Borsdrift, Maritz Fontaine. How wonderful it would be for Hollywood to win this race. And of course Brentford, it would be a fairy's tale.
Oh, they nearly got the thrill of their life with Happy Chance for the Ridgemont Garden Province Stakes, when sheer straight and brilliance got Humdinger home over Happy Chance. I'm sure the Hollywood Syndicate would be dying for a winner. Remember when Blackthorn won the Gold Vase 2 years ago, the first July sponsored by Hollywoodbets? This place suddenly came alive. There was such a feel-good factor. I don't know why Shy Folia is such an overwhelming favourite, and Shantastic's paying £6 more, because on the run at Hollywoodbets Scottsville from the South African filly sprint, Shantastic has every chance over Shy Folia. I think that might be a little bit of a misread from the bookies. I think Shantastic might have the number over number 4, Shy Folia. Because I think pound for pound as well, Shantastic is a better filly.
Okay, Elegant Ice is on track. That's horse number 7 from the
Lucky
Hoodalakis team.
Yeah, sorry, Warren, just to button. She is incredibly quirky as Elegant Ice. She always has been sort of tiptoeish in the parade ring, so she's gone down early. For a big crowd that's around, I've seen them go down a little bit more nervous. So I think that's a good sign about number 7, Elegant Ice. I've always had a little bit of a query about her over 1,200 metres. 1,000 metres, certainly on a fast-running track on the half, felt dangerous. How's she going to go there? Sherwin's cantering past.
Sherwin cantered past. I mean, I'd like to have 100 rand on Sherwin.
I wouldn't.
Let's go up to Craig.
Passing by is number 3, Reefway, Tristan Garden. Balance of the field about to step onto the track. Number 4, Shyfolio, Richard Fourie. Sports the purple cap. 1, Captain Peg, Kelvin Abeb. 6 is Ripple Effect, Dennis Schwartz. Another look at Ripple Effect. Drop over Larchie is number 9, Gavin Lorino. Number 10, Morgan Le Fay, Serena Moodley. 12, Baltic Secret, Sean Veal. 11, La Premiere, Rachel Vanica. 2, Shantastic, Craig Zaki. 5, Just Be Lekker, Smanga Kumalo. 10 minutes to race time.
So around 9 minutes until the Brentford Football Club Pinnacle Stakes for fillies and mares over 1,200 metres. Of course, we're roughly 6 weeks away from the start of the English Premier League, where Brentford will have yet another season in the big league. As number 8, Wonderful and Jabu Jacobs, I believe, will round off the canter pass. She just walked under the studio, so she's made her way out onto the track in record time. Jabu Jacobs rides for Garth Puller in the colours of DJ Jazzy D. I wonder if he's doing a gig somewhere in the middle of Hollywoodbets Greyville today. Warren and I spoke about quite a few horses in the parade ring. We'll revisit that, but 2 horses that I want to make mention of that we didn't pick up in the parade ring. Numbers, well, actually I'm going to throw 3 horses your way, 1, 6 and 9. Number 1, Captain Peg, Stuart Pettigrew's only runner, so he's hitched a lift with someone on new turf carriers down to Hollywoodbets Greyville. This horse, Captain Peg, a bit of an Englishman in New York. Calvin Abib takes her out. Blinkers go back on, draw 1 big advantage, yes. She is excellent on the turpentine inside track. There's a school of thought, my thought as well, that if you can go on the tight turning turpentine inside track, you can be quite a threat on the Hollywoodbets Greyville track. Warren, where do you place her?
I think she's a massive runner, 1073 rand. It's a competitive race, and so it should be. You know, she's only had 16 starts, Alistair. She's a 4-year-old, and she's a 6-time winner. That's the point I'm making. So, you know, 16 starts, 6-time winner. She's never too far off them of late. Stuart Stable went through a little bit of a quiet patch. having a few winners again. You can't ignore this filly.
It's coming alive as
certainly
Pettigrew's yard. Yeah, she's got a cracking turn of foot, does number 1, Captain Peg. I suppose luck and running will come into the question with this daughter of J. Peg. She's, as you mentioned, 6-time winner. Most of those wins, I think 5 have come on the Turfentine inside track. So if she can handle the Polly, and she's... well, she's obviously on turf here, race number 11 on the card, but went down on the Polly. Number 1, Captain Peg, has quite a little bit in her favour. It's also blinkers going on. Is that going to work or not? I think that might just sharpen her up, but hopefully she doesn't over-race. Number 6, Ripple Effect, is a good filly, Warren. Dennis Schwartz is on board for Glenn Cotson. She's also got blinkers on. Unlike Captain Peg, she doesn't wear blinkers often. Ripple Effect has not worn blinkers before. She's 21 rand a win. Does that perhaps not flatter her as much?
I was hoping you weren't going to ask me about her, because I'm stuck with her. I'm on the fence with her, Ali. I'm battling to assess her. I just haven't caught this filly right, and she's good. She's got form. She's never far off them. She's run in some very competitive races. She comes from a top yard. There's lots to like about her, but just of late, I don't know where I stand with her, and I've probably done the most dreadful thing I could ever do. Is you know, I looked at that 20 rand, 50 and 5 rand, and I have ignored her from my bets. But she can win. I mean, it's a gamble. That's what it's called, horse racing. But I am just finding it hard to assess it, to be quite frank with you.
What I remember about Ripple Effect is that at 50 to 1, so slightly more inflated odds than what she is today, she won a World Sports Betting Cape Town Met Day when beating Siddeley at any price. She flashed up from absolutely nowhere. She demonstrated a good turn of foot. But does she always bring her A game? Does she save her A game for the big occasion? Those are all questions going through one's mind. So number 6, Ripple Effect, capable, able, but not always willing. Now, Troppo Veloce, will she get home over 1,200 metres?
Just going back and having a look at when she last ran in 1,200, that was at Scottsville in the Alan Robertson of 23. And she certainly didn't get home then. But, yeah, tricky question, tricky to answer. She's good, this Rafif filly, and I've included her. I respect her, but of course the 1,200 has to be a bit of a doubt, and like you say, whether she'll get home over that 1,200 remains to be seen today. But I've included her. Sean Terry, we ignore him at our very own peril.
I think she's good enough. She's got the run style to get home over 1,200 metres. She has won over 1160, but that's on a far faster track up on the half-vault. So it's just, I've always thought that she might be found wanting over the last 50 metres. But if anyone can get that extra step of stamina out of them, it's most definitely Sean Terry, who of course had a sensational 1-2 in the Golden Horseshoe a little bit earlier on.
Do you think Gavin Lorena's had a good meal since his last ride?
Well, I would like his wife Vicky Lorena to be my dietitian, because obviously on social media we've seen a lot of Gavin's meals, and for someone who's like a soldier, being able to lose 4 kilograms, and it can't be easy when you're obviously a light man. To lose some weight is not easy, especially with a certain amount of time that you've weighed the weight that you are. For Gavin, it's tricky to get down to 55, let alone 53 and a half. But he's eaten well. He might not have eaten much, but he's eaten well. And to answer your question, I don't think he's had a very big meal, because I think he's riding 54 tomorrow.
Oh goodness, okay. Well, yeah, professional as always, Gavin and Vicky.
But I can tell you one thing: tomorrow night he is going to.
Good steak.
He is going to demolish a big steak.
That's the man that we're talking about on screen, Gavin Lorena. Great rider, and certainly you've got to do these things to get your weight right, and it's called passion and dedication. But where were we? We got lost in conversation.
I was going to go to number 12, Baltic Secret. Sean Veal up for Justin Snaith. Hasn't got a nice draw. We've seen how hard it is from deep draws today. Likely no cover on the outside. Does that just take the wind out of her sails a little bit?
Yes, and that penultimate start second to Asia Pambili. Asia Pambili never really shone today. The last run behind October Morn, the South African filly sprint that which you've alluded to. I'm 25.90, 6.10. Not often you see a Justin Snaith horse paying those kind of odds. I've got her into the back end of quartets, but she does look pristine behind the pens.
Oh, she's a looker. She'll always stand out. She's from one of the seriously prolific sprinting families of All Is Secret, The Secret Is Ours, and All the Secrets, and the fillies look, there's going to be a champion colt or two from the family eventually, but the fillies are all touted to be well above average, and she herself has got some black top, having won the laissez-faire to Hollywoodbets Durbanville in mid-November. Those are probably the main protagonists, with the ones that we did in the parade ring and these behind the stalls. Anything else that we might have left out that's worth a mention?
We've touched on, as you say, Just Be Lucky. I wouldn't be shocked if she went back to back. We've touched on the Hollywood two horses. I know they come from different stables, but I wouldn't be shocked if they run 1-2. They've done it many times before. And
do you have an inkling in the Hollywood race between Shantastic and Sharfolia?
Alistair, I've always selected exactas. You know, exactas is my play, and I've
split them, because I'm going to split them.
Okay, well, let me just tell you what the exacta is. The exacta is Fantastic, Sharfolia, Just Be Lacquer, Box. Do you want me to split them?
I want you to split the Hollywood horses, because I'm going to race you home with Shantastic.
Well, Shantastic looked gorgeous, and you pointed her out in the paddock. She really looked the part, did Shantastic. But let's race home for a Coke then. I'm in the camp of Sharfolia, you're in the camp of Shantastic.
The way I'm feeling, starting to get a little bit chesty here. I don't know, something to cure a bit of a tight chest would be good, not so much a Coke.
Well, whatever you want, you can have. But that's it. That's a wrap. Yeah, Ali's feeling a little under the weather, and it's just a pleasure and a treat to work with him this afternoon. So let's get up to Craig, and he'll enjoy this race, obviously with Sharfolia in it. And it's less than a minute to get those bets on. Brentford Football Club Pinnacle Stakes. Over to you, Craig.
Race, Brentford FC Pinnacle Stakes, 1,200 metres. They're about to load. Race time. Captain Peg comes in. Le Premier. Just Be Lacquer. Elegant Eyes. Wonderful's coming forward. Tropper Veloci. Morgan Le Fay. Shantastic, Sharfolia, Reefway, Sharfolia Gate 4, the purple cap, Ripple Effect, set, they sent on their way from the 1,200 metre marker. Sharfolia's right there shortly after the start. Elegant Ice with a good position. On the outside of that, Baltic Secret. Shantastic is near the rail. Tropper Veloci's on the outside, and then comes Captain Peg. Behind that, Le Premier, Just Be Lacquer, and then comes Reefway. Behind that is Wonderful. Then we drop back to the back of the field. Morgan Le Fay is about 6 or 7 lengths off the leader. Baltic Secret in front, Elegant Ice is second, then Sharfolia, Tropper Veloci, Shantastic and Just Be Lacquer, then Le Premier on the outside is Wonderful, and then comes Captain Peg. Top of the lane, Baltic Secret's in front, Sharfolia's back in second. Down the inside, Elegant Eye, Shantastic. On the outside, Tropper Veloci. 300 to go, Baltic Secret still leads it. Sharfolia, Just Be Lacquer's a runner on the outside. Now Sharfolia, but Just Be Lacquer's a big runner on the outside. And Just Be Lacquer takes it up. Just Be Lacquer from Sharfolia the last 100, and Just Be Lacquer will win it. Sharfolia will come out second best, then came Captain Peg, and behind that, Elegant Eyes. So the winner is number 5, Just Be Lacquer, the William Longsword, and wins it. It's Candice Dawson, Simanga Kumalo, Rels Racing. Number 5 pays up 390, so found the support and wins it by about 3 lengths. Second will go to number 4, Sharfolia, which was the tote favourite. Third to Captain Peg. Fourth to Elegant Eyes, and then came Morgan Le Fay. So as we look at this, Shyfolia comes into the lead, but Just Be Lacquer becomes a 4-time winner from 13, and it's a 1-2 for William Longsword. And Just Be Lacquer goes on to win by about 3 lengths from Shyfolia, and until the running of the 12th and last, back to the studio.
She wanted to get a little fierce in the race to Just Be Lacquer. Candice Dawson, you heard from Alistair having a bit of a rough day, but it certainly ended well. She wanted to take a hold. She did take a hold, did Just Be Lacquer, and she was beautifully handled by Samanga Kamalo for Candice Dawson and Ralph's Racing and Alistair Cohen himself. Wonderful to have the team on course to lead in this filly. William Longsword out of Polly Wally Doodle. William Longsword exact, as you've heard. And well done to Ralph Syndicate, who bred this filly as well. And beautifully ridden to victory by Samanga Kamalo. He's had a good day. And there is the team. Candice Dawson, the trainer, all smiles, and quite rightly so. It's a tough game, this. They've had a bit of a rough day, have the Dawson stable, but they've certainly ended it. There's a good old saying, it's not how it starts, it's how it ends off. And it certainly ended off beautifully for Candice and Alistair. So well done to all concerned. Just Be Lacquer. What a great South African name. We've heard a great South African band play here today. And this is a great South African name. I'm sure many on the racecourse may have backed Just Be Lacquer purely for the name.
we've just seen the running of race number 11, the Bradford FC Pinnacle Stake for a stake of 170,000 Rand. Really nice to welcome Sam Forrest, who is the Partnership Service Executive from Brentford FC, and alongside her, Dean Sharaj, the Commercial Executive of Gold Circle. Sam and Dean, welcome onto the winner's podium. And thank you, Sam, for coming down and assisting us with the winning presentation. The groom who takes care of Just Be Lacquer, his name is Bongile, and he'll receive his 2,000 Rand from Hollywoodbets and Gold Circle. Well, a gentleman that's having a wonderful day is Samanga Kamala, SK as he's known. This is his third winner today, and let's not forget, he also ran second in the main event, which is the Hollywoodbets Durban July. He is a South African champion jockey. He's no stranger to the big stage. What a day you're having, Samanga. Well done.
Thank you so much. Obviously, it could never be easy for the team at home. Monty does a great job finding these horses, and we try to stick with them to get to know them. And it takes a hard working and going up and down, trying to get to know them, and it does take a toll on my back. And I got my physician Phil, who helps me out, and and then I'm come back at races. I'm brand new. The team just alone, I'm God sent, and just happy to have him around. And and again, to Candice, I got in the ring. She said, "Listen, you know the horse. You're in there twice, winner in a third. We'll leave it to you." So I just said to her, "Don't worry, just be lacquer." She says, "Oh, you're making me scared." I said, "No, don't worry." So anyway, she just left it to me, and I went and did what I do best. And listen, she won very well today. I really think there's more to come from her. Where she was placed, followed Richard, and once I saw Richard started to label in, and I just asked her to go fetch them, and she just put herself together, and she was gone. So what a lovely win from her. Again, well done also to the owners. Always nice to come to a big day like this and go home with the winner. And it's just amazing to be a part of this really. I think putting the right races should be unstoppable. And my sponsors, Maurice Fontaine, Wilhelmus Drift, well done to them. And again, Hollywood, what a day, well done to them. And to the grooms, they do the hard work behind the scenes, so well done to them. And to everyone who came, there's a signed cap here by me. So I'm just gonna throw it off. We'll put a whoop whoop here. And yeah, whoop whoop.
Nice gesture. Well done to winning jockey Samanga Kumalo, who receives his memento from Sam Forrest. Then on to the winning trainer. Things haven't been going according to plan for Candice Dawson. She had some nice runners earlier on today, and she was quite despondent when I spoke to her, but earlier on, it just shows the lows and the highs that one can experience in horse racing on the same day. I know that your mood take a low after those juvenile races, but it's amazing how you can just get picked up later on in the day.
100%, Dees. Obviously the day did not work out like we thought, and we were all a bit gutted, but these things happen, and you just got to bounce back and come back another day. But it's just so awesome to have a winner for Lindsay, and just really well ridden to Samanga. He's having a hell of a day, and just a big well done to him for bringing her home for us.
I must compliment you. You are the captain of your ship. You've got a big team behind you. You've done a tremendous job with this filly.
No, thanks very much, Dees. But you need the support of your owners, and I'm just so grateful that, they send us such lovely horses like herself.
Well, after earlier on, you can smile now.
Thanks very much, Dees. Just a big well done to my sister and the whole entire team back home, Shep and Emmanuel, and everybody doing a wonderful job. And yeah, just well done to them, and just thank you again to our sponsors, Hollywoodbets.
You're on the big stage on the big day. Go and collect your winning memento. Well done to winning trainer Candice Dawson. She's no stranger to the #1 box when it comes to this race day. She's tasted success in the past, and she's put one on the board today, and she scored in the Brentford FC Pinnacle Stakes. Then the winning owner is Ralph's Racing, who also bred this, and really nice to have Lindsay Ralph on course. I did do an interview with him earlier on today. He had a filly that is going places. Maybe today was not her day, but Lindsay, this will brighten up.
Oh, this was fantastic. You know, we did have a bit of a quiet day today. We expected a bit more from some of our horses, but you know, in the 11th race like this, to come out and win as spectacular as Just Be Lekker did, is very special. Just Be Lekker was named by my daughter Jockey,
sure,
and very special to her and to Catherine. So congratulations to Candace, to Tammy, to the team. Yeah, it's just been a great day, I must say, and congratulations to Hollywoodbets.
These colors are synonymous with Candace Dawson because that's where you guys started off.
Yeah, in fact, Candace and Catherine, my daughter,
yes,
are kind of partners in the stable, and it's just been such a pleasure. The last probably 10 years, I think it is, has been an absolute treat for me, and it's been my big hobby in life, and I've loved every minute of it.
I know that this is a cherry on the top, standing on the podium on a massive race day, but how's your day been overall?
No, it's been a fantastic day. You know, we were here with John Costa from Cloverflay, we were here with all our friends, and it's just been absolutely outstanding. Thank you.
Well, enjoy the moment, and that is your memento, whether you're a supporter or not. That is your memento. Well done, Lindsay.
Memento. Thank you so much.
Well, we've now converted you to be a supporter if you went. Well done to Lindsay Ralphs, representing Ralphs Racing. Thank you to Dean Siraj for coming down and assisting us. He's the commercial executive of Gold Circle. And Sam Forrest, say hi to South Africa. Yes, Sam Forrest is the Partnership Services Executive from Brentford FC. We got one more to go on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day.
Set. They sent on their way from the 1200 metre marker. Shyfolio's right there shortly after the start. Elegant Ice with a good position. On the outside of that, Baltic Secret. Shantastic is near the rail. Tropper Veloci's on the outside, and then comes Captain Peg. Behind that, La Premier, Just Be Lekker, and then comes Reefway. Behind that is Wonderful. Then we drop back to the back of the field. Morgan Le Fay's about 6 or 7 lengths off the leader. Baltic Secret in front, Elegant Ice is second, then Shyfolio, Tropper Veloce, Shantastic and Just Be Lekker, then La Premier on the outside is Wonderful, and then comes Captain Peg. Top of the lane, Baltic Secret's in front, Shyfolio's back in second. Down the inside, Elegant Ice, Shantastic. On the outside, Tropper Veloci. 300 to go, Baltic Secret still leads it. Shyfolio, Just Be Lekker's a runner on the outside. Now Shyfolio, but Just Be Lekker's a big runner on the outside. And Just Be Lekker takes it up. Just Be Lekker from Shyfolio the last 100, and Just Be Lekker will win it. Shyfolio will come out second best, then came Captain Peg, and behind that, Elegant Ice. So the winner is number 5, Just Be Lekker, the William Longsword, and wins it. It's Candace Dawson, Smanga Kumalo, Ralphs Racing. Number 5 pays up 390, so found the support and wins it by about 3 lengths. Second will go to number 4, Shyfolio, which was the tote favourite. Third to Captain Peg. Fourth to Elegant Ice, and then came Morgan Le Fay. So as we look at this, Shyfolio comes into the lead, but Just Be Lekker becomes a 4-time winner from 13, and it's a 1-2 for William Longsword, and Just Be Lekker goes on to win by about 3 lengths from Shyfolio, and until the running of the 12th and last, back to the studio.
Here's the speedball, a Chocolate Soldier, 2 Rand 90 and 1 Rand 20. This is for Corne Spies, Marco van Rensburg, Gate 1. We're on the poly track for the last race. And this is for Messrs. McNabb, Berg, Brown, Sturgio, Podiasis, Suarez, Corne Orfer Racing. Lovely that the majority of these partners are here at the races. And a very good evening to Sturgio and his wife. Chocolate Soldier has won 2 out of his last 3. He is a 2-year-old by 1 world out of a Path Fork mare. Wow, he looks supremely well turned out. Does Chocolate Soldier. 3 Rand for the win and 1 Rand 20 for the place. He's quick. I expect him to go one way, that's forward and fast. Will they be able to catch him? I don't know. The talk from the stable is they give him a bright winning chance. Here's number 5, B52 from the Peter Muscat stable for Messrs. Cornwell, Mamet Ulok, and the SMB Insurance Brokers, Mr. Brackett. Daniel Muscat, and as I said, Peter Muscat. This is B52, Lancaster Bomber gelding. He looks very well. He's a lovely, strong son of a Lancaster Bomber. He's walking around the parade ring like he owns it, Alistair, and he boasts a useful form. And as our voices start to stagger with the last 100 to go for all of us, firstly, well done with Candice's win, and what are your thoughts on B52?
I love how everyone says well done to me, like I trained it. I just shout. Well, you actually shouted for me, but I'm just living in hope. B52, let's see if he can bomb them here. He got blinkers on for the first time. That's interesting to me because his running style doesn't suggest that he's in dire need of blinkers, but we'll bow down to Peter Muscat's superior knowledge. He's sprightly in the parade ring every now and then, just throwing a little bit of caution to the wind, but can he turn over the fastest horse, probably the fastest horse in South Africa, in the form of Chocolate Soldier with a poly track draw 1? That's the big question. But yeah, I respect his chances, number 5, B52.
I'm glad you mentioned that you did mention that, because I believe that you're right. He's probably the fastest, quickest horse in SA at the moment. He's fast, is Chocolate Soldier. But we'll talk more about him later, the warm favourite. 8 is Amber Rock for Mike Azzy, Drakenstein stud. Is returning from a 77-day rest, this daughter of Gimme the Green Light for Diego Digavea. And she boasts some fairly useful form, and I don't know how the Aussies do it. All trainers, Ali, all trainers turn their horses out impeccably, but the cameras on Amber Rock and the discussions, the Aussies, I just don't know how they do it.
Yeah, assuming I always say that the Aussies can make a slow horse look fast, just with the way that they turn out their horses, the attention to detail. I mean, Mark is actually a psycho when it comes to attention to detail, and I mean, it's always a cliche among trainers up at Randjiesfontein, you can eat off the floor at Aussie's yard. That's how pristine it is. You know how talented this filly is? She can down tools sometimes, unfortunately. That is the nature of the beast. I don't know whether she's the 100% soundest girl around, but very, very talented. Enigmatic is probably how I'd describe her. Capable of winning this race, also capable of being unsighted, unfortunately. When we spoke to Diego de Gavea earlier on today, he did refer to this as being his best, excuse me, his best ride on the day, and with a lightly pace around, it might actually set up for her to be dangerous.
Yeah, she's a beautiful walking filly, is Amber Rock. And here's number 7. Esquivel for Clinton Binder, and this gelding is a 2-time winner on the surface, and the 2-time winner on the surface is Esquivel for Carl Miedemer, Armitage and team, but looks very well does Clinton Binder's horse, so I would include this into all bets. Horse number 7, Esquivel, who's paying 16.90 in 7 Rand 10, and lovely, big, strong gelding. He hasn't raced for 84 days, Ali. That could be against him, but he doesn't look like he's unfit, or I think he'll run well at a big price.
I'm proud to say that I've read this horse quite well throughout his career. I think the handicap has just gotten by a pound or two. I'd like to see him drop. I know that he's come down from a 91 slowly down to an 88 in the space of 7 runs. I think he might need to be trimmed another pound or two before we can be on the right side of Esquivel. Even though he's won here on the poly at Hollywoodbets Greyville, I'm a big believer of him when he goes to the Val over 1,000 metres or so. I think that's probably his sweet spot.
3 is Black Egret, the other Clinton Binder runner. This is for Hollywood, nice and calm in the parade ring. He just has the one stable assistant with him, Samunga Kamalo. Goodness gracious me. You were there a moment ago and he threw his cap into the crowd. They love him.
It's difficult to say who the biggest crowd favourite is, because when you look through the jockey index, and I don't want to pass by anyone. Richard Fourie is famous for obvious reasons. Gavin the Reno, Cabello Matsanyani have got legions of supporters. Pierce Stratham for all that he's achieved. Rachel Vinegar got a loud cheer. Muzieni, but when Samanga's around and he's throwing his cap and doing cartwheels and being Samanga in the free spirit that he is, I'd venture to say that he's probably got the biggest following. Bling, and another successful day at the Hollywoodbets Durban July for him, although running second with Cousin Casey, he's taking home a little bit of silverware, which is great to see. Black Egret, I remember early doors, he had a severe breathing problem, but Clinton Binder's ironed those issues out. Remember, he was at sale, he was consigned by Maritz Fontaine, and he came with a huge vet report, did Black Egret, and well, here he is, and hopefully he'll give Hollywood something to cheer at the end of the day. I think he's a live chance here.
Yeah, I agree with you, son of Rafif. Okay, it's the Gagasi FM merit rated 90 handicap. Horses have started to leave the parade ring. They're racing for a stake of 140,000 Rand. And Craig Peters is upstairs. He's going to call them down for us. And we'll come back to you, Alistair and I, and discuss this race a little further.
Number 1, Chocolate Soldier, Marco van Rensburg. Number 3, Black Egret, Samunga Kamalo. Number 2, Ride On, Kelvin Habib. 6, Kinshan Shah, Craig Zaki. 5, B52, Daniel Muscat. 4, Law of Success, Rachel Venica. 9, Stormy Sea, Serena Moodley. 7, Esquivel, Dennis Schwartz. Number 1, the current tote favourite, Chocolate Soldier, Marco van Rensburg. 10, Warrior of Royalty, Muzieni. 11, Quandary, Ant Mahudla. 8 is Amber Rock, Diego de Gavar. 12, Yamadori and Seanville. 9 minutes to race start. Favourite is number 1, Chocolate Soldier, 3 rand.
Horses are on their way down to the start, ladies and gentlemen, for the last race at Hollywoodbets Greyville. It's the Gagasi FM Merit Rated 90 handicap. We've had some wonderful sponsors today and that have accompanied the headline sponsors, Hollywoodbets. And Gagasi FM, great radio station, and they always have a great involvement with Hollywoodbets and Gold Circle. We thank them for being on board. It's the last race, sad. Yes, everybody's tired, Addy, and everyone's had a glorious day, but we're all such racing lovers, we could race all night and into the morning, but...
Not the way I'm feeling right now.
Absolutely, of course you couldn't with the way you're feeling, but let's start off with his favourite. 3 rand, 150, Chocolate Soldier. He looked $1 million. He's quick, he's won 2 out of his last 3. Sure he'll take to the poly. I think he'll be the one they all have to set their sights on.
Remember, he ran in the 400-metre race here on World Sports Betting KZN Guineas Day, and he was bowled out at the start. And in a 400-metre race, there's no chance you're ever going to rectify that error. Not that it was an error of Chocolate Soldier's behalf. And also, 2-year-old against older horses in a 400-metre dash, it's got to be quite intimidating, especially in early May. Now we're seeing the youngsters, the 2-year-olds, the juveniles, take on the older horses, and now they have sufficient level and maturity to take on their older horses. So for me to say earlier that he is the fastest thing on 4 legs in South Africa at the moment, probably not necessarily reflected by the fact that he ran out of the top 5 in the 400-metre excuse me, dash at the start of champion season. But with that said, now he's learnt a lot more. He's a more mature horse. He is lightning fast as number 1 Chocolate Soldier. We've seen a few races today, Warren, that we thought the pace would be on, and it was on, but it wasn't exactly record-breaking like we thought in the Ridgemont Garden Province and also the Splash Out 2200. They kind of kept a lid on it as much as they could, but I reckon here there's no turning back because Chocolate Soldier knows one way. The Stallion One World, it's remarkable. He's obviously broken his father's freshman record, but did you know that Captain L's overall record, juvenile record, by the way, for individual winners to run is 30, and I think One World's sitting on 26 or 27. Not that Chocolate Soldier will help that cause, because he has obviously won already. Yeah. But what a frightening start to life for the Stallion One World. I mean, if we're sitting here this time next year and he's won sort of Hollywoodbets Cape Guineas, South African Classics up at Turfentine and Daily News 2000s, and wow, he could very well be a total game changer. Yeah. Looks like he's on track to do some serious damage.
Yeah, his progeny are magnificent. They've sold well at the recent sales. They sell well at the all sales. And very pleased to have proudly been able to have burgled one, I believe, this week. One World. He's certainly got some very, very nice horses out.
What percent do you take for a One World? Man of your salary.
A very small percent, but... any percent's a good one. Syndicates are the greatest way to go. But, yep, One World, top quality, and well done to them, all involved with this very, very good Stallion One World. Chocolate Soldier, who's the exact... Well, is he your first choice?
Yes, he is, because I just think that there's a lot of I think he's going to be too quick for them.
Yeah. Okay, then let's see how we can hopefully tip an exacta, Ali. 2 Ride On is a horse that's never too far off them. 10 Warrior of Royalty is the horse that galloped with Royal Victory, and I thought galloped well. Royal Victory's run a cracker. Why can't this horse, a 25-1 run a place? I know returning off a 220-day rest, but the stable thought he could run well.
Upper respiratory tract surgery as well. Has been off for 220 days. The son of Pathfork. He's the son of Pathfork, just like Royal Victory. On the evidence and the news that you've given us that he galloped with Royal Victory, I anticipate that he's probably not 220 days off the course unfit, but he still lacks that practice in the middle as number 10, Warrior of Royalty. Top 4 chance, do put 1 or 2 others ahead of him.
Then King Shin Sha for Lucky Hoodalakis, David Shaw and Craig Zaki, great friends. And yeah, you were just chatting to me off air. He's a one-time winner, this horse, King Shin Sha.
That is a miracle. It's almost a disgraceful miracle that he's a one-time winner. What is it with this horse, mate? Is this what he's been looking for, the poly track? It's his first foray here on the artificial surface, number 6, King Shin Sha. He's got very good pace. Whether he's got enough pace from draw 6 to go and challenge Chocolate Soldier, that remains to be seen. On a line through Amber Rock, when they met at the Vaal on the 4th of April, Amber Rock might just have his measure. So too Stormy Seas on their run on the 16th of March. You know, all 3 of those horses come from the half out. They're trying the poly for the first time. I'm of the impression that this could be exactly what King Shin Sha is looking for. Can I trust him? Absolutely not, because there have been many a time where he started prohibitive odds and he's not got the job done, frustratingly so. I think he's almost conspired against himself to get himself beaten. In other words, I'm saying that he's been a brass, but maybe he can put it all together on the poly. This could be just what puts it all together for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Change his surface, and that could be exactly what King Shin Sha needs to wake himself up and give us of his best. Amber Rock, the filly, give me the green light. Mike Azzy Drakenstein, ultra consistent and as always, as we've alluded to earlier on, turned out impeccably.
As mentioned, seriously good filly. The issue with Amber Rock is that she can down tools extraordinarily so sometimes. That's the worry I always have about this daughter of Give Me the Green Light. No doubt she's good enough to win, but she's just not one to trust all the time. If she puts it all together and she's feeling all right, this won't be a contest. She's beaten King Shin Sha before, as we referred to on the 4th of April. The weight suggested should get fairly close between them. I make her a runner. I think that she's overpriced at around £5.30 a place.
Okay, there's 1 minute to go. It's the shortest race on today's card. They're racing over 1,000 metres. There hasn't been a 1,000-metre race today, but we're closing the proceedings here with a 1,000-metre sprint. It's the Gagasi FM 90 handicap, and we believe that Chocolate Soldier will be out and gone, so don't blink because you might miss it.
12th and last race, Gagazi FM merit rated 90 handicap over 1,000 metres. They'll start loading up shortly. Once again, the 12th and last race on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day. They're loading up. Stormy Seas goes in, Quandary. Ride On. B52 is stepping forward. Yamadori still busy with B52. Warrior of Royalty to come forward. Black Egret. The favourite Chocolate Soldier not installed just yet, and Law of Success. So they're busy with B52. Up to gate 5. Lashing out. Hood removed. It's in the gates. Amber Rock coming in. Esquivel. Still Chocolate Soldier, Black Egret, Law of Success has just come forward. Kinshan Shah, Yamadori. So it's Chocolate Soldier, Black Egret, Esquivel. Black Egret stepping up. 12th and last. Hollywoodbets Durban July Day. Set. They sprinting away. One of the first starters, Ride On the inside. Chocolate Soldiers right there shortly after the start. Warrior of Royalty, Kinshan Shah. Yamadori is towards the outside, then Law of Success. They're being followed then by B52. Quandaries on the outside, Esquivel and Black Egret. Then comes Amber Rock, and at the back, Stormy Seas. Top of the lane, 500 meters to go. Warrior of Royalty, the leader. Kinshan Shah down the inside, Chocolate Soldier. The outside, Yamadori, Law of Success, and then Ride On. It's still Warrior of Royalty past the 200. Chocolate Soldiers now pouring on the pressure. Law of Success between runners coming on strongly now. And it's Chocolate Soldier at the front. Down the inside, Black Egret, and then comes Law of Success. But Chocolate Soldier's going for the win, and Chocolate Soldier won it. Black Egret second, Law of Success, then a photo for fourth. Number 1, Chocolate Soldier. The One World, Cornet Spes, Markov and Rensburg, tote favourite at 240. Third win from 7 outings from Black Egret, number 3. The third place, number 4, Law of Success. And the fourth position will just go to, I think, number 10, Warrior of Royalty. So the tote favourite prevails at 240. And that's 2 off the left-hand side. That's the red sleeves and cap. Ms. McNabb, Berg, Brown, Parias, Saws and Cornet Spies, and bred by IFM van Skalkvag, and they end up winning the 12th and last race. So well done, everybody. Hollywoodbets Durban July Day. Have a pleasant evening.
Well, it might not have gone the way that we read it, but it's still gone the way that we read it here, Warren. Chocolate Soldier, we thought would be lightning quick out the pens, and he was, but he was beaten for early speed. Might have learnt a few good habits here today, that he's not so one-dimensional.
I'm glad that you mentioned that, and a great observation, Ali, because you wanted to learn some better habits. I'm not saying that jump and go and win your race is a bad habit, but it's just nice to know, as you've just said, he's not one-dimensional, and showed pace, eased off the pace, balanced up in the straight, and really came again with a lovely rattle. So this horse, Chocolate Soldier, I think could be well above average. And Cornet Spies said, as I mentioned earlier on, that the message they sent out was they expected him to win, and when he has. And I know that Warrior of Royalty only ran fourth. I thought he ran a huge race, Ali.
Ran like he needed it. I mean, he had more pace than Chocolate Soldier, which is definitely a feather in his cap. Just over the final 100 metres, stopping a little bit, but he's entitled to do that after nearly 9 months off the track. So even though he ran fourth, there'll be quite a few happy faces with the performance of Warrior of Royalty, because even though they might have expected him to go quite well, if he went mine after that type of break, I'd be fairly happy. Yeah.
Hugely happy, absolutely, I agree with you.
Black Egret, good run in second, doing his best work late. Off the top weight, I suppose there's no disgrace on that, Warren.
No, not at all. Good effort, and was really, unwinding all the way home. Black Egret, good effort. Law of Success, third.
What a run from the filly, Law of Success. She took forever to win a maiden. She looked bang average, and here she is off an 85 and running her race again. So, credit to her running third.
She clearly loves the poly. Chocolate Soldier, there she is. Beautiful filly, beautiful gelding. It's been a long day, pardon me.
gelding, Chocolate Soldier, really a handsome horse, is the son of One World. We've touched on his progeny. Look at the owners on track there, Alistair.
Rob McNabb is having an unbelievable streak.
Absolutely.
He's the only man counting, but he's at 280-something winners. I think there was another one on Thursday up on the half vault. So there's Rob McNabb about to greet his winner. You can't miss him. Well done to Isak Berg, Mr. Brown, Sturgio Parizis. There's Sturgio. He probably thinks he led in every winner today. Jose Suarez and also Cornet Spies Racing. So well done to Cornet. Cornet's another man who has a very good and underappreciated record on Hollywoodbets Durban July. Primarily, surprise, surprise, with 2-year-olds. I mean, he is, over the years, probably the 2-year-old king in the country, and showing that he can still do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And good luck to all of them, lovely, happy owners. And so there should be the lady with the colourful dresses, just minding her step as she leads her horse into the winner's box, and really just great. Just Sturgio happy as punch, and so he should be. So there's Xander. Of course, Xander, integral part of the team, and Mark van Rensburg, he gets a tune out of this gelding.
Highlights of the day, what would you put it down to? What's really stuck in your mind? You're not allowed to say Oriental Charm, Greg Bortz, JP van der Merwe, Shivali Stud, Brett Crawford, because that's the easy. I mean, that's easily the highlight of the day. But let's look for an alternative. What sticks out in your mind? I've got an easy answer. Piers Stradum on Humdinger.
Yeah, Piers Stradum on Humdinger, yes, and probably the other highlight for me, could agree with you, Piers Stradum on Humdinger, yes. And the other one for me is, I was really, really impressed with the daughter of Lance, Quid Pro Quo. I know she's good, she impressed me last time, but today was extra special in my opinion. I know it was a grade 1, grade 2. I enjoyed her performance. Unfashionably bred, Alistair, that's probably why.
Sure. What a sensational win. What a great story she's turning out to be. She was more impressive today than she was at Hollywoodbets Scottsville, which puts her right in pole position for Equus champion 2-year-old filly. Will take some performance on the grade 1 Tigwini filly stakes to topple her now with a grade 1 and a grade 2 under her belt. In fact, now that I'm thinking out the box, I reckon that the engraver's probably busy with Quid Pro Quo. The daughter of Lance, I mean, it's absolutely incredible. Out of a mare by the Sheikh.
Absolutely.
Sure. Well done to Gerald Khalil. I mean, how has he struck gold there?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I say, with the greatest respect, not the most fashionable pedigree you'll ever see, but my oh my, it's clicked and it's worked. And the last enjoyable moment, I thought, was Lucinda Woodruff's first winner. That deserves a mention.
Absolutely. One runner up the end two for champion season, with a target here on the Post Merchants. And Cafe Culture out of draw 1, winning the Post Merchants, and he didn't just win, he absolutely dotted up. So that's pretty much the story from us. We'll get to Dees to put a lid on it all with the interview of the 12th and final from Hollywoodbets Durban July 2024.
We end off our racing with the Kakazi FM merit-rated 90 handicap on the poly track, race number 12. And joining us on the winning podium is Pinky Mnyeni. She's Kakazi FM head of department commercial hub. Alongside her is the breakfast host, who is Minnie. We welcome Kakazi FM onto the winnings podium. Thank you, ladies, for coming and helping us with the winning presentation. And alongside them is Dean Swaraj, the commercial executive of Gold Circle. Thank you, Dean, for coming up and assisting us with the winning presentation. The winning groom, his name is Luis Kaha. Well done to him. He'll get his 2,000 Rand Hollywoodbets and Gold Circle. Congratulations to you, Louis. You have done a superb job with your horse. Well done to the winning groom, Louis. The winning jockey to close things off on Hollywoodbets Durban July Day is Marco van Rensburg. Marco, what an outstanding ride on this 2-year-old son of One World. And Marco, he is a 2-year-old, and Marco just doing the last congratulations with trainer Corne Spies. And it's been a long wait for Marco. He's had a long day, but nice to have him end things off on a high. Hearty congratulations, Marco. Wow, yeah, get a pic with the ladies. Kakazi FM. Well done to you, Marco. What a way to end things off.
Yes, thank you very much. I've waited all day for this. I really fancy them. I knew he was a 2-year-old taking on all the horses, but I've got high hopes for this horse. You know, he's starting to learn and he's starting to settle. It took us a long time to figure him out and to get his mouth right with the right bit and things like so. But we've sorted him out now, and I think there's a fantastic future for this horse.
Just watching the way the race panned out, I couldn't believe that there were other horses that were matching you for early pace and speed.
You know, as you said, that's exactly what I thought out the gates. And I just said, you know what, I'm off the bit, I'm relaxed. They're chasing, let them chase. Sure. You know, so I gave him a chance, and when I pressed him and I asked him to attack Muzi, he just flat out attacked Muzi, and that was, for me, amazing.
And nice to see him take to the surface as well.
Yeah, for sure. He's a fast horse. 1,000 Poly was always going to be his game. 1,000 Greyville, this is always going to be his game. And, you know, 1,000 meter is his game. So whatever you've got against him, they're going to need to be quick, fast, and they're going to need to quicken.
Well, there were only 12 races to be won today, and you one of them. Well done on the big day.
Thank you very much. Big thanks to all the owners. There's a lot of them here. I'm not going to pick them all. To Mr. Spies, France here at home, well done. Jess, thank you very much. I've got to say to Mrs. McNabb, Sue, she's been my best supporter. She loves me. So I love you too. And yeah, I got to just say thanks to her and for all the support.
Well, that's a winning memento for you, Marco, for closing off Hollywoodbets Durban July Day. Well done to you. Well done to winning jockey Marco van Rensburg. And these Kakazi girls, they're loving it, aren't they? Winning trainer is Corne Spies. Talk about the big days. He always seems to aim a particular horse to possibly win. You don't have many horses that you could aim at this race meeting, but this one in particular, you have executed this to precision, I must add.
We aimed the right one, Deez. So yeah, a lovely 2-year-old. I mean, this horse One World has really been a phenomenon. So as a stallion, he's got everything coming for him. And this horse, Chocolate Soldier, really a good horse. I believe we broke the course record, and just a great day for all the owners here. Rob McNabb's here, Jose Suarez is here, Sergio Poriazes is here, Isak Berg is watching from home in Alberton, Chris Brown is in the UK, he was here when he won his previous start. Just such a nice day, and so well done to Hollywoodbets for executing a July of note again. A huge thank you for their sponsorship for the yard, and just, you know, everybody at home, you know, our whole team that's really pulled together and made everything possible. Marco rode an excellent race on this horse. He's a proper little 2-year-old, and there's a lot more to come from him.
You mentioned all the owners. Now, I don't want to keep everybody the entire night. Who's going to represent them?
We'll have Rob McNabb, but they can all come on and you speak to Rob.
Well done, Corne. That's your winning memento. Well done to trainer Corne Spies. You heard it. Rob McNabb is the chosen one to speak on behalf of the guys, and he's going to say a few words. Yep, the other guys can possibly stand behind you there, Rob. You're gonna have the limelight. They're going to be in the background and take the pictures, etc. Come to Rob. Congratulations. What a way to end it off.
Yeah, thank you, Deez. But first of all, to Hollywood, and you know, we celebrate him, but condolences to them and Carl Johnson for their loss. We express our condolences for that, and thanks so much for Hollywood to put in such a great show. So.
You know, they say a good horse finds you. You've had a number of horses throughout your career, but congratulations on this horse finding you.
Yeah, and he's a prop horse. I've just heard we've broken the course record.
Yes, you have.
And Sturgio's here, and Jose's here. The other two guys are away, but it's a long day to wait, you know, but it's the MacTab tradition to win the last day on July Day. It's the third time I've won the last race on July Day, so very thrilled and well worth waiting for, and lovely to share with all my mates and all the rest of the partners.
Well done, guys. Sturgio, well done. That's the winning memento to the winning connections of Chocolate Soldier. Guys, that's it. Congratulations to everybody concerned here. It's a big team of ownership, so we congratulate all of them. Thanks to Dean, thanks to Pinky, thanks to you, Minnie. Thanks for coming down and assisting us with the winning presentation. And that's a wrap of Hollywoodbets Durban July Day. When it comes to the productions, that's the television production, it is a big team. Graham Hawkins, Alistair Cohen, Rahil Radhakrishna, Warren Lenferna, we had Devon Governor in the Gallop TV studio. And let's not forget about the guys that shared the commentary duties in the commentary box, Sheldon and Craig Peters. I must also thank Gallop TV and their team, the entire staff, all the cameramen, the production crew, and everybody for doing an outstanding job. Also, a huge congratulations to Hollywoodbets, the mainline sponsor, and all the other sponsors on the day, and of course, Gold Circle. To you, the valued racing fan, to you, the racegoer, to you, the punter, to you, the customer, and even though if you just came here today just to ride the wave, I trust that you had a wonderful day at the 2024 Hollywoodbets Durban July. Until we meet again, which will be next year, you take care. Salanigasle!
Vader.
Enclosure for the first time, for the last time, getting ready to make history. We salute you. We ask you now, please, to line up in your undies at the start and ride the winning wave all the way to the finish line. Good luck. Right, and we are warming up. We are ready for some action. Lumbering up, we have our contestants ready on the line. Should we help count them in? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, success. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. The 13th race.
Are you ready to ride the wave? Africa's greatest horse racing event. The Hollywoodbets Durban July.
Hollywoodbets Greyville, 128th running of the R5 million Hollywoodbets Durban July.
12th and last Hollywoodbets Durban July Day. Set. They sprinting away. One of the first starters right on the inside. Chocolate Soldiers right there shortly after the start. Warrior of Royalty, Kinshin Shah. Yamadori is towards the outside, then Law of Success. They're being followed then by B52. Quandaries on the outside, Esquivel and Black Egret. Then comes Amber Rock, and at the back, Stormy Seas. Top of the lane, 500 meters to go. Warrior of Royalty, the leader. Kinshin Shah down the inside, Chocolate Soldier. The outside, Yamadori, Law of Success, and then right on. It's still Warrior of Royalty past the 200. Chocolate Soldiers now pouring on the pressure. Law of Success between runners coming on strongly now. And it's Chocolate Soldier hit the front. Down the inside, Black Egret, and then comes Law of Success. But Chocolate Soldier's going for the win, and Chocolate Soldier won it. Black Egret second, Law of Success, then a photo for fourth. Number one, Chocolate Soldier. The One World, Cornet Spes, Marco van Rensburg, tote favourite at 240. Third win from 7 outings from Black Egret, number 3. The third place, number 4, Law of Success. And the fourth position will just go to, I think, number 10, Warrior of Royalty. So the tote favourite prevails at 240. And that's 2 off the left-hand side. That's the red sleeves and cap. Ms. McNabb, Berg, Brown, Parias, Saws and Cornet Spies, and bred by IFM van Skalkvag, and they end up winning the 12th and last race. So well done everybody. Hollywoodbets Durban July Day. Have a pleasant evening.